Come here. Second time in a row, he's came into the gate, meowed at it multiple times, and then tried to walk away. Here comes Santa Claus, here comes Santa Claus, right down Santa Claus Lane. Christmas is never over. Nobody said anything about my shirt yesterday, by the way. So I had to wear it for a second day in a row. My holiday shirt did not get any mention. What? Oh, for real? But I hadn't. Yesterday was my first day wearing it. Weirdo. Now don't get me wrong, I will wear a shirt for. I usually do a 3-day rule on it though. 3 days usually my max on a shirt. So he went above and beyond by saying 4. I don't go for any shirts really. I slept in it. I didn't even see that. Morning, Brody. Good morning, sister. Good morning, Bridge. Don't talk about my shirt. Well, damn. Well, I guess somebody did say something about it. I didn't see it. But they didn't. They didn't like say that it's like cool. Ancient Aliens holiday shirt, man. I've never seen anybody else with it. Huh? Got little aliens on it. Little spaceships right here. What? Oh, fuck. Why is this messing up? What? 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 Dude. Sometimes this shit just messes up. Damn, it's one of the hardest things to find on here. Stupid visualizer. And I cannot find it. I'll try to find it on the end screen. Might be easier for me to find it over here. But it's working over here. What the fuck? Whack. Anyway, I gotta feed the fucking cats. This shit's broken. Whatever. Go figure. Back. Dang, I wonder where Tux is. Hopefully he made it through the night. I didn't even hear the fireworks, so maybe it wasn't too bad. Dude.
Hey, it's your boy, Skinny Penis.
Hey, Joker. Happy New Year. Dude, she's about to try to jump on my shoulder. Maybe. Oh, well, you jumped there instead. Okay. Oh, that was a long jump. I want to hurt her little ankles. Nope. Nothing interesting. Do you? Anybody? Now you want in, right when I fucking sit down. Alright, enough of that. Hey, welcome back, man. Yeah, glad to hear it. Oh, look at that. Mama's gonna finish up in the what's in the corner too. I'd like to see that. Oh, the one on the far right is Tux's food from last night with gravy around it, like a moat of gravy. And the one in the middle is Ziwi mixed with Fancy Feast only. 50-50 blend. Well, thanks, Jake. That's mighty decent of you. Stomach's all messed up. Mama was hungry this morning. It's normally trash day here, but since it's New Year's, there's no trash, so it's extra quiet compared to a normal Wednesday. But she doesn't know what day it is. You still won't go with the 50-50 Fancy Feast blend, even though she's feral with hardly anything to eat. Doesn't want that gravy, doesn't want the food over there. Just, man. Yeah. Because that's a mixture too of the two different Fancy Feasts. A little bit of that gravy in there. Mama might start showing up more as she knows I'm doing that. I don't know how he shares. How do you share, Jake? Where do you share? I ain't walking so good. I think the mixture of the beer with the whiskey is what did my stomach in. Somebody ran into a bunch of people in New Orleans, if y'all didn't hear. They killed 10 people. Oh, Lugner's talking about it. Weird. Well, ABC News is calling it a terrorist attack 15 minutes ago. Wait, is it domestic terrorist or is it a foreign national? Is it an actual is it a fucking ISIS member? It slipped through. Have they said that his race? What we know about the Nolans driver. You run away again, Simon? Go. Ah ha 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 ha, my little fatty. Okay, okay. Oh, she gets it in her mind. It's time to go, and it's go time. Ooh. Mm. Fifi, Fifi, hey, hey, hey. It says here the FBI is thinking it's FBI is looking at it as an act of terrorism. It's being investigated by the FBI as an act of terrorism at 7:35 a.m. Mayorkas just said, like, less than half an hour ago. Mayorkas said they are investigating it as an act of terrorism. Mayorkas and your Orcus is their Orcus. Everyone's Orcus. Yep, they're all doing that. Oh. Oh, dude, the fucking Rose Parade is today too. What if that gets hit? That could be next. What if this is some sort of like collaborated terrorist parade attack or something? Because the reason why I thought about that is because it says Pasadena Interment of Roses extend deepest sympathies. As millions of people around the world are expected to watch the 136th annual Rose Parade today. More than 800,000 people from across the country line up to see the spectacle every year, and millions more watch from home. So it says, the statement said the city undergoes months of preparations and coordination with law enforcement, has had a hard shutdown of vehicles along the entire parade route, in addition to very robust vehicle barriers at intersections, as well as more than 1,000 law enforcement personnel working the parade and game. They're trying to ease people's minds that you're not going to get ran over at the Rose Parade. A parade for a football game. I don't either. I don't know how it works either. Maybe I don't know. Maybe at the end of it there's a game. Because they end up at the Rose Bowl, right? Is there... It's like USC and UCLA play every year there, so I don't know. Is there a game after the Rose... I think the Rose Bowl happens. Yeah. The Rose Parade will be followed by the 111th Rose Bowl game. Who plays at the Rose Bowl? Who's playing the Rose Bowl? Ohio State Buckeyes and the Oregon Ducks are playing today's Rose Bowl. And the Oregon Ducks are 13-0. Ohio is 11-2. Oregon is the number 1 seed. Ohio is the number 6. Is that always who plays there? Oregon versus... I don't know. It's probably different every time, depending on the standings, right? I went on a date once to decorate Rose Bowl floats before, and I thought we were going to be putting like flowers in the float, right? It'd be kind of like, yeah, that'd be cute. I'd put flowers in the float. So I show up in some not decent like a decent digs. It wasn't some shit that I was expecting to get dirty or anything. Man, I show up. They wanted us to paint these fucking things. I was like, yeah, I didn't know that we were going to be painting. I didn't show up in clothing I want to get paint all over. I'm sorry. I ended up leaving early too. I was like, yeah, this ain't working. I'm thinking you're kind of a bitch. I don't know. I wasn't really feeling her. Call me out there to come work or some shit. Yo, I didn't know I was at the paint, bro. This is too much like work. Out there and paint their floats for free? What are you talking about? It's my day off. It's not like this is giving back to the community in any fucking way. It's not helping the homeless. It's not, you know what I mean? I'm not like cleaning up an area that's got a bunch of trash that's not going to get cleaned up. No, I'm just going to come in here and paint this stupid float that's going to fucking go down the street for 30 minutes and people are going to like, nobody's going to care. You're going to have the flowers. Let's go home now. Like, what? No, I'm not going to volunteer my time to paint a stupid float for you, and I might possibly get my clothes messed up over it. I'm good. I gotta go. That's pretty much how that went. And I had driven a pretty long distance to get there too. Pasadena wasn't, it's not very close to Long Beach. And nope. That vagina's not worth it. Kind of fucking. There's so many more admirable things to donate your time to. And I had just gotten out of a program where we did just that. We would go to AIDS walks and set up tents for them. We would go to cancer walks. We would do all these different things to give back to the community. That's what the program was based on, giving back, because that's what we're here for on the planet, to help each other. And like going from that program, getting out, and I was starting to get back in the dating world a little bit. And I'm like, this bitch is donating her time for this shit. I used to feed the homeless, man. I used to take our meals after feeding the homeless, put the foil over it, and start handing it out to homeless people on the streets of San Pedro. Like, out here painting a float for some rich people to look at? Oh, hell no. Oh, you got your priorities wrong, bitch. Fuck the shit about these stupid floats. Do you? Does anybody? But the kids love it. I don't think they do. I don't think kids are enthralled or excited about it. About fucking. I don't think so. I don't think so. It's flowers on a movie. I don't think that kids really are that excited about it unless they're throwing candy off of them things. Then kids are excited about it. That's it. Because I remember when I was a kid, I didn't give a fuck about those floats. All I cared about was the candy getting thrown off of them. That's it. I wasn't like, oh, mom, look at this one. Yeah, look at this one. I was like, where's the candy thrower at? Where's it? There it is. Get it. Get it. Great minds think alike. You know, bro. Great. Gotta keep it warm. Do they throw candy off of them, though? Like, nobody cares about the floats in New Orleans. All they want is the beads so that they can give them to chicks to see titties. Which are like adult candy. They spend all this time on the floats, but no one really gives a shit about the floats. Not even adults. I mean, adults care about the Rose Parade floats because, like, I get the flowers, and it's like, wow, they did that with the flowers. Look at that. Wow. But it seems like a waste of flowers, really. Not that there's it's something that they could do for flowers. It's more admirable. I don't know. But you can't. Giving homeless people flowers doesn't really do much for them, you know. But selling flowers and taking those funds to help homeless, well, that does do something. Putting them on a float and selling commercials, because it's a heavily commercialized event. So that you can get richer. I mean, no, I don't. I look at it like it's a shit event, dude. I've always looked at the Rose Parade like it's a shit event. It's just for rich people to show off how opulent they are and the wasteful they can be. What horses and wagons in the in the Rose Parade? It was a tradition to watch it when I was a yeah, but why? Kids don't like them. I don't think kids like them. They would rather, unless there's candy. Yeah. But there's horses in the Rose Parade? Many equestrian units. Weird. Oh, okay. Well, I guess they're going for the horses. The kids like the horses. Maybe. I mean, because you don't really get to see horses very often in the city. So maybe. But in person, though, it'd have to be in person. Seeing them on TV is kind of like, well, there's a horse. So if anybody's wondering if I'm watching the Rose Parade, that's probably a huge negatory Ghost Rider. It's already started. Look at this shit.
Celebrating a day of service. This is Lions International. Could you tell by the lions there? The Lions proudly support communities worldwide with 1.4 million members. They've been a part of this tradition since 1948.
Look at these people. What is this? Oh, y'all can hear that. Fuck, I can't hear it. Oh, did you hear that they made the Australian firework show super racist? Did y'all hear about that? I watched the thing on it earlier today. This weird shit. Who even is that? What the hell? Why? Why is it starting so fucking weird? I recognize the music. Not very Rose Parade-y. They're trying to get kids to like this shit, like high schoolers or something. And they got Honda in the background of them, so this is like a Honda commercial, actually. This is definitely a Honda commercial, dude. These people beating off their light rods. What the hell is going on right now, dude? Guys are like, yeah. Why is LA so fucking gay, dude? It's embarrassing to live here. I don't live in LA though, I live in Long Beach. It's the county, the same county. It's still embarrassing. We don't all like this shit here. For sure. Because the rest of the world thinks that LA likes all this type of shit. Everybody lives out here.
Feeling my way through the darkness.
The fuck?
Got it by beating heart.
Why is it so
and as a little kid, I remember coming
weird?
Here
What's a parade, bro? Why are they having a performance at it?
It is a great day.
In front of the Honda brought to you by Honda.
I should admit, but I was here for that coverage 30 years ago right here. Glad to be back here to showcase Southern California. And thank you, everybody who came out from other states to enjoy our great weather.
So 30 years ago, we weren't talking about electric cars, but now we are. This is our first float. This is our presenting sponsor, which is Honda. It's called Electrified Dreams. And what 63 years.
Alex, a reminder of how far we've come back in the late 80s.
some 18 million roses on display through this parade. And speaking of horses,
Equestrian.
on horseback, they have been leading the parade since 1985, and they are the big introduction for the composite band, which brings together, folks from all over the country. This is the only time of the entire year that all of them perform together, and they've been a Rose Parade favorite for some 20 years.
But celebrating here the legacy of the mounted parades there, then followed by
Let's have it suit up.
And we are just thrilled to have our first band coming through here as we celebrate the Rose Parade here in Pasadena. And great to see the beautiful weather, isn't it? We've had rain on rare occasion, but this is our Southern California. And that's why they started this parade, too, to showcase our weather in December and January for those who are back east, perhaps in snowy upstate New York, for example.
Where you hail from. Let's listen in. My favorite organization, which is the Boys and Girls Club. The name of this float is Kindness is Free. You see it right there. And the idea is training kids that the best way to combat bullying is with kindness. And you see a small act of kindness there on top, which is what led to them winning the Humor Award. You see kids walking alongside the float that are all part of the Boys and Girls Club. This specifically is the Boys and Girls Club of West San Gabriel Valley and the East Side as well, who have worked hard on this float. And the center of the attraction is that beautiful tree made from a mix of dark lettuce seed, crushed walnut, and onion seed. Yeah.
Dark lettuce seed and crushed walnut and onion seed. The things that they use to make these floats and bring them to life, just spectacular. And the movement, too.
Yeah, many of these floats are animated, which they work hard on, which is really great. Now we move to
celebrating a day of service. This is Lions International. Could you tell by the lions there? The Lions proudly support communities worldwide with 1.4 million members. They've been a part of this tradition, Alex, since 1948. So good to see them back again.
And one of the cool things here is many of the Lions are wearing glide glasses, which pay tribute to one of the Lion International's global causes, which is vision.
Yes,
And you see that there.
The flowers used, 30,000. Okay.
Now we've got more music. We're moving on now to the Fresno State Bulldog Marching Band. They have over 250 members. It's the second time they perform live at the Rose Parade. Let's listen to them. Take it away.
Get back. Just because that's there doesn't mean you can't get back.
No, you gotta go this way.
Oh, it's an advertisement to get people to want to join these bands for the different colleges and shit too.
Way to go,
We have the best band. Come to our college.
Hey, look on the drums there, the theme, best
I I love that they have that written there on the drums. And they got a long walk. It's a 5.5 mile route. So they start here and Orange Grove and keep walking for quite a ways here in Pasadena, continuing to perform beautifully. Our friends from Fresno State. Go Bulldogs.
Practiced for this.
Yeah.
Good shape for this. But what a way to kick off the new year in such a healthy way. All right, we got another float coming down the street here. I love this one. Kaiser Permanente. More healthy days for more healthy
Look,
years.
the Scouts, by the way.
Proudly
Female.
the Wrigley
Fucking stupid.
Legacy Award winner coming through right
DEI.
here.
They DEI'd the Boy Scouts, man.
Mums,
Why is there women Boy Scouts?
White, hot pink, light cream.
The hell?
Colors of carnations too.
Could they just keep with the Girl Scouts?
This is the concept of a healthy day from start to finish. So you see on the left side of your screen is the sun. That's the beginning of the day when you wake up.
Women ruin the
end is
Boy
moon
Scouts,
when you
dude.
go to sleep. And you see some
Actually,
of those
the
displays,
fuck they have
Christine,
to
which are really
infiltrate that shit
spectacular,
for?
which are animated,
It's not the
which are
same
health
being at
trackers.
summer camp
The
if you
idea
got
of Kaiser
girls
Permanente
there with
working
you.
to have a healthier
The
lifestyle.
fuck?
Look at the sun. I love the sun there.
Oh.
There's vegetables. Good health is so important. Number of flowers used on this one,
The whole
Alex?
point was like being out there with the guys,
50,000
man.
Flowers, right. Oh, hello.
Not
everybody.
worrying about any of
Back at ya.
that shit with
and so
girls
you see
and stuff.
basketball
You're out
and
there with the
bike
dude.
riding
You're doing
and healthy
dude
eating
stuff.
and
Now we got
different
women out there trying to
aspects
do
of living
dude
a
stuff, and
healthy
you know that they're
lifestyle
fucking
from our friends
falling
at Kaiser
behind and shit, and the
Permanente,
guys are having to hold their
volunteers
hands
work
and be
so
like,
hard. Look at
"Here's
the
how you
sun,
do
the
it."
movement of
Guys are out there trying to get laid and shit. It ruins the whole dynamic, I feel. Boy Scouts isn't the same anymore. They even changed the name of Boys Life magazine for Boy Scouts to Scouts Life.
January 2nd, but today is
Fuck,
the day to
man,
celebrate.
they're
So we can
deleting
celebrate.
history.
Here's a huge ovation for the Grand Marshal.
Yeah, it was never meant for just being for boys.
King, who is the winner of 39 Grand Slams. 20
Why can't we just have our own
Wimbledon
shit,
titles.
man?
Of course, probably one of the greatest female tennis players of all time, but a
Like, women want theirs. They want to have their own sports and shit without the trannies involved.
The Women's Sports Foundation back in 1974.
Make Boy
and
Scouts
members of that
great
are
again.
Here with her for this event. Life magazine called her one of the 100 most important Americans of the 20th century. She is the winner of the Congressional Gold Medal, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Doesn't get more decorated than Billie Jean
You
King.
know, also, and for those of us who live here in Southern California, she is so active in the sports community with a number of sports, being a team owner and being a voice for
JS Helio Arrejo was going on.
And also the LA
Arrejo.
Angel City. Now we're moving on to our
Another winner.
sweepstakes winner.
Yes, this is San Diego Zoo, Friendship Across the Earth. Now, why do we have the pandas here? Well, San Diego Zoo just got those pandas again from China there. So talking about friendship across
Fucking
the
stupid.
Earth.
Yeah, I was with Governor Newsom in China
Fuck
in
China's
2023 when he
pandas,
met with
dude.
the Chinese president. And part
Check
of what
this
they
out. This is
talked
why I
about was
say that.
pandas.
We in Memphis had a badass gorilla that would sling shit all the time at the glass at people. It would people would come to Memphis just for that gorilla. Well, Memphis traded it just to have some pandas for a few years.
Then a year
Stupid.
later,
We
the
never
Chinese
get to
president
keep the
visited America,
pandas from
announced
China.
that San
They're
Diego
always
would
on
be getting
loan
pandas, and now they're the
from
biggest
them.
attraction at the San Diego Zoo.
And look at the animation, too, of these creatures. All right, so the panda made of white everlasting flower, white carnation petals, silver leaf onion seed, and black pampas
Who cares? Who cares? Have you ever went to go see the panda enclosure at San Diego? I have. It's like,
We continue to move
Okay.
with the Valley Hunt Club.
Fluffy thing
riding
eating
now in a
something.
Landau
It's nothing
carriage
special.
drawn by 4 Frisian horses.
The shit
This
throwing
group
gorilla was
has
special.
been riding in the parade since 1890, the first year of the parade. These are real
They
OGs.
probably didn't like cleaning up
And what's
after it
so
all the
cool,
time,
Christine,
though.
about this parade is that it's this mix.
I even had one of those,
people
you know
that
how
have
you
been in
get
here year
the
after
wax
year after year, and
sculpture
you
things
follow people
at
from
the
around
zoo?
here, but they
You
seem to take
pay like 50
real
cents for it, and
care
it comes
trying to
out
keep
looking
lot
like
of
a
these older
candle
entrance
almost. Coast.
Back year after year.
You know,
Had a
driving over
black
here, I was
one,
listening
and it
to
was
the
of that
history
gorilla
of
when I was a
this parade
kid.
with those horse-drawn carriages. Okay, another. I get to do all the winners. Lucky me, right?
Yeah. So
I
this
forget
is
it.
the Let Your
Silverback.
Life Soar float from
Okay,
One
you can do
Legacy
this one.
Donate Life, and they is one of the most popular floats year after year. They've been there for 22 years, and basically it celebrates organ
wonder if I
donation.
can find the
And
news
you
on
see
that.
on this, it's a celebration of
Memphis
Children's Day, Japanese celebration,
Trades.
and all those faces right there are the faces
Gorilla
of people who made
or
the choice to donate
pandas.
life. All of this is to encourage you to make the choice to donate life. You can go to donatelifecalifornia.org, choose organ donation, and help other folks live. And you see people have been impacted by this walking and riding along with this float as well.
This float is always a fan favorite. And Alex, you were down interviewing some of those people as they were preparing the float. It's a chance for them to get to volunteer as well to help decorate. And just the floral photos are amazing. Okay, another band. This is our hometown team here, LAUSD, All District High School Honor Band, Los Angeles Unified School District represented right here. 300 students from 75 high schools. Talk about some camaraderie and friendships being built here.
It was right there. After 2 decades alone to the Memphis Zoo, Yaya, a female giant panda, is headed home to China. And that was in 2023. So, yeah. That sounds about right. 2003. Let's see. Yeah, they had to give it back.
Them on TV right now. And must
Here it is. The
so
first giant
proud
panda
of
at the
their
Memphis
kids
Zoo is
for all
Ji
the hard
Hugh.
work they've done to make this van.
The
And to
Chopolpec
showcase
Zoo
across the
loaned her
world,
to Memphis
this
Zoo from
parade is
August
airing in
1st until
39
September 6,
countries,
1987,
50 million
and was
people
on
expected
display
to watch
at the
this.
Gorilla
And,
exhibit.
So some of the best and brightest students in Southern California
talented.
getting to show off for
So it's
the
on
entire
April
world.
7,
They started off
2003, a
our
giant
new year.
panda couple
Let's also shout out
arrived at the
Anthony
Memphis
L.
Zoo for
White,
10-year
band under
loan.
the direction of Anthony L. White. Congratulations. The band has served over 14,000 students since its inception. Remember, it's a
was
compilation
renewed
band
for another
a
10
number of
years.
schools across Los Angeles. I'm just thinking of the lifelong friendships you meet doing something like this.
I was a band kid back in the day.
yeah.
Played tenor sax and love my fellow band geeks that are out there as well.
Well, I'm just jealous of the talent because I was not a band person. So.
Yeah.
It's just
So
weird
we're
that
gonna
they
stick with
loan
the
us their
Southern
pandas
California
instead of letting
theme,
them
and we're going to stay in
live
Burbank,
somewhere
which is
else.
coming up next. Their float is another one of the winners that are happening here. They won the Animation Award for Outstanding Animation. You got to check this thing out because there's a lot of movement happening. The city of Burbank calls this having a lava fun. And you can see there's a lot going on here. There's sound effects.
Damn, and they cost 1.1 million annually. It says the pandas at the Memphis Zoo are all loaned for China and cost about 1.1 million
a little bit of going back
annually.
to the future. Eric Anderson from Toluca
Politics and
Lake,
pandas have
who
always
has been a member
mixed.
of the Burbank Tournament Rose Association for 43 years, entered this design 34 years ago. And back then, they chose a different one of his designs, so he lost to himself. But now it's back to the future, and Eric's design is finally coming to fruition 34 years
Billy.
later.
You know, as we watch this
Wow.
animation, I'm thinking you've got to see these in person.
Well, it's because it's going now. You hear everybody the oohs and ahs because the lava's coming out. The flames are going.
Everybody's safe in your seats, though.
Yeah, we're all good. We're not having a Jurassic Park moment.
That's
which
right.
would be-
But you know, for those of you who can ever come down to see this parade or walk around the 3 days after where you can look at the floats up close and personal, it is spectacular.
Panama Panama's in the house, Christine.
Yes, Banda de Música Herberto
You know what?
Lopez
Fuck
Colegio,
Panama.
Jose Daniel.
They've been screwing us over with the Danube.
All the way.
Well
Yeah.
done. That was good.
Thank you. All the way from Panama, led by director Irving Rodriguez Bernal. Welcome from
The
Panama.
amount of people that
Hope
they're
you're
letting come
enjoying
up through their
our
country to
great
come
weather.
here,
Great
they're
weather
letting
here.
that
Probably a
happen.
little more
Look at the
Just like they could
outfits that
they
have
could
on.
stop
representing culture.
flesh
This is their
flies from
third
coming
parade
up here.
appearance. They're famous for the rendition.
They can stop these people from coming up here.
Panamanian music and the
They're
dancers.
more
Take it
at
away.
fault than Mexico. So I don't give a shit how pretty they are out there. Fuck Panama. And they're getting in pretty close with China lately. And she's still fuckable though. I'd be like, you gotta go now though. You're Panamanian. I'm sorry. I'm talking about right afterwards. They know cuddling. Go back home and talk to your people now. Tell them how big the white man's penis is. Where are all the fat people? Come on, man. This looks like a very discriminatory culture.
So fun to see so many countries from around the world represented in this parade. We have the Panamanian band here. We've got a band from Mexico upcoming. We've got a band from Japan.
Mexico's
And
next.
of course, so
But
many
the
bands,
dude, why
from
couldn't they
here
have had
in
the
Southern
horses right
California.
before
But not
these
just Southern
people so
California,
that
we've got
shit
so
could
much
just
of
get
the
all
United
in their
States
shoes?
represented with bands as well. So you think of the folks
would've
that
been
must be
ideal.
watching this broadcast right now in Panama. I don't know what time
Make
it is in there
them
right now,
stink
but
again.
how cool it must be for
Make
them to
Mexico
see their loved
stink
ones,
again.
represented as
Never
well.
forget.
And it's a big band too. 278 members in this band from Panama.
Lots of
And we say
stinkiness
Happy
down
New Year
there,
to you
y'all.
in Panama.
Lots of
Thanks
they,
for joining us.
and you know what? They're trying to let it leak into our
So
country.
we will move from Panama to back in Southern California.
More ways than one.
And we're about to showcase our friends from Sierra Madre.
Pollution
who's, are the
and their
winners
people.
this year of the Golden State Award.
Their
Which is a
people
depiction
oftentimes
of
are
life
pollution,
in
though.
California, as our friends from Panama continue to twirl and showcase their strut their stuff here on the. And here we go.
Those flags are heavy.
Yeah,
Not easy.
it's not easy. The Golden State Award winner for depiction of life in California, the Sierra Madre Rose Float. Their float
Look at
is
these
called
fucking
Fiesta. They've been
frou-frou-looking
participating in this
Boy
parade
Scout
for some 93
neckerchiefs they got.
and they've got 12 members.
Ours
of the
didn't have
ballet
colors in them and shit
Folklorico
like
de
that.
Los Angeles are
Multiple
dancing
colored.
on both sides of the float as well. They are.
We were just one color, black.
Mariachi Divas de Cindy Shea are performing
Right.
live on the float as well. They won an award again this year.
Oh, I
they seem
remember.
to win an award every year. 17
Blue?
of 18 years they've
See.
won awards when they've been here. And you see these very festive scenes with the music and the outfits as well. I wonder if we can listen to some of the music playing.
I got colorful in there. Got all colorful with it.
And I talk about the flowers. We had a chance to preview these floats as they were going up. 14,000 roses fill the deck. If you ever received a bouquet of flowers or roses at your desk at work, this is amazing. This is the place for you.
Well, and the smells. Think about how great one bouquet of roses smells, and then you multiply that. So that is reason to come check these floats out at Float Fest over the next 3 days.
And all 37,000 flowers used. Okay, the Tournament of Roses president, Ed Morales. Happy New Year to you and your family, sir. Riding in a 1911 Rambler model, 1965. It's the only one in the world. Nice wave there. He's got that wave down with the family there. How exciting for them. He is a lifelong San Gabriel Valley resident, raised
That's
in
the
the
only
city of
one in the
San Gabriel,
world. How much is that
graduate
shit
of Don
worth?
Bosco Technical Institute in Rosemead. Went to UCLA and Loyola Law School. Can you say he's a local guy?
That's exactly.
Definitely a local guy there. Well, he is there with his family. We celebrate them. They live in Pasadena.
That's a wild-looking old car.
Lisa, they have 2 children. I just have to shout this out because it's in my notes. One of his children attends my alma mater, Arizona State
Looks
University.
fragile.
Promised we'd give them a shout out there. Go Sun Devils.
Christine, not only an alumnus, but a member of the board at
Glass looks really
Arizona State
fragile.
University. So hopefully they can be here one day playing in the Rose Parade again.
Well, let me take you back to 1987 when I went to Arizona State. We won the Rose Bowl that year, so it was a great year for us.
All right, this is some music. We're really excited about this. The Jackson State University Sonic Boom of the South.
Where is Tux, man?
This year at the Super Bowl.
Shit.
With Usher
I'm
and Alicia
worried.
Keys. They performed with Motown and NFL games, NBA games, the NAACP Image Awards. A lot of showmanship.
He could be in the backyard just laying there right now. They're all checking him in it. Sometimes he does that. He'll go to the backyard before checking to see if there's anything out there, thinking that I haven't went yet. The hell is going on with this shit? And black people are something else when it comes to bands. They make it more sexual, it seems. They make the marching bands, they sexualize it. Is that normal? There ain't one white person there. Wait a second. What are they doing? Wait a second. That was fucking weird. They were all just humping the audience. This is distasteful. It's not even in rhythm. They're fucking out of step. This looks like shit. Nope. Stupid. Final answer. It would need to look like they're in perfect Chinese unison for that to be good. Oh, you see Chinese people marching, they're fucking robots. This just looks disheveled and... yeah. This is a fucking embarrassment, dude. You know their parents are like, that's my baby! That's my baby! Wow, what? It's shit. It's shit. Dude, I would have much rather seen the drum line do some, just go
Christine,
off.
they say in Hamilton. I'm not throwing away my shot.
That was silly.
Jackson State did not throw
She
away
was
their
jumping
shot there.
around.
They gave that their all. With respect to all the other bands that have performed today, that was something else.
That's a performance.
They
Yeah,
know
it
how
was
to
something
put
else.
on a show.
That's why they call them the Sonic Boom.
That's why they were invited to the Super Bowl this year. And I love their little
Were
Motown
they?
tribute.
No,
that
they were
doing
invited to the
as
Super
well.
Bowl
We heard a
because they're
little
all
Get
black
Ready
and
there.
DEI was still
At the
fucking
beginning of
strong
their
when they decided
performance,
on
and
that
they
one.
have performed with the folks from Motown before as well.
That's a workout there, isn't it?
Yeah, he's wearing on now though, so next year maybe they'll have a white band.
I don't know how many times they stop and do
Never
that,
know.
but that,
Maybe
really
they'll
is
have
something
a
about
white
large
performer
band
as the
and a
main
band
performer
that
this year.
knows how to
Are they?
perform.
Or is it going to be Beyonce and Jay-Z?
Country and funk that just cannot be matched.
Because what the fuck, man?
Yeah.
Sonic Boom.
Yeah, they've got
Did y'all see?
252 members.
Did y'all see what Australia did to their New Year's Eve? Let's watch it. Let's have a little commercial break for this because it's not going anywhere. If I go to my likes over here, Simon, go away. I need a second. No, I'm doing this right now. It's not lap time. Chill out. Go over there. All right. So where is it? There it is.
On January 1, and here we go again. It didn't take long for the woke to ring in the new year and make their presence felt. In fact, the public broadcaster couldn't even wait until midnight to serve up a plate of propaganda, racially charged fireworks, and of course, a side of welcome to country. For another year running, the ABC and the City of Sydney made the 9 p.m. fireworks event not a celebration of Australia for all Australians or even for the year ahead. Instead, it was an event to recognise Aboriginal culture, their favourite topic. Now, this is one of the most anticipated events on the calendar every year in Sydney. Millions tune in from around the world to see the show Australia puts on. Well, the show was a sham, corrupted in Aboriginal activism from start to end. And of course, we are funding it. Now, I don't have a problem with Aboriginal culture being included, but the whole thing? I mean, the mind boggles that despite the fact 60% of us voted no to this division, no to being separated by the colour of our skin, the ABC continues to peddle its weird and wacky woke nonsense. And bear in mind that this is actually supposed to be a family-friendly event at 9 p.m. for children. Yet it turned into an indoctrination. Hosts Charlie Pickering and Zan Rowe started the broadcast with this.
We see in the new year live from around the world, you know, good start. From the world famous Sydney Opera House on Gadigal country.
Well, I don't know about you, but I don't live on Gadigal country. I live in Australia. Then there was a welcome to country with a reminder.
Welcome to Gadigal country. This always was, always will be Aboriginal land.
And just in case you missed it, in strolls Sydney Lord Mayor Clover Moore.
Hello everyone and welcome to Sydney's fabulous New Year's Eve celebrations here on Gadigal and nearby lands.
Now, by my calculation, that's 3 welcomes to Gadigal land on the Gadigal Sydney Harbour Bridge in the first 3 minutes of broadcast. Surely that's got to be enough. No. If you look closely, the Sydney Harbour Bridge was lit up with black, red and yellow spotlights, the colours of the Indigenous flag. The first show of the night was themed Calling Country, celebrating the sky, land and sea by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander artists. It was accompanied by a lecture on the history of Barangaroo.
I'm about to tell you the most amazing story you've never heard. Barangaroo was a leader in the Gamaregal clan of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands along the northern shores of the Sydney Harbour. When I think of Barangaroo, I think of strength, of spirit, of culture, of love for our land and our people.
And to top it off, an Aboriginal rapper by the name of Nookie then spoke about acknowledgement and performed. But get this, it went over time. And so the 9 p.m. fireworks started midway through the performance.
They probably did that on purpose, though.
And City of Sydney had one job.
Seemed like it.
One job. To get the broadcast timed correct so that the 9 p.m. fireworks could be broadcast from the start, so that the kids could see it before they go to bed. But their propaganda ceremony ran over. A big Happy New Year's, everyone, and Happy New Year's, kids, from the ABC.
They might have wanted it to blend like that, though.
Always has your back.
It didn't look bad.
Always determined
Blending.
to ruin New Year's. It wasn't a celebration. It may as well have been a 30-minute welcome to country. The message this sends is that if you are not Indigenous, you're the enemy or you're the problem. When you are constantly dividing people based on race, it actually sets back efforts to improve the lives of Aboriginal people. And this is why the culture wars matter.
I don't know. Like, maybe some people hadn't heard this story before, and maybe I don't know, man. Like, it's a little different than the blacks here in America. It's like if imagine in America if we had a bunch of Native American stuff one New Year's Eve. I wouldn't trip on it. Would you? We did the dirtiest shit when we came here. I wouldn't trip on it. So I would appreciate it, actually, because they deserve that. The Trail of Tears, and like where if you ever go to an Indian reservation here in the States, you'll see for yourself that they are some of the most run-down areas with no pavement, no paved streets. It's just dirt roads, living in trailers. The schools will have boarded up windows, and the classes will actually be going on inside. And I get that these people have let this happen to their own communities, but with as I don't know, man, with as much help as we're given to like migrants in Ukraine, and we have Native Americans that are fucking hurting out here, and not just indigenous Native Americans, but also Native Americans that were born here that are living in the streets and shit. Like, I wouldn't mind if we dedicated one New Year's Eve to Native Americans, indigenous Native Americans, Indians. But I feel like in Australia, it's a little different. I feel like it's actually, they shove indigenous Australian shit down their throat like they do DEI kind of here. Like they do, yeah. That's their DEI kind of, is to try to lift the Aboriginals up constantly, even though they might not even want to be lifted up or something. They're doing their own thing. They like Lou gets upset every time I call them abos, even though I feel nothing from it because it's not a slang we have here. But like, he doesn't like that. He's not like, people there don't tend to be racist, it seems, against the Aborigines, but it's still being shoved down their throat. As if they're not respecting the Aboriginal culture enough, when they probably are. Here in America, it's not like that. We're probably not. Most people don't hardly ever think about Indians. Just yesterday, I was playing some stuff about the powwow, and y'all know me. Last year I played the powwow for a couple days, man. I really dig that stuff. I'm into it. I'm into knowing about it, learning about it. I was in the Navy with a guy with the last name of Pretty Eagle. He was full-blooded Native American. I had that shit on his shirt. Pretty Eagle. Thought that shit. What a cool last name, man. But I respect, and maybe America could use something like that. Maybe instead of dedicating New Year's to all these stupid fucking pop icons that no one should really care about, like look at how Lil Wayne was taking all kinds of COVID funds, millions, and the fucking Brown dude that was wife beater Brown, I forget his first name, Justin, I don't know, did the same thing, got tons of money through the PPP things or whatever, millions of dollars. They're getting our youth to idolize the wrong shit and think about the wrong shit, because in the name of commercialism and capitalism and making money off of kids, really. Because let's be real, these kids are spending their allowance on shit like Fortnite will do a collab with a musician, like I don't know, whoever the kids are listening to nowadays, they'll do a collab with them so that there's that skin you can buy, and that's what they're using their allowance on, stuff like that. They want to be like, just the other day I wanted to get the Snoop Dogg skin out of Fortnite, so I got it. It was free though, so but the kids are spending money on that, the popular stuff. And Ramaswamy and Musk are right. We're making the wrong shit popular. We're incentivizing kids to want to be basketball players and pop icons, Instagram celebrities, rather than engineers, mathematicians, and doctors and stuff that we actually need that we're importing from other countries. But that visa that everybody's talking about, the B1, right? 1B. We need to start making other stuff look cool. Instead of caring so much about money, America has gotten so fucking money hungry that all they care about is making the money. They don't care about the future of the kids anymore. Like how so many stupid ass leftists want there to continue to be TikTok, even though China gives America a much different version of TikTok than they have. They're learning how to disassemble guns and shit at a young age on TikTok out there, probably. Our kids are fucking killing each other eating Tide Pods. It's stupid. And all the other dumb shit. There's just so much stupid shit on TikTok that kids are watching all day long. Do away with it. I say do away. It's the dumbest platform that there is for that. It's the worst, and they should do away with it. But then an American version will pop up. You know it.
Because this next generation is being brainwashed into feeling bad about being a proud Australian and made to feel responsible.
And that's happening here, but in a different way. They're not doing it with Native Americans. We wouldn't feel that way about a Native American ad campaign like this, pretty much is what it seemed like. But if it were all black stuff, if it were like, and they were like telling us about slavery stories and shit throughout our entire New Year's Eve thing, yeah, that would strike a lot of people wrong. I mean, people would be like, what the fuck are they doing right now? Who are they talking to? Why are they showing us this? We're trying to celebrate. We're not trying to think about this depressing shit.
For the stolen generation. Let children have fun. Let kids be kids. Let them enjoy the fireworks and leave politics out of it. Now, if you were at home in Melbourne watching Channel 9's coverage, I wouldn't blame you if you too were a bit confused. Here is the City of Melbourne's fireworks with a side of multicultural messaging.
What? The fuck?
Now, given almost 70% of Victoria's population speaks English only, why has what appears to be Arabic popped up on the screen?
What did it even say?
Who are they trying to appease? Because this is Australia.
Weird.
We live in Australia.
I didn't see this part.
But do they know that? And the scary part is, it's only day one.
The Yog is one of, if not the best.
That's very odd that there was just a weird little Happy New Year in Arabic. What's the Arabic Muslim population in Australia? That'd be super low, dude. 3.2% of the country's total population is Muslim. Sure. Dude, this guy did a whole thing.
World spawn AR in PUBG right now, where it doesn't dominate the AR category in damage and makes up for in fire rate, just sitting right below the M16 and the Mutant, and pairing the fire rate with the gun's bullet velocity and make it a pretty difficult gun to control, both in the crouch and standing positions. There's a lot of guides out there that go over the attachments in PUBG and what they do, but since every gun in PUBG handles completely different, I'm going to be creating a series of videos that go over truly what are the best attachments per gun in PUBG. In this video, we're going to be focusing on the compensator and muzzle brake and how they work with each foregrip attachment. We'll be doing 5 sprays per grip and then reviewing the horizontal and vertical recoil. The vert grip and compensator pair very nicely, both bringing 15% in vertical recoil control, makes the pull down on the Yog a little bit easier. But after reviewing the spray patterns, you can see where the vert grip falls short, which is horizontal recoil. While the vertical grip does stay true to its name, the Yog does bounce around horizontally a little bit too much for this thing. While it does have that 15% reduction, it doesn't offer any additional buffs like some of its competing grips do. Next up is the half grip. Half grip offers 8% in both vertical and horizontal recoil control, negative 10% in sway control when breathing, and plus 10% recoil recovery after a single shot. I was really surprised with the way the half grip handled the recoil for the Yog. While it does require a little bit more of a pull down vertically, horizontally, this thing, it helps a lot. It's crazy to see how tight the groupings were on this. It shows that the half grip is incredibly viable for both short burst and longer sprays as well. The only negative is going to be from that negative 10% sway control when breathing. So when attempting those longer sprays while holding the shift button, you're going to get a little bit more sway than you typically would. Up next is the poor angled foregrip. Even with the most recent buff from 20 to 25% in horizontal recoil control, this thing just performs terribly. While you get that 10% ADS buff, you get that negative 10% sway control when breathing, but if you decide to use this grip, I pray you have a big enough mouse pad because you're going to be pulling down a lot. Next up is the lightweight grip. While the lightweight grip got nerfed back in patch 33.1, where they reduced both the muzzle rise and the initial shot recoil to make it where the lightweight grip is more viable for DMRs than assault rifles. It handles the spray really well in the first 10 to 12 shots, but after that, it gets a little squirrely. The thumb grip was the biggest surprise compared to all the other grips. While on paper, you would think that this grip would be better suited for a DMR, it actually does a really good job handling both vertical and horizontal recoil. That paired with the 40% ADS buff, 10% recoil recovery after a single shot, and the 20% buff and sway control when breathing, dude, the thumb grip works incredibly well for the Yog. While you do get some small horizontal deviations in the spray, it's not nearly as egregious as some of the other grips that we've tested. That paired with the ADS and sway control buff easily makes the thumb grip one of the best grips that you can use for the Yog when paired with a compensator. Now taking all the spray patterns for every single attachment and throwing them side by side, you really get a visual for what the two best grips are. Half grip and the thumb grip clearly beat out all the other attachments and provide more consistent horizontal and vertical recoil control. Next, we're moving on to the muzzle brake. While the muzzle brake only offers 8% in both horizontal and vertical recoil control, it reduces the camera shake when firing. That paired with the vert grip's 15% vertical recoil reduction, we get very similar results like we did with the compensator. Does bring the vertical recoil department.
Do they all do that out the side? I'm noticing the flames coming out the side. Is the muzzle brake? I know it has the holes on the side, but is it actually shooting the flames out and the other ones don't do that?
But still struggles horizontally. Moving on to the half grip, which also has an 8% in both horizontal and vertical recoil control, it didn't perform nearly as well as it did under the compensator. While the first 10 to 12 shots had a really nice grouping, as the sprays continue, you start to see a lot more deviation horizontally. Moving on to the angled grip, I just don't see who'd actually want to use this thing.
That's good to know.
With no vertical recoil
Never
control,
use
my
that
sprays
one.
during testing were extending the height of the wall that I was testing it against. With the 10% ADS boost, the angle grip could be viable in close quarters combat, but might be challenging in longer sprays. Onto the lightweight grip, which actually performed way worse with the muzzle brake. The pattern with the lightweight was very similar to the comp, with a very tight grouping of the first 10 to 15 bullets, but after that it starts to sway a little bit too much. Additionally, the vertical recoil control was considerably worse with the muzzle brake than it was with the compensator. And once again, the thumb grip proving itself to be one of the better attachments for the AUG, had very similar groupings as it did with the compensator, and shows that it provides way more stability in both horizontal and vertical recoil control, even when paired with the muzzle brake. When paired with the muzzle brake, you might struggle with sprays past 50 meters, but with the thumb grips plus 20% in sway control when breathing, makes hitting those shots a lot easier when you're holding shift. And when comparing all 5 attachments used with the muzzle brake side by side, it becomes very clear that the thumb grip is still proving itself to be the best attachment, with both the half and the lightweight grip being closely tied for second place. They just don't pair with the muzzle brake nearly as well as they do with the compensator in controlling horizontal recoil. And last but not least, we take all the spray patterns for all 5 attachments, paired with the comp and the muzzle brake, and put them side by side. If your primary objective is to reduce the recoil as much as possible for the AUG, pretty evident that you'd want to use the compensator with the half grip or compensator with the thumb grip. While the muzzle brake does provide a pretty significant camera shake reduction, it still doesn't hold the light to the compensator and how much it reduces recoil.
Muzzle brake sucks,
that's gonna do it for
dude.
this video, guys. This is pretty fun to make. It's very interesting and insightful.
The compensator is way better than the muzzle brake now.
Primarily using moving forward, as well as which ones I'm not going to be very interested in how much it reduces recoil.
For all of them. Why is the muzzle brake even in the game? That's so bad for the dude. I usually put the muzzle brake at the half. I'm gonna stop doing that. I'll have for comp zone. Also, they should have put Mander in there. Dude, I wonder why this video got 4 downloads. It says it's still wrong what you explained there. The settings on the general sensitivity shot and the rest of the example matter. I shoot well with hand grip, so it's totally wrong. It matters the settings you change, ADS aim, and so on. What? These tests don't take into account everyone's sensitivity. All the effects of the attachment used for this specific weapon. No one's sensitivity is going to be exactly the same, but the attachments are. Yeah, he doesn't. Anyway. The floats. Oh my gosh, you're missing the floats.
And you can see why they're so popular with so many different professional sports.
State coming out to Southern California.
Listen to
I love this
horses.
here, the history right here of the Buffalo Soldiers. If you don't know their history, let's talk about it right here. They are Black Americans who served in the U.S. military from the Civil War to World War II. These are the new Buffalo Soldiers. Marshall August Simeon Jr., thank you for being here. Hello, gentlemen. I want to wave right back at you there.
Don't you want to sing the Bob Marley song?
Is that what comes to mind here?
Buffalo Soldier.
Yeah, well, this is a 40 volunteer Buffalo Soldier organization. They do a lot of activities to represent the history of this. There are also the 25th Infantry Bicycle Corps.
Now we're going to take you to Mississippi in a special musical performance.
Oh, this looks gay already.
With Chapel Hart's soulful melodies and Brandon Bennett's powerhouse vocals, this lush floral tribute from Visit Mississippi, the birthplace of America's music, blends blues, country, and rock and roll.
That's all right, Mama. That's all right with you. That's all right, Mama.
Hey, at least they're cute. What am I looking at though? Are they high schoolers or college kids? Oh fuck, they're gonna copyright me with this shit. Are they actually singing it? Oh, I'm gonna copyright it on this. Elvis impersonator hype.
Hey, hey, hey.
It doesn't even sound like him. I've heard better in Hollywood. Here, savagely. Fast forward these dancers, people, man.
It was so great to
Visit
see. Just a celebration of music there. We thank them for coming here to Southern California. Hello there. I'm Christine. 2500. Look at this one. This is from La Cañada Flint. Self-built floats in the parade, and they are really celebrating innovation
Self-made,
and
baby.
tech here. And over the lifetime of this organization,
there are two companies that build almost all of these floats. One is called Phoenix, another is called Artistic Enterprises. They do an amazing job. And then there are a few folks, including La Cañada Flint Ridge, that say, we're going to build our own, we're going to do this on our own. And they built this themselves. This is a tribute to JPL, which is in La Cañada Flint Ridge. And so you see a Mars rover and an astronaut interacting with an alien. So that hasn't happened yet, but maybe this is a preview of what's to come. Maybe they know something that we don't know.
That's a pretty cool float, though.
Celebration also of Southern California.
How's that thing
here.
flying?
We thank them for that beautiful float there.
How
and
the hell is that thing?
On their award.
And all the incredible work that they do day in, day out as well.
How is that thing flying, man?
Something that we're so
What's going on right now? What am I
Southern
looking
California
at? Is there a drone inside of it? There must be. A drone inside of that box.
How long their projects
That's
are
cool,
to come to
though.
life.
life.
Right. Well, we go from very new school to very old school. This is the U.S. Army Old Guard Fife and Drum Corps, which is under the direction of Commander Benjamin Mac McMillan.
Yeah, there was a drone
So
inside of the box, I think.
Are very old
Had to
school.
have
They're
been.
styled after George Washington's Continental Army. Tricorn hats.
'Cause the little wings that it had
Some
weren't
white
doing
wings.
anything.
This is really taking us back here. Let's listen to some of their music.
Watching an old movie here.
Yeah.
That's an actual person in the military. What is this? Are these actual? This course before every presidential inauguration parade since 1961. That one chick was looking like active duty on the far right.
Cavalry Detachment, which is led by the Marshal, Dacia Wells. They participated over a dozen times in the past, riding quarter horses and also draft mules here. And they're wearing uniforms that are a little newer than what we just saw. These are from the 1880s, U.S. Army historical uniform, which is around the time when the Rose Parade first started. It first started in 1890.
And it started with horses and carriages because cars were not available in that era. And then graduated, obviously, to cars. And, of course, the celebration of the electric car with our sponsor here.
And we're talking about the transformation of the military. You see
The
this
electric
theme that's
car.
coming here. And part of all of that is because it is the 250th birthday of the United States Armed Forces. And that's really celebrated with the first ever Army float.
This is one of my favorite floats. We watched this come to fruition it was being built there. And look at the people that are there on the float celebrating this 250 years of service. There's a George Washington, a Tuskegee Airman, a Navajo code talker, and so many great American heroes there on this float, representing the diversity that they say makes America so great.
And sort of the entire span of the history of the Army, starting with George Washington. You see members of the military on board. board
How does
as
she
well.
know that there's a
are
code
waving.
talker?
They're using this as a way to try
They've
to
had
recruit
that
folks.
to read
This
out.
is so cool. I love these guys.
We got to
These are
talk about the
mini
diversity.
therapy horses from near my hometown of Agoura Hills. These guys are from Calabasas, and look at what they do here.
Dude, those are
They
hilarious.
provide so much joy. They've gone to Shriners Children's Hospital.
How
They've
did
been to
that
the scene of
happen?
mass
I feel
casualties
like
to try
humans
to
made
help
these
people. They work with
shits
the
happen
LA
for no
County Sheriff's
reason.
Department.
So that their
these
kids
guys
could
can do
learn
some
how to
really
ride a
cool
horse when they were
They perform
5
tricks
years
like
old.
high fives. They can smile on command, and they play the
Yes,
keyboard as well.
make them smaller, sweetie. We can make them smaller.
Humane and Hills Pet Nutrition.
For you, I'll figure it
Look
out.
at the animated dogs there, but also on that float
did they do
are
that?
3 dogs, adoptable dogs for you to take home and love with your family.
I'm looking
They're from
into it.
Pasadena Humane. We've got Moto, Rex, and Alfie on that float. A reminder of the dogs that are needing homes in our communities.
And it was cool when these were being created. The dogs that these were based off of came and saw the float.
Horses.
They modeled those after actual dogs, and they got to see themselves. And I think the dogs were a little confused by what was going on up there.
Miniature horses are a result of selective breeding of small horses and ponies over centuries. First record of miniature horses is from court of King Louis the 14th of France in 1650. They were originally bred as pets for nobility, but were later used in the mines of Britain and Northern Europe. I knew it was rich people, dude. I called that shit. They wanted their kids to be able to ride a horse.
Hours of volunteer work and being kind.
I'll get one for you, sweetie, I promise.
Wings flapping, and our thanks to the volunteers.
But it took hundreds of years, apparently, for it to...
In these floats. All right, a band you must watch. This is the
Had to keep at it.
Tachibana High School Green Band. They're from Japan. Take a look here closely.
Different types of miniature horses developed from regional breeding programs. For example, the Falabella breed was developed in Argentina in the mid-1800s. First record of a small horse in the United States was in 1888, but the breed didn't become popular until the 1960s. American Miniature Horse Association officially established the breed in 1978. They're known for being gentle, easy to train, and able to pull 4 times their own weight. They are often used as pets, show animals, and therapy animals for people with disabilities. They're very cute.
Sashi Matsu, with the intent of improving girls and their health. Looking nice, ladies. Love
Are they smarter than dogs?
And welcome to Southern California, all the way from Japan.
Or
it's so
miniature
cool. They really do have that weight down. It's very well done.
smarter than
Very
dogs.
well choreographed.
This band founded in 1961.
According to many searches, miniature horses are generally considered to be as intelligent, if not slightly more intelligent, than most dogs, particularly when it comes to problem solving and spatial awareness, due to their ability to learn complex tasks and navigate tight spaces. However, the smartness of an animal can depend greatly on the individual and breed, making direct comparisons difficult.
Defying gravity. You see the
You know, a
Emerald
dumbass
City
horse,
is
I
part of
guess.
this, as is Glinda. Look at Glinda and
Or a
her
super smart
hair
dog.
and her crown, and the contrast between the pink and the black and the green all combined. There
Or you could have
see
Mr.
the
Ed.
Emerald City of Oz represented. And a last-minute ad, John Chu, the
A
director
horse is a
of
horse,
Wicked,
of course, of
is
course.
also on this float as well. Hopefully we get a chance to see him. Wicked now available
Hey, Wilbur.
on demand if people want to check it
That's
out.
such a weird show.
Tonight, or it started last night,
Where
New
did
Year's
they
Eve.
get the idea for a float like that? I have no idea.
It'd be the biggest cultural phenomenon. But look at the details when you really see all
Why don't we have
of this
any talking
up
horse
close.
shows
It
nowadays?
really is spectacular. And even look at, like, the hair is done with black curly seaweed for Elphaba there. And you can hear the music there. Have you seen it yet?
I have seen it, yes. I'm thinking, what a year for the actors. Oh, but we're going to move on to the band. This is
There
the
you go.
Pasadena City College Herald Trumpets. This is their 45th consecutive year announcing the Rose
in there.
Queen and her royal court. stand by for that. Let's hear the trumpets. The Rose Court float. Congratulations to them, led by the 106th Rose Queen, Lindsay Charles, and her court. Impressive young ladies, distinguished members of the community. They do so many service projects. They're just really wonderful young women, and we are so proud to celebrate them.
Lindsay Charles is a senior at Westridge School in San Marino. She's involved as the track and field co-president of food campaign, the Gorillas Club, the STEMology for kids. She basically does it all. And she's fluent in Mandarin as well.
Well, I think we should give her the crown.
Yeah.
They look wonderful. It's such a tradition, such a part of this whole Rose Parade. And every year we love to announce on the news the Queen's Court and the Queen, and just a spectacular time to be a young lady for these girls. Yeah. I love it.
Yeah.
Congratulations to them and to their families as well.
Yes.
Parents, you did good.
So beautiful. They're so
what college
pretty.
they choose to enter as well.
Bless
I'm sure
their
they're going to have
hearts.
lots of options.
I love beautiful
this
people.
Is the official band of the Tournament of Roses Parade from Pasadena City College, led by director Kyle Luck. They have been a part of this parade since 1930. That's 96 years. They got 225 musicians. Let's give them a listen.
Okay, this is the white band. You see the difference? Everybody's in unison. The black band, everybody was fucking out there just partying. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. But there's a difference. But still not in step though, these stupid shits. Bro. If this were China, they would all be perfect. Or they would get beat afterwards.
Workout right there, isn't it? That is a physical workout, and they've got quite a long march.
Because they got to step one time.
Of the parade. They are there with full energy, but they've been here for hours this morning, staging and getting into place.
Oh, see, off. Error. Oh, dude, if this were competition, they suck.
Impressive work on the flags there.
No, it's not. What are you talking about?
25 members.
The fuck, they need to all be doing it at the same time. How many times have they practiced that shit?
The Budweiser Clydesdale.
Horses have better unison.
Famous, of course, created in 1933, led by Marshall Brady Jansen. They always travel with a total of 10, as they call them, gentle giants.
Yeah, and we saw that Dalmatian, which we often see in the advertisements for
Dalmatian
Budweiser.
looking like a
folks
boss,
that may have had
dude.
a Budweiser or two last night on New Year's Eve, cheers to you. Some of you folks may be watching the rebroadcast
That's
of
cool.
this as we air it throughout the day. Maybe you're sleeping in after enjoying a Budweiser. The Clydesdale started in 1933 as a way to celebrate the end of Prohibition in America. The Clydesdale were a way to honor that and promote that, and they still come year after year. So many Super Bowl commercials, and are majestic. They stand 6 feet tall and can weigh 2,000 pounds. All right,
another winner.
Fantasy Award winner.
That's pretty
is
cool
the
looking.
Outstanding display of fantasy and imagination, and it comes from the city of South Pasadena. It's called Seize the Day, and you
The
look
sea
at
turtle.
the animal buddies here are having their best day ever. They are the oldest self-built float in the parade. They do this themselves, and they started, Christine, back in 1893, in year 3 of the parade.
What's neat about this? 15 different roses on this float. And again, these are volunteers who work on these floats. That's what they brag about with this parade.
Yeah, exactly.
It's an all-volunteer team
Hell no.
that's sitting there putting each and every flower into place, each and every seed into place.
It talks about how you got to paint these things beforehand, though.
Thing to do together.
So we're looking at bark,
I would have loved to put the flowers in it, dude. That would have been cool.
A lot of those things are donated from the community. Okay, let's talk about some football. We're seeing right now the float from the University of Oregon, who are participating in the Rose Bowl game later on today. Oregon,
The painters don't even get any shout out.
12-0 in their first year in the Big Ten. They won the Big Ten championship. They're playing against Ohio State, the The Ohio State University later in the game, and if they win, they will go to the semifinals. Here you see the band from the University of Oregon. Of course, the bowl game, the reason they call it the
America's going to shit.
The Rose Bowl game.
Look at you can just look at the bands of these colleges and tell that it's going to shit. They can't even stay in step, dude.
Matchup today. So let's listen to some of the Ducks.
Look at their feet. Let me see what they got going on here. No. Well, those carrying the flag in the very front definitely weren't in step. They're carrying the banner. You see an above shot.
Best day ever. You saw the.
They're not letting us see them long enough for me to look at them.
What I like about this is the members here represent 50 different degree programs at the University of Oregon.
Their lines aren't very straight for one. Look at it. Their lines are crooked as shit.
And, over 200 members of this band marching.
Can we get better?
And what a debut for Oregon. You know, this was
what are they doing?
Transition from the Pac-12 to the Big Ten.
They got fat chicks on their squad.
Dismissed a lot of our schools from out west, and they have been the best.
You'll see that on the Mexican squad.
A real chance to win the national
or was it the Argentina squad that was skinnier?
Is trying out this 12-team playoff. We're seeing how
Brought to you by Honda.
It doesn't work.
An unpredictable year.
An electric vehicle.
College football is in such a different place now with name and likeness and people getting paid and transfer portals, and the whole thing is different. But the Rose Bowl and the Rose Parade endure. And now we're looking at the Hall of Fame inductees from a bit of a different era in college football. Honored this year is LaMichael James, who is a running back from Oregon, and also Michigan State coach Mark D'Antonio, who led the Spartans to a Rose Bowl victory. You see there, Michael giving the O for Oregon, and a lot of Oregon folks here excited to see him. USC's Reggie Bush,
like a Budweiser thing on the side of that can.
Hall of Fame class, who's supposed to be out here today. Not quite sure why he's not. He was a last-minute scratch. Let's hope that he's okay. He was out with them a couple days ago, being officially inducted. We'll see if he's a part of the Rose Bowl game a little bit later today.
Well, you've done so many stories on him.
Budweiser fire truck.
Yeah. Well, I was here with him when USC lost the Rose Bowl to Texas. I was a member, a student here, what is widely considered the greatest college football game, or one of the greatest college football games of all time, and one of the greatest Rose Bowls of all time.
How do you want to be here?
Bowl. Yes, there we go.
Bowling.
Yeah.
67 million people bowl. And so this is the goalbowling.com float. It is gorgeous. We saw this one also in production. And this is one of those tall floats that they have to lower to make the trek over to the parade and raise it back up. It is really a wonderful float. The theme chosen because the best day ever to a bowler would be to have a perfect game.
Yeah, and which of course would be a 300 if you're able to get that. I haven't come anywhere close to that. I don't know if you've come anywhere close to that. No. Mookie Betts can do that, who is
a recreational bowler.
Yeah, who's a Dodger superstar who could also be a professional bowler. And so goalbowling.com is a place where you can go and find out info on where you can find bowling alleys and games and all the rest of it near you. And so this is an opportunity to promote that and promote bowling. The parade continues right now with an entry from Northwest Spotted Drafts. It's their first time in the parade. It's the first time that we've ever seen this breed in the Rose Parade before. The Wilder family in the Pacific Northwest has raised these horses for 60 years, and they're showcasing them right here. There they are on being driven and showcasing this really beautiful Northwest Spotted Draft.
Oh, interesting.
Got a lot of different kinds of horses. We got the Clydesdales, we got Andalusans, we've got
part of
these.
a parade.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they all somehow get along.
Alex, we're talking football again.
We continue with the Ohio State University. You can't just say Ohio State. You have to say the Ohio State University, who are going to be competing in the Rose Bowl game. They come in 11-2 this year. They're the number 8 seed. This is going to be their 12th time that Ohio State and Oregon have met. So the all-time record is Ohio State 9, Oregon 2. But Oregon have won the last 2, including this season. So it's really unclear who's going to win, which is why we watch. But really a great matchup, one of the best matchups in all of the college football playoff, which is happening this year. And we see the Buckeyes are very proud to be out here today and to be represented. Ohio State has been in so many different Rose Parades and Rose Bowls over the year. And they're here with their band as well. They call themselves the best damn band in the land. And USC calls itself the best band in the history of the universe. So they're the best band in the land. They are considered one of the most celebrated and impressive bands in all of college football.
What a history. They go back to the late 1800s. And what I think they came out here for, Alex, is the weather.
Yes.
I'm thinking right now in Ohio, it might be a little chillier than it is here in sunny Southern California.
I take Pasadena.
These slouches in the back.
So we can listen in to some
What are these, like stand-ins in case somebody falls out? Must be. You have to have one of every instrument back there walking behind them.
We bring in the mayor of Pasadena,
the mayor of Pasadena, Victor Gordo, with his wife Kelly and their 2 children.
Hey, fuck this hoe, dog.
Special time to be the mayor of Pasadena.
Oh, Pasadena. Oh, I thought it was Carol Bassett.
Year plus to bring this day to the rest of the world. And some VIP.
Hey, yo, Terry Crews, bro.
Terry Crews, actor, sports figure.
Hey.
Rebecca Crews also has a fashion line that she debuted here in Pasadena. And we have a longtime Pasadena residents as well. And the famed Jaime Harin, his wife Maggie Harin, and their son Jorge Harin, Baseball Hall of Fame broadcaster.
Yeah, who broadcast the Dodgers in Spanish language for over 60 years. Also lives here in Pasadena. Victor Gordo just won re-election.
Are those the security guards walking next to theirs because Terry's there, or what? Because the mayor's there?
Has got to be riding in the Rose
High
Parade.
profile.
It's the car of locals.
Yes.
You can see why they live in Pasadena. And if you're here and you're driving around the community, it is just a wonderful place to be in Southern California. And in Pasadena came up with the idea for this Rose Parade to bring the weather to the rest of the world.
They got wheels on their banner, bro.
And speaking of cold,
Oh, their arms are so
how about
skinny.
these guys? This is the Lincoln Way Marching Band. They're from the suburbs of Chicago. It's students from 3 different Lincoln Way high schools wearing custom uniforms created specifically for today's parade. They've got 160 members playing, and let's take a listen to them.
By Honda. By Honda. Buy a new car.
We are now at the top of the hour, and we want to welcome you back to our continuous coverage of the 136th Tournament of Roses Parade here on Fox 11 locally, airing around the country on Fox stations and streaming on the Fox local app. I'm Alex Michelson.
Thanks for joining us here on New Year's Day. Happy 2025. Hope yours is off to a good start. Or maybe you're still like in your pajamas. Specifically, Pasadena, California.
Fully in my pajamas. Y'all haven't seen me from the waist down right now.
As we continue
actually naked.
day of music
Simon's in my lap,
fun
so I have
and all all the rest that is happening
have
right
natural
now.
clothing.
And in a few moments, we're going to have another one of our
Be
breakout
nice and
musical
warm.
performances. But in the meantime, we continue to watch the Lincoln Way
He likes to
marching
shit on me
band
when I'm
making its
naked.
way down the streets here of Pasadena, visiting us from the East Coast and enjoying our beautiful weather, our perfect sunny skies. This is Chamber of Commerce
fucking
weather.
Bronco.
And a great day to check out some horses as well.
I love these horses. The International Andalusian and Lusitano Horse Association. The Andalusian horse.
How do they
is a
train those
Spanish
horses to do
breed.
that?
The Lusitano horse is from Portugal, and they compete at the highest levels of equestrian sport. And they are gorgeous. The horses always a part of this beautiful parade. And
I wonder
we
if it's
welcome
bad
them.
for their ankles to walk like that.
And look at those beautiful outfits they've got going on, too. Festive as well.
He should know.
And so in just a few moments, we're going to have another one of our breakout musical performances. This is going to come from the state of Louisiana.
So they have to raffle their ankles up if it's not bad for them.
Who is the nephew of Tim McGraw.
The authentic spirit of a Louisiana Saturday night with this
The kids like this type of stuff, probably.
Join Timothy Wayne for a toe-tapping performance that brings the rich culture and vibrant rhythms of Louisiana's legendary musical heritage to life.
Oh, they're talking about Louisiana. What the hell? I don't know. Kids might like it, but I don't. Gay.
Of Roses Parade once again. A very happy new year to everybody that is watching us right now, and what a great way to start off this new year together. The theme of this parade is Best Day Ever, and we hope...
I'm Christine Devine here with LA Broadcast.
Volunteer. It is about taking things on the road. You see a lot of the different volunteers there who are waving hello to everybody. You see a cat taking a selfie. You see a rooster, 2 dogs, pigs, cows. There's the cow.
Why does the cow have a fucking rainbow hat on?
Designed. Pigs, cows. There's
Who's
the
that?
cow right there.
Is it a gay
which
cow?
Are also well designed and decorated as well.
Something's got to be on gay on every float. I think that's a prerequisite. They won't let them in the parade
35 feet and under.
unless they have one piece of gay flair.
Working on it all year, but really working on it in the last few weeks.
Found it. It's like the Where's Waldo of the Rose Parade. You got to find their gay flair.
An estimated 17,000.
Can you find it?
Here.
And talking about another marching band all the way from Florida. Welcome to California. It's the Seminole High School Warhawk Marching Band.
Oh, they got a little black in them.
The parade in 2005.
They've been infiltrated. Holy shit, what are they doing?
It's Gangnam Style, remember that?
Yes.
The school has been infiltrated by a black band teacher. An instructor or whatever they're called. They're very dancey. It usually doesn't make for better music. Fucking dude almost dropped his drum right here. Look at this. It looked like it. Wait, he's right. Where is he at? I lost him. I couldn't figure out which one he was.
You brought back memories of walking the dance move there here in your seat. If only the viewers could see you doing the dance. That is something to see. What a fun song, though.
Yeah, it really is. It's something that
Playing a Korean song.
It's amazing what something is like the biggest
Playing a
thing in the world,
Korean
and then it just
song.
kinda goes away, but we
Why?
have
You could have picked so many different songs. You picked Gangnam Style.
on the Seminole High School.
Fuck you, Seminole High School, you weirdos.
Out of Florida as well. They
Your
did it
band
well.
instructor, teacher, whatever is a fucking weirdo.
You know, as they're going down the street, people are going to recognize a song, and it just brings it.
Why couldn't they have picked an American song that people could recognize? It's a fucking bro. Rose Parade. It's American.
This is the UPS store float called Helping Dreams.
You think back when it was created, high schoolers were coming through here playing shit from other countries?
Her two baby pterodactyls to take flight.
I'd be very surprised if they were.
Oh, but it's progressive, man.
Progressive, we're all the same.
Them take flight. That's why you see this flight theme. And look at the animatronics on these dinosaurs moving, which is really extraordinary.
No, you got Koreans here too, man.
The tallest floats of the year. And what that means is they have to be able to lower it down to make the trip here to the parade route and then raise it back up, which is such a cool.
Why it did alone. Yeah. But you do see
trying to appeal to Koreans for
as well.
I mean, yeah, as they're putting like pumpkin seeds.
Yeah.
All right, this one here, Spirit of the West riders. Look at the history you see when you look at that right there. This is a blast from the past, they say, and that wagon, that chuck wagon, is restored from 1900. It's a Modesto special chuck wagon. They're talking about an era that was covered between 1840 and 1920, period of the America West.
And there's an important cause behind them. They ride on behalf of the John Wayne Cancer Foundation, help raise funds for them as well as awareness. So we thank them for their continued good efforts as they move down the parade float with their lassos and everything else.
I love the history that we see in this parade as well.
Now to the Grand Marshal Award, which is for creative concept and float design, and it's for a first-time entry, which is from the country of Vietnam. Our next float is Love to You, which highlights a journey of dreams.
Vietnam
the
one,
word you, which is Y-E-U,
the
means love
float.
in Vietnamese. And Love To's mission supports youth and educational programs in the U.S. and in Vietnam.
Right.
This scene here is a celebration of Tet, which is the Vietnamese Lunar New Year, which is displayed on this float. The red,
Vietnamese,
yellow,
you matter,
orange,
okay?
and pink all honor
You know you
Tet.
matter.
And this is, again, the first
They're
time that
there.
we've
Let's
seen them. And
everyone go out and pet a
year one was
Vietnamese
one of the
person
most,
today.
colorful
I'll pet her.
displays we've seen.
Happy Lunar New Year, we say to them.
Wouldn't
You know,
mind
I
petting
have
her.
siblings from Vietnam, foster siblings, and so that is something that they
You gotta
celebrate.
pet me too.
And it's a beautiful float. Look at that there, the dancers there on the ground. Amazing.
And that's one of the coolest parts of this.
Okay, I'll pet them too, and I consider
to stay that position, everything else.
like it reciprocated.
The celebration of cultures and just being here, and for us learning about this and seeing these floats, you learn
massage,
about
please.
so many different cultures from around the world, all smiling, all coming together, all celebrating this together. Thanks to the folks here in Pasadena who put this on and bring this one moment of joy.
These are definitely all massage parlor workers.
All over the world.
And we saw this float coming to life as well. We were down there at the location.
Hey, go Navy, bitches.
All right, we're talking another band here. This is the United States
Here we
Navy
go.
Band. You do want to listen in.
This is where we get professional. In step. You better be, motherfuckers. Dude, we used to sing this every time we went under the bridge.
U.S. Navy Band founded in 1925, and this year, the U.S. Navy celebrates 250 years of defending freedom and protecting America's interests around the world. I have a brother in the Navy, so we celebrate the U.S. Navy.
I think you're going to have a connection to every single float.
Sorry about
you got to pick it up. No,
They're looking good.
I love that
They're
about
looking
you.
good out there, straight lines. Much straight in the stupid college fucking bands.
Our folks from the military march on, and it puts everybody in a great mood as well.
Look how much
Inspiring
straighter they are,
patriotism and
dude.
strength, and relationships with allies and partner nations.
Fuck yeah, make those stupid college bands look like idiots.
And everybody who is serving as well, we remember them. Now to the Mayor Award winner for Outstanding Float from a participating city. The city is Alhambra, and their float is called Good Day Dreamin'. Amazing story behind this, Christine. So this was designed by a 4th grade student who lives in Alhambra. Her name is Chelsea Young, and her design included this new dog park, which is coming later this year.
250 years for Navy though this year. That means they're going to put out a pretty badass video probably when if they or did they already? That's what they put out, I guess. So we watched.
Like having your float design. I don't even know if you can quite conceptualize what that actually means, but seeing it come to life. Alhambra, by the way, has participated in the Rose Parade.
Where's Tux at, bro?
You as a child only got to watch.
Okay, I'm gonna see if he's in the backyard.
I wasn't on a float with my dog that big, but we love that dog, and we thanks to Alhambra for bringing it to us.
This float here, I love. It celebrates veterans. Coding for veterans. It's called Coming Home to
Fight On.
Yeah.
Look, we got the USC people there.
Yeah, that's your people right there,
yeah.
USC. They're back for the second year, and they're a great organization. What they do is train vets in software development and cybersecurity. In just 1 year.
Whoa. Look at them. You get nervous sometimes when you hear sounds, but that's on purpose.
From the float.
Yeah.
From the float.
I'm back there. I'm starting to get nervous.
Just 1 year, graduates go from literally serving on the battlefield to serving.
What happened to him last night? I mean, I was a little late taking the food out today. Maybe that's it.
Thank you for your service.
And the only way USC could be a part of this is on that float because we didn't earn it on the football field. But we appreciate all that they have done as well. And what an important concept, right? Getting people prepared not only for the next
Going to the LA Science Center,
which is in terms of coding, but
I don't
also
know.
jobs that can be in many different industries as well. Yep, jobs of the present as well.
Yeah.
Okay, speaking of, we just talked about the present, the future. Let's talk about the past.
There was a Canadian float. I missed it.
Marching band. They are dressed as Revolutionary War soldiers.
Military float?
Again, continuing that celebration of 250 years of American independence. The band is led by John.
Is it?
1 year.
It's not it, is it? Oh, what?
And yeah, that's your people called Coming Home to
Fight On.
Yeah.
Look, we got the USC people there.
Yeah, that's your people right there,
Yeah.
USC. They're back for the second year, and they're a great organization. What they do is train vets in software development and cybersecurity. In just 1 year.
Is it a Canadian thing?
Look at them. You get nervous sometimes.
Confusing. There's an American flag on the ship, though.
From the float. Yeah. Anyway, I'm saying in just 1 year, graduates.
Dude, that's my fucking ship number. That's wild.
Serving in cyberspace. It's about jobs and the economy, and we celebrate
my
our
old
veterans.
ship number.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for your service.
And the only way USC could be a part of this is on that float because we didn't earn it on the football field. But we appreciate all that they have.
Very weird Canadian thing
what an
going on here.
Concept,
I don't get it.
Getting people prepared not only for the next era of warfare, which is in terms of coding, but also jobs that can be in many different industries as well. Yep, jobs of the present as well.
Yeah.
Okay, speaking of, we just talked about the present, the future. Let's talk about the past a little bit. The New England Honor Marching Band. They are dressed as Revolutionary War soldiers. Again, continuing that celebration of 250 years of American independence. The band is led by John Waters, and students hailing from 6 states of New England, assembled especially for today's parade. This is the one time that they all perform together. We're talking about Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine. Let's listen to them.
It's a high school. Close to each other. Are they free?
We're looking now at the Lutheran Hour Ministries. Behold,
I've been to the
Jesus,
Smithsonian
the Savior
Space
is born.
Museum,
Of course,
though.
it's come up for Christmas.
Space and Aeronautical Museum. It's the only museum I saw the whole thing of.
And this is their definition of the best day ever, which is the theme of this parade, Christmas. And you have stained glass windows on the church. They highlight other best days, baptism, Jesus and the children.
Is it better than the Smithsonian?
And the returning king.
Space and Aeronautical. I went inside of stuff that's been in outer space.
That is a commitment.
Some, I forget what it's
really,
called.
You know, and you see the baptism scene there as well. The angel wings.
Howard
there,
Hughes' plane is there.
Fine ground rice and yellow fine cut straw flour to all make that possible. I love the trumpets are so beautiful there as well. All right, more music. This is the Pebble Hills High School Spartan Marching Band. They hail from El Paso, Texas, one of our border communities, and it's their first time ever.
It's just like something that was in outer space before the
El Paso. A lot of
space station.
Parents,
like the OG space station you're able to tour inside of.
Backgrounds. Let's give them their big moment. Take a listen.
Texas, is they wanted noted that a lot of their students come from many socioeconomically disadvantaged working families. How proud their families must be to see their children here in Southern California on New Year's Day marching in the Rose Parade. Congrats to them, parents. Job well done.
Yeah, now look at these. The flags.
And they're making history because they're in the parade for the first time.
A big deal for the community of El Paso who are watching this proudly, watching their sons and daughters on the world stage. Again, some 50 million people around the world watching the Rose Parade this morning.
Think of the fundraising they had to do to raise the money. Often they have to do fundraisers to be able to make it here, you know, a whole different state.
The Americana Award this year is for the depiction of national treasures and traditions, and it goes to Elks USA, Cherished Memories.
Cherished Memories right here. They are showcasing a day in the life of one of their many Elks summer camps across the country. Elks founded in 1868, and they have these virtues: charity, justice, brotherly love, and fidelity. We thank the Elks for being here with us today in the parade. I'd like to go to that summer camp.
Yeah.
To go canoeing.
Yeah, you got the canoe. You got some mountain biking on display there.
Sports, reading, crafts.
You got a 20-foot suspension bridge on display as well. This looks like fun.
Did you ever go to summer camp?
Sort of.
Yeah.
Shout out to Camp Canarit in Agora Hills.
Very nice.
Did you?
I have memories of camp. I was a Girl Scout, so we did things like this, earning our badges. Yeah. Who doesn't love summer camp?
Yeah, and the Elks, founded back in 1868, they now have nearly 800,000 members across the country. They fund millions of dollars worth of scholarships every year.
Is it all
for
boys?
America's youth. You see them, and look at that real waterfall. Isn't that cool?
Oh, yeah. Just a great service organization. I mean, who hasn't heard of the Elks USA, right?
Yeah.
A lot of people
it's
haven't.
Their 18th year in the Rose Parade, an estimated 34,000 flowers on display there. We keep the horses coming. This is the Painted Ladies Rodeo Performers. The ladies all share a tight bond over their love for horses and equestrian skills. They're passing that down to the next generation. That's pretty cool, Christine. You've got grandmothers, daughters, and granddaughters all riding side by side today for the Painted Ladies Rodeo Performers, which is their 10th year that they have been in the Rose Parade.
Generations share sharing the same passion. Can you imagine that, celebrating that with your family? All right, we've got another float. This is the Core Kidney float. It's in your hands. It takes two is the theme. And what they do is they represent kidney disease. 1 in 3 adults are at risk of kidney disease.
Wow.
Alex, you were telling me about the float itself. They're representative.
Yeah, so if you look towards the front of the float, hopefully we'll be able to show in a second, you get a sense that the flowers are basically designed like kidneys, and that's supposed to represent kidneys themselves.
Well, is there a diseased kidney on there? I want to see what that looks like.
Screen your
The flowers.
kidneys. Obviously, they're sending a message here of health.
You know, like this is your long on cigarettes float.
Front and center at the Rose
These
Parade.
black roses.
A message for us all. Core Kidney is the
hot.
name. It's in your hand. It takes two.
Makes you want a
Those two
cigarette.
simple tests to screen your kidneys.
More music now and more marching bands. This is the All-Star Marching Band from Mexico. It is led by Luis Alberto Mendoza
Yeah,
Gomez.
they should have had the
It's
horses
largest
shitting in front of this
and highest level
band.
marching band in the entire country of Mexico. And we love their costumes here. A fusion of little traditional Mexican heritage and some modern flair as well. It's the first time that they have been in the parade. And not only do they test their band members' ability to play their instruments, they also do a personality test to make sure that they would be model citizens and be able to be a part of this group. Let's listen into their music. All right.
Oh, another award winner. This is the display
I
of
hope you don't listen to their
showmanship
music.
award.
They're
Trader
Mexicans.
Joe's. Here we go.
They're-
Did you know Trader Joe's was founded in Pasadena?
Well, they shut the border down.
Today. I just learned that, yeah.
And if you don't have a Trader Joe's in your city, because we are broadcasting
No more
locally,
tequila.
it is one of our great stores, markets. They have the neatest foods, fun foods, I always call it. It's one of those places that you just love to go. Great deals. They opened in 1967. They do have 600 stores nationwide.
And so this float is long, the longest float in the parade, 85-foot locomotive float, using 57,000 flowers. Wow. You see, multiple pieces have to be connected to each other so that they can make the turns because it would be too much.
Oh, yeah, Brody.
And you see,
You did more 4 days than I've done in the past
just like in a Trader
7
Joe's
years
store,
living
there's
here.
a lot going on.
It really is a fun float. It's a celebration of food and things you can buy and things that we love to eat. Now, I love going to Trader Joe's and looking around to see what they have because it's not always your traditional grocery store. They have really fun items that are different. You're like, I'm going to try that.
Yeah, and it's great if you don't really know how to cook, and it makes it pretty easy for you as well,
stuff.
which is good.
You grab and go.
So you look at some of the different offerings there. Look at how cool those are. Spinners.
Want to do some baking?
Well, I know. I'm ready. This is making me hungry. Thanks to Trader Joe's.
They always do a whimsical float.
So we go from Trader Joe's, which started here in Pasadena. We take you around the world now to Elsinore, Denmark.
Several killed after firework chaos in Germany.
They're the Elsinore Girls Marching Band. They're from Kronborg Castle, which is at the center of their hometown, which is the setting for Hamlet from Shakespeare. Let's listen to their music. Or married, whatever comes first.
It's for girls.
Yeah, so it's called the Girls Band.
All right, the Arabian Horse Association, versatile Arabians. They are gorgeous. And look at some of the outfits they're on, those horses, and the people that are riding them. Amazing. Now, here's a fun fact. Did you know that every single horse can trace its roots back to an Arabian? They are the world's oldest breed.
And so they call themselves the only true purebred because they are the oldest breed. This is the OG of horses.
I love it. And some of the horses are second generation of Rose Parade horses with their riders. They've been riding with our group long enough to be partnering with their second Rose Parade horse. We welcome them back again for yet another year.
They really are beautiful, beautiful horses riding. And, you know, they're so valuable. In Europe during World War II, Polish people protected their Arabian horses before their own homes. Now to another float. This is the Leishman Public Spirit Award for their floral presentation. And it comes from Cal Poly University's Lake Day with Scottish Animals and Nessie. They're bringing to life the best day ever for Nessie, the Loch Ness Monster.
There really is a Loch Ness Monster.
Apparently, and we're looking at her. And Cal Poly remains the only student-built float in the whole parade. So this was entirely built by students.
Former FBI agent and Fox News contributor Nicole Parker. Nicole, thank you for waking up for us on this New Year's Day. You are seeing the news unfold, and we are trying to parse and make sense of the unbelievably conflicting messages coming from the mayor, calling it a terror attack, and then the now FBI Assistant Special Agent in charge, Aletha Duncan, immediately saying it was not.
You know, Griff, first of all, thank you for having me join. What a horrible tragedy. I mean, I literally were waking up with hope for 2025. I was literally out running, and I got a text message from Fox asking if I could join, and here we are, again, discussing another tragedy in our country. I agree with you.
At least it wasn't a gun, was it?
That press conference was not good. You cannot send a conflicting message out to the American people and give them reassurance that everything's okay. That was very confusing, and you're exactly right. You have someone from the police department coming out and saying it's terrorism, and then you have FBI coming out and saying it is not terrorism, but there were IEDs involved. My gut instinct, this is terrorism. The FBI is taking over this for a reason. There will be a lot of information that will come out. I do know individuals that are on the ground there right now. This is very serious. This is the real deal. They're going to do a very full and thorough investigation. At this point, that's all I can tell you, Griff, is that this is the real deal. You will get more information coming soon. Likely involves I think that there's definitely some foreign terrorist organization groups involved backing this. As you mentioned, that there's been other things that have occurred in other countries recently, similar in nature. There are people that hate America. They hate our freedoms. They hate what we stand for. This is a time when people are celebrating New Year's. This is 2025. People have hope. And like you said, big bowl game going on. People are coming together, and this person was hell-bent on causing absolute destruction and chaos. The fact that the FBI said it is not terrorism. Again, I am not the spokesperson for the FBI. I am a former FBI agent. I would strongly disagree with that statement, and I do believe that it is terrorism. The fact that the FBI is taking over, that is a very strong indication. And based on information that I have, this is the real deal, and it is very serious.
Hi, Nicole. Thanks so much for being with us. This is Nicole. Question for you. Chief Kirkpatrick said that they spoke to the White House and that the FBI is going to be taking over the investigation. And then, Special Agent Duncan then came out and said this is not a terrorism event. I feel like she was alluding to maybe at this time, what would it take for them to declare this a terrorist event? Maybe they're waiting for more information or confirmation of something. But what is it that they would be looking for to actually give it that classification?
Right. So there have been instances that I've, responded to, and initially it could go either way, right? It could go with the locals, it could go with the feds. But anytime that there's mention or indication or sign of something like ISIS, that's going to go to FBI. Okay. So anything that is declared or appears to be terrorist related, whether it is or it is not in the end, if there are any indications that it could be, that's going to automatically go to FBI. The fact that it is going to FBI, that is a strong indication of what is going on right now. Again, I have sources that this is a terrorist event.
Nicole, so if you've said some things and you hadn't said them together, you know people there, you have sources. you strongly believe this is a terrorist attack. You even went so far as to say, potentially foreign actors involved, maybe similar to incidents have happened. So if we take that at face value, if we take this idea that 2 out of 3 people essentially called it a terrorist attack, then we deduced that perhaps the assistant special agent in charge misspoke. If that were the case, is there any onus at the FBI to come back to the microphone and clear that up quickly, or wait till the next press conference? I mean, they have to know that, Fox is sitting here talking about this. The other networks are probably talking about this. Everyone's confused. Where, isn't there some sort of, is there someone in charge who would say, hey, let's go back to the microphone and clear this up real quick?
I absolutely agree with your statement. I left the FBI for a reason. Unfortunately, I can't explain what they did. I no longer work there, but I can just tell you that, they're probably being very careful to make certain statements publicly because they want to make sure that they have all their ducks in a row. And I respect that, right? But when you have people from different law enforcement agencies giving conflicting information, that's never a good thing for the American people. They deserve transparency. They deserve to understand what's going on in their communities. And I'll just leave it at that. I would hope that the FBI would clarify things as quickly as they possibly can, because there does seem to be some confusion, and that's never a good thing. But like Alexis mentioned, your reporter, when things initially break out, there always is chaos. Yeah. I worked on violent crime at the FBI, and when something breaks, it's always go, and tons of information's coming in, and everyone's just trying to get all hands on deck and get things organized. Maybe that's what that was. But I just would like you to know, and for viewers to know, that sadly and tragically, this does appear that this wasn't just, like one of the officers mentioned, this is not just someone who was drunk and drove their car into a crowd. This does appear to be quite intentional, probably very well planned out, probably didn't just come up with this idea today, probably planned this out several days in advance, maybe more. Yeah. This is a hot spot. This is where people celebrate, and we know that those that commit terrorist acts, their goal is to create total chaos, havoc, fear, death, and destruction, and there are people that want to see us be hurt.
Well, and you mentioned a hot spot, Nicole. Look, this is very much still ongoing. New Orleans Emergency Preparedness Homeland Security Office tweeting out at their NOLA Ready X account handle saying, because this is an active scene, we're urging residents to stay off Bourbon and to Canal, and Dumaine to Royal to Dauphine. So it appears that they are concerned about what may still exist, and walk us through maybe some of their concerns as people are starting to wake up in New Orleans. What might be further concerns that they're being so careful about?
Right. So the ASAC Alethea Duncan, she mentioned IEDs. That's obviously a very serious concern, right? They need to do this is a very active investigation right now. That in and of itself, you need to stay out of the area, because they've got to have all the space they need. This is a crime scene, and they need everyone to stay away. And the fact that there could be other IEDs, if that was when, mentioned that they said that there were IEDs involved, they need to do major sweeps of the area. But again, active crime scene in and of itself, without IEDs, stay away from the area. And I know that's not reassuring to tourists. I mean, this is the hottest spot in New Orleans. But you know what? Your safety is first. I guarantee you they're going to be evacuating the areas in that surrounding immediate area. There's going to be a lot that they're going to have to do, but I truly believe this is an act of terrorism and needs to be treated as such. And this is an all hands on deck matter. And it's very tragic that this is how we're starting off 2025 in America.
It is. It's tragic. 10 dead, 30 in the hospital. 2 officers have been shot. Nicole, one thing that they said 8 blocks. They don't want anybody coming. They mentioned that there's possible explosive device. We have the Sugar Bowl there later on today. What do you think the FBI is going to do in preparation of that? Should people be concerned?
Right. Well, I can tell you that the FBI has been preparing for the Sugar Bowl. That's not something, again, that the FBI starts preparation for. Again, I was an FBI agent here in Miami. We have the Orange Bowl. We have big events here in Miami. We have the Super Bowl. Those are things that, as the FBI, they prep for these events well in advance, and they're prepping with the local counterparts, local, state, and federal, they're all getting hands on deck. But when an incident like this happens, Nicole, this is actually the type of thing that they try to mitigate the threat that this could occur. Yeah. Sadly, the tragedy has already occurred. And so I'm not saying that they couldn't, continue to wreak havoc on other venues, but I would hope and pray that the worst is behind New Orleans. This is absolutely horrific and tragic. But yes, you're right. The FBI works with their local, state, and federal counterparts for large events, especially like a bowl game. There's a lot of preparation that goes into it. But sadly, this event already occurred. And one thing that I noted from one of the police chiefs that spoke was that this person went around the barricades, because we're in a society now where they set up barricades on streets, everything that they can do to mitigate risk. This person went around that. This was a very planned out, well orchestrated event, and it's very awful. And I just, it's just stunning to me that here we are, New Year's Day, but it's not actually that stunning, because in the FBI and in law enforcement, we all know that the large events, they target large events. Because there are a lot of people and they want to hurt as many people as possible. So again, it's not totally shocking, but that's where we're at.
Yeah, and it really does highlight the fact that with all of our efforts and all the things that are thwarted every day, that we're still vulnerable in a free society, and there's still opportunity for people to hurt us and harm us. And Nicole Parker, former FBI agent, thank you so much for joining us and giving us your expertise.
They've been participating for 76 years in the Rose Parade. They've won 62 trophies. Now we'll make it 63 because they won another one this year. And it's a joint effort between Cal Poly Pomona and Cal Poly San Luis Obispo.
I love that it's all student done here. How cool is that? How fun for them to be participating in this and be looking at the float saying, I did that. Okay, this is the University of Wyoming Western Thunder Marching Band. Notice the cowboy hats. This is their first year joining us here at the Rose Parade. Welcome, Wyoming.
Yeah.
Neat thing here, Alex, they're the only college marching band in the entire state of Wyoming. I'm thinking they're a pretty big deal.
Yeah, and you think about the size. I wonder if there are more people that live in Pasadena or Wyoming. That would be an interesting test, but let's listen to that.
Cowboy hat, proudly displaying Wyoming's long history of cowboy culture. That band, 230.
Shit, they got some cows on the flag squad.
California, and how cool to be the only college marching band in Wyoming.
And I looked it up. Wyoming has 584,000 people, so there are more people living there than in Pasadena, but a lot more people living in Los Angeles.
Can't find the clothes to fit me. My mom had to make them
They are
for
state, they
me
get 2
to.
senators. But that's a whole other thing. We'll bring that up on a different show.
You're getting political
do that on a different show.
This
okay.
is not the issue is.
Los Hermanos Banuelos Charo team is here from Altadena, led by their marshal, Ramon Banuelos. It's a group of friends from Mexico that all now live in the San Gabriel Valley. And they celebrate their Mexican heritage together. They get together. They participated in 13 Rose Parades now, but the marshal says it brings tears to his eyes every time because he feels so much pride to be able to showcase his heritage to his community here. And look at them. They know what they're doing.
As we were watching them, we want to just kind of set you up for what's coming up next. Another mid-parade
I'm not scared of them.
They call
They can't get me.
Enjoy Illinois soon.
I'd do some crazy shit and knock that thing away from me.
So stand by for that.
Get out of here.
Have them come
I'll grab that shit and pull you off that horse,
it's a
boy.
really cool, fun theme.
You are.
And a celebration of Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Take it away.
God, he's got to be careful not to get it wrapped up in the horse's feet.
Homage to Paramount's iconic 80s film Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Brought to you by Enjoy Illinois. This playful float features the smooth sounds of Illinois native Brian Culbertson and showcases
Already
the many
sucks. This is Ferris. What to do with Ferris Bueller's Day Off? This is stupid. Well, he's dressed like him. Dude looks super fucking fake. Actually playing live though? That's cool. Probably not. Probably not if he's doing all that.
Illinois, Brian Culbertson with the musical stylings there. 6th.
That sucks.
Now, and he got arrested.
Next. Oh, that one sucks too.
Famous
Yes.
and Steve Wozniak.
Yes.
Heard of him?
Apple phone right now, thanks to those guys, depending from.
Amazing. Look at that one. Would you look at that one? Would you? A lot of those colorful people.
107 students. Congrats to them and their families and their director. What a wonderful accomplishment to be in a hometown parade.
Yeah.
There are hometown people right here.
7 cities represented, 3 school districts. All.
Nope. Oh, too many people are off on their flags. Get out of my face.
Christy, I like this. We've seen this is the second group of.
These girls like to ride reverse cowgirl too, don't they?
Which is a very cool thing to see.
Can you imagine Sharon?
And I love the horses.
Princess Award right here. Congratulations, City of Torrance. Their theme, what? They are birds here. So many of these up front.
You just look at the birds.
Croys, which is them. They're from Lakeview Terrace here in California. Their marshal is
Their horses have
Allison
painted
Reed.
hoops.
They are dedicated to introducing
Talking to
youngsters
PETA,
to refreshing
dude.
the horse.
I'm fucking calling PETA. Those horses do not want painted hoops.
The flower. They've been.
Well, they know the bells. Yeah, they
Dude, those elderly people are going to walk for 5 miles? That's impressive.
Their legendary work in 133 countries. How much they do and how much good they do. Nice.
Yeah, none of them are in stuff.
stores and all the
Salvation
work that they
Army.
do all year long.
Oh, there they
Starting
go.
the new year off right. Tournament of Roses band.
I'd love to know the Miramar Ranch and the riding in the 52. Oh
Wow.
my!
Love floating.
Oh my goodness.
So
Would you just look at that? Would you just look at the Queen Award? Look at the gorgeous. Look at how gorgeous it is. Look at that gorgeous float there. Oh, look at the people. Look at the gorgeous people. Look at the gorgeous float. Look at the gorgeous people. Look at the commercial. Look at the people. Look at the singer. Fucking gay. Gay, gay, gay. A little too gay for me. You gotta go home. Wait, is she out there? What the fuck is that? Get out of here, Madonna wannabe. Never be Madonna. You gotta get the pointy titties. Go to the casino, buy some shit. Oh, what is this?
Coverage of the 2025 Rose Parade.
Navy commercial.
Happy New Year from the deck of the USS Abraham Lincoln. I'm Ed Morales, the 2025 president of the Pasadena Tournament of Roses Association. This year, we're excited to celebrate and congratulate all of our armed forces for their participation as we recognize the Army, Navy, and Marines on their 250th birthday. And now,
everyone here to Live Now from
the fuck?
Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us as always. This is the Top 10.
What the fuck? All right, what? They give the military a little shout out, and then they just say, fuck you. We're gonna cut that shit off. Weird. What? Live coverage? Oh, it's over now. Dude. I want to see that part. What's that thing? No way for me to see it.
New Orleans police now say the suspect opened fire at officers just moments after he plowed his truck into a busy crowd on Bourbon Street. The suspect is now dead after that gunfight, but it's still unclear if the individual was killed by police or took their own life. Let's bring in Paul Morrow, Fox News contributor and retired NYPD Inspector. Paul, thank you for joining us. I want to get your take on this. It comes as we're just getting small bits by bits. We're hoping to get more from the FBI and, of course, a press conference coming, Paul. But the local New Orleans police media is reporting that the city council president, Helena Moreno, says that this attacker was, quote, not a local and was dressed in full military gear. What's your reaction?
So as you guys mentioned earlier, this is very reminiscent of the terrorist attack that occurred on the West Side Highway, executed by a guy named Saifullah Saipov. I was actually on scene for that, and it has a lot of that footprint. A vehicle attack on a holiday. In Saipov's case here in New York, it was Halloween. He couldn't gain access to the Halloween parade because of prophylactic measures that the NYPD had taken by parking trucks and other things to secure the event. And so he went along the West Side Highway, called an audible, and did what he did. This is very reminiscent of that, and that is, believe me, the kind of thing that's on the mind of investigators here. The FBI, as we know, has the lead. What they're going to be looking for this to be a terrorist event, and that's still a little vague, is for a connection to a foreign power.
Paul, let me jump in. Fox News can now identify a high-level source within the New Orleans Police Department says officials have identified the suspect who drove the truck. The suspect identified as Samshud Din Jabbar. Now, Jabbar was carrying a Glock pistol and a .308 rifle that had been reportedly stolen in New Jersey. The .308 rifle was equipped with an optics and/or suppressor. There are at least 4 or 5 other suspects involved. That's a big detail right there, identifying, again, the suspect as a Samshud Din Jabbar, but 4 or more individuals also involved. This is becoming a different story, Paul.
Yeah, and that tracks with the information that I've been receiving as well, including the identity. I would caution relative to the other people involved. Let's see how they've confirmed that and where they're going with that. The indicia there may be a little bit soft, and as we've learned so many times in the past, a lot of the early reporting on an event tends to be undermined as things clarify. But certainly the identity does look to be accurate. Doesn't look like he's from the area. But what they're going to be looking for here, and my suspicion is there's likely a manifesto or something like that in the truck or in his home or online. Somehow or other, he's communicated something like that. Because, again, going back to the event that happened here in New York, there was a manifesto in the truck. This looks so reminiscent of that. I wouldn't be surprised if when they dump his computer and do various other things, they're going to find out that he was looking at that event and maybe decided that he was going to try to copycat it, essentially, because it really, really does track to that.
And Paul, now learning that this individual did not act alone, and the earliest press conference we got with the FBI special agent telling us that improvised explosive devices may have been involved, this coordination would suggest perhaps that there could be an existing threat to the public, and that the clock is really ticking right now for them to find out everything they can about this to keep the public safe.
Yeah, my understanding is that there were 2 IEDs recovered at 2 different locations. They were pipe bombs with nails, and they were placed in disparate locations, not at the location that the suspect did the event. And so that does argue that maybe there are other people involved, because that is a lot of planning and coordination for him to go plant those and then come to the location that, that he actually did the attack. But we'll have to see. Look, they are, I am sure, going at all of this very, very hard. You're going to have a lot of resources poured into this. A lot of people got woken up early after, New Year's Eve, and they're out there working right now. Not just New Orleans PD. You'll have Louisiana State Police. But in terms of the terrorism connection, for the FBI, I don't understand that statement that the FBI agent made early on, where she said unequivocally this is not a terrorism attack. You have to admit to the possibility here that it's a possibility. And I think that it's started to clarify in that direction. The FBI, though, again, for them to bring federal terrorism charges, they're going to need some sort of a connect to a foreign terrorist organization, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, or a foreign government. And that's what they're going to be looking for. Otherwise, just to posit this, Louisiana has a terrorism statute. And sometimes the state statutes are better. We use them here in New York. We see recently Alvin Bragg charge it in the case of the CEO murder of United Healthcare CEO Thompson. So, these things are fluid right now, but it looks like the FBI has the ticket, and I would guess that they have some indicia here from inside the truck or this guy's background that he had a terrorist intent, and it looks like that's the way this is going.
And as we learn more about the motive, hopefully the officials will be able to tell us. But I think if you put into full context, Paul, it has been a number of years since we had a high-level coordinated terror attack in the U.S. And so we're waking up not only to a tragedy in New Orleans, but what may be a concern of a style of attack that we haven't seen in some time. Now learning that this individual, identified as Shamsud-Din Jabbar, that was, according to the city council president, dressed in full military garb, armed with a pistol and rifle, and now working with multiple possible accomplices whose whereabouts and identities are yet unknown. Are we at a moment, is this an inflection moment that we have sort of a threat that we've seen in the past now showing up today?
We used to have a saying in NYPD intelligence that the further we got away from 9/11, the closer we got to 9/10. And for those who do this sort of work, this Islamist-inspired terrorism, or any terrorism-inspired, however, never goes away. That is your remit, and that's what you're supposed to be doing 24/7. So for the people in the business, this hasn't gone away, but it may have gone away for the public. And unfortunately, that's ignorance is bliss. This stuff is always bubbling under, especially around large events. In the year that Saipov did what he did, we had 2 other events here in New York, one in Chelsea, a bomb that detonated, and another one in the Port Authority. So these things tend to come in copycats. They tend to come in waves. We can't be blind to what has gone on in Gaza and things overseas. So while we may have been living in a little bit of a cocoon here, thinking that terrorism was in the rearview mirror, for those in the business, it hasn't gone away. And, I can tell you that they've been on this and will continue to be.
Paul Morrow, thank you for your time. We appreciate that.
Shit. Easy. Yeah. Trying to get fatter by the day. Where's Tux at? A citizen? Oh. Man. What else is happening today?
Law enforcement. Law enforcement returned fire and the subject was pronounced dead at the scene. 2 law enforcement officers were injured and transported to a local hospital. The subject has been identified as 42-year-old Shahmood Din Jabbar. He is a U.S. citizen from Texas. He was driving a Ford pickup truck, which appears to have been rented, and we are working to confirm how this subject came into possession of the vehicle. An ISIS flag was located in the vehicle, and the FBI is working to determine the subject's potential associations and affiliations with terrorist organizations. Weapons and a potential IED were located in the subject's vehicle. Other potential IEDs were also located in the French Quarter. Again, that's the area where all of this has happened. The FBI's special agent bomb technicians are working with our law enforcement partners to determine if any of these devices are viable, and they will work to render those devices safe. The FBI is the lead investigative agency, and we are working with partners to investigate this as an act of terrorism. We are aggressively running down all leads to identify any possible associates of the subject. So again, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we finally have some new information to bring you here as we are getting this new information that a suspect has been identified in this attack in New Orleans that happened this morning at 3:15 Central Time as people were celebrating New Year's. That subject, again, has been identified as 42-year-old Sasmoud Din Jabbar. He is a U.S. citizen from Texas. He was driving, again, that Ford pickup truck, which appears to have been rented, and we are working to confirm how the subject came into possession of the vehicle. Again, more information here from the FBI is that an ISIS flag was located in the vehicle, and the FBI is working to determine the subject's potential associations and affiliations with a terrorist organization. Again, weapons and other potential IED were located in the subject's vehicle. Other potential IEDs also located in the French Quarter. The FBI special agent bomb technicians now working with law enforcement partners to determine if any of these devices are viable, and they will work to render those devices safe. The full statement I just read to you in there from the FBI that we just got into our newsroom from their National Press Office. Again, we are expected to learn a bit more here within the next 30 minutes or so, hopefully, with this press conference to discuss this a bit more. But again, this breaking news right now that we do have a suspect identified. He is a U.S. citizen from Texas. We are going to keep an eye on that press briefing for when it does start. Guessing that they are going to go further into more detail about who this man is. Again, that question, why did he do this? Not sure if they have those answers as of yet, but we will find out here hopefully in about 30 minutes or so. What I want to do now while we are waiting is I do want to head over to an interview I just did with a council member there out of New Orleans, giving us some more insight into what he knows, how quickly this investigation is moving. I do want to play that out for you right now on Live Now from Fox. I did want to bring in Oliver Thomas. He's a council member of the New Orleans City Council for a live discussion on what we know so far. First of all, thank you for joining us. Our hearts and prayers are with you and your community. Council member, can we start with this? Just your overall sentiments, reaction to this news. And for those who may not be familiar with Bourbon Street, can you just tell us a bit about the area, your community?
I mean, Bourbon Street is one of the most iconic streets in the world. If folk who don't know about the United States know about Bourbon Street, and New Orleans is an international city. This little wonderful Afro-Caribbean cultural city probably gets more visitors per capita than cities twice our size. So we're no stranger to major events. The perpetrator, the person who, evil person, who wreaked this havoc and this violence in our community, we know now is deceased. I spent the last 3.5, 4 hours at the emergency room with victims, with the police officers who were part of neutralizing this perpetrator, having their injuries being dealt with, and a lot of the innocent bystanders who were there and having their injuries addressed, who are also victims of this senseless crime, talking to family members, talking to friends, but also talking to other law enforcement officials who were coming by to check on their comrade and their colleague. This is sad, it's unfortunate, but it's not just an attack on New Orleans and not just an attack on this event, it's an attack on our country. It's an attack on all of us, and we ought to deal with it as such.
Absolutely. And I know we don't have a lot of new information as of right now. We are awaiting on a press briefing set to start here, hopefully in just a couple hours or so. Is there anything else you can tell us in regards to this? I imagine not, but is there anything new?
Yeah, I think there is. Our police chief, Kirkpatrick, along with Colonel Hodges, state troopers, and partners with the FBI and federal agencies. Not only are they not assessing and investigating it, they're preparing for the next several hours and the next several days to make sure that what does the perimeter look like? What does access look like? So they're reassessing this entire thing right now to make sure that public safety is first, and that we can make sure that people who are in our city, as well as the people who live here, that this threat is not only nullified and eradicated, but that we can continue to move forward knowing that our law enforcement officials and our coordinating agencies are making sure we're safe, as safe as we can possibly be.
All right, we are going to interrupt that right now because it does look like we are hearing from law enforcement officials. I do want to pivot and listen in.
Or keeping people safe. Vigilance, right? We got to be keeping a lookout about what's going on, making sure we're safe first, that we are prepared, safe. We got all our safety equipment, and we're being very vigilant about what's going on. And I know our team will do that.
Any message to fans, people just out and about and here for this big event?
Look, everybody in this unified command here loves the city. We love the people of the city. We love what it represents to this community and to this country. And people from all over the world come here. We love the city. We're here to protect the city. We're putting everything at our disposal to do that. And we want our community to know that, and all our visitors here as well.
My last question, at least for me, obviously there's a lot of talk about tourists and visitors, but there's a lot of people here home, people who this is their home, and they're tired of being resilient. This is really hurting them. What do you say to people who love this city because they're born and raised here?
Yeah, we would say, I want my messages to both our community, right? Because this culture is what makes people want to come here, and it's the people of the city that drive that culture. And yeah, we're tired of being resilient, but this is the way the world is. We did not create this, but this is the way the world is. People want to, extremists want to send a message in a horrible way, and this is the way the world is. That doesn't mean we're going to give in to them, and we are going to fight back with everything we have.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, again, we were just listening in there to those brief statements from law enforcement as we are learning this breaking news that we're bringing to you here on Live Now from Fox. This is a part of this FBI statement that I am now going to read to you in full again, as we do now know the name of the man who drove that truck. He is the suspect of all of this. So again, today at approximately 3:15 a.m. Central Time, an individual drove a pickup truck into a crowd of people on Bourbon Street in New Orleans, killing at least 10 and injuring dozens of others. After hitting the crowd, he exited the vehicle and fired upon local law enforcement. Law enforcement returned fire, and the subject was pronounced deceased at the scene. 2 law enforcement officers were injured and transported to a local hospital. What we are learning right now, this breaking news on Live Now from Fox, is that subject, as they're calling him, has been identified as 42-year-old Shasmoud Din Jabbar. He's a U.S. citizen from Texas. He was driving a Ford pickup truck, which appears to have been rented, and now the FBI is working to confirm how he came into possession of that vehicle. Another thing we are learning right now, as of now, is this ISIS flag that was located in the vehicle. The FBI is working to determine the potential associations and affiliations with terrorist organizations that he may have had. Some other new information for you as I continue to read this statement. Weapons and a potential IED were located in the subject's vehicle. Other potential IEDs were also found in the French Quarter. The FBI special agent bomb technicians are working with our local law enforcement partners to determine if any of these devices are viable, and they will work to render those devices safe. The FBI, as the lead investigative agency, we are working with our partners to investigate this as an act of terrorism. We are aggressively running down all leads to identify any possible associates of the subject. So again, this breaking news, this statement that we are bringing to you here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to learn a bit more. And I actually do want to talk a little bit more about what Fox News is reporting. They say that high-level local law enforcement source is also confirming to them that this ISIS flag was recovered from the vehicle used in that Bourbon Street attack on New Year's Day. All right, so we do want to also just kind of recap what we've been talking about all morning here. Again, as we continue to await this press conference set to start here shortly, hopefully within the next 20 minutes or so. That was originally scheduled for about noon today. It was pushed back about 2 hours to this 2 p.m. Eastern time. And so what I want to do right now as well is when we took you to those live remarks from law enforcement that we just heard moments ago, it was a bit cut off. We do have those statements in full. It's just about 5 minutes or so in length. So I did want to pivot over there and listen in to law enforcement as they are speaking with our Fox 8 New Orleans team about the latest on this.
To all of them personally, they're up all night, right? They're trying. Some of them are trying to get some sleep right now because they were up all night and just exhausted, trying to keep the community safe. But I checked in with all of them, right? I want them to know their sheriff cares and that I'm supporting them 100%. This is not easy work, right? And seeing this type of thing go down can be tough. I got to support them 100%, and that's what I want this community to know. I'm doing that. I want the men and women of this department to know I'm doing that. Reaching out to all of them. I've already reached out to them all just to let them know I'm here. When they're able to talk, I'm going to do that as well. I got to check on them personally.
What are the next few days going to look like for you and for the city?
Being on ready. We have our chiefs here, majors here, all of our assets, whether those are our investigative services, those are our patrolling functions, those are our reserves who are out in the streets every day for the city, making sure we have that, any other assets we may need to support, equipment we may need to support. We're pledging to give 100%.
Let's talk about tonight after the game, celebrations, fans celebrating the win. What's that going to look like for your team out tonight patrolling or keeping people safe?
Vigilance, right? We got to be keeping a lookout about what's going on, making sure we're safe first, that we are prepared, safe. We got all our safety equipment, and we're being very vigilant about what's going on. And I know our team will do that.
Any message to fans, people just out and about and here for this big event?
Look, everybody in this unified command here loves the city. We love the people of the city. We love what it represents to this community and to this country. And people from all over the world come here. We love the city. We're here to protect the city. We're putting everything at our disposal to do that. And we want our community to know that, and all our visitors here as well.
My last question, at least for me, obviously there's a lot of talk about tourists and visitors, but there's a lot of people here home, people who this is their home, and they're tired of being resilient. This is really hurting them. What do you say to people who love this city because they're born and raised here?
Yeah, we would say I want my messages to both our community, right? Because this culture is what makes people want to come here, and it's the people of the city that drive that culture. And yeah, we're tired of being resilient, but this is the way the world is. We did not create this, but this is the way the world is. People want to, extremists want to send a message in a horrible way, and this is the way the world is. That doesn't mean we're going to give in to them, and we are going to fight back with everything we have.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Again, so brief comments there from law enforcement as we do await this press briefing, hopefully set to start shortly here. And I also did want to pull up this live image right now, as this is the Superdome. And we brought you this news just a little bit ago that the Superdome was undergoing some new security sweeps after this deadly truck attack. And it was on lockdown for quite some time. Again, here's what we know about that. The Superdome is set to host host this college football playoff quarterfinal game between Georgia and Notre Dame in the Sugar Bowl tonight. And it was on lockdown for those security sweeps after a truck plowed into that crowd just a mile away. So that's, for perspective, is how far the Superdome is from where all of this did occur this morning. And again, 10 people killed and more than 30 injured, many taken to 5 local hospitals in the area. And here's what the Associated Press is reporting about all of this. People with offices in the Superdome, including officials with the Sugar Bowl and Sun Belt Conference, were told to not come into work until further notice. However, there's no immediate word that the Sugar Bowl, which is scheduled to kick off at 7:45 tonight, might be delayed. As of right now, again, we are being told that it is going on as scheduled, but they do have that increased security measures, and that's what we're bringing to you right now on Live Now. We also do have a new reaction into our newsroom. We've been pulling these social media reactions throughout the day here for you. Now we're hearing from President of France, Emmanuel Macron. He's saying New Orleans, so dear to the hearts of the French, has been struck by terrorism. Our thoughts are with the families of the victims and the injured, as well as with the American people whose sorrow we share. Similar sentiments from a bit earlier today, as we did hear from President Biden as well as President-elect Donald Trump. We also have this in here from the White House. President Biden called New Orleans Mayor LaToya Cantrell this morning to offer full federal support following the horrific news that a driver killed and injured dozens of individuals in New Orleans overnight. And President Biden has been briefed on all of this as well. I do want to see if we have any more. Yep. Okay. So we're going to just kind of go through here and show you these reactions we've been getting in throughout the day. And a lot of them have been from lawmakers and officials in other states. And here we go out to New York City, where Mayor Eric Adams says, heartbreaking to wake up and hear of the horrific act of terrorism in New Orleans this morning. I am praying for the victims who lost their lives, all those who were injured, and the city in mourning today. And Mayor Eric Adams, they're also saying they're standing ready to offer their assistance however they can. All right, I'm going to look at my producer, Carla, to see. Yep, okay, we've got another one coming up here. This is Senator Tom Tillis, a horrific terrorist attack in the great city of New Orleans. Praying for the innocent victims and their families. God bless the first responders who assisted the injured and law enforcement who tracked down the terrorist. So again, some of these coming in, and we're going to head back to the state of New York, where Governor Kathy Hochul also was sharing this statement. We pray for the families of those we lost and everyone impacted by last night's horrific terror attack in New Orleans. We have no indication that there are any credible threats to New Yorkers. At my direction, the New York State Police are on high alert to keep our communities safe. And of course, we have Texas Governor Greg Abbott, where, of course, we are learning from that FBI statement that this 42-year-old subject, the man who did this, Shashmuddin Jabbar, he was a U.S. citizen from Texas. So let's listen here from Governor Greg Abbott out of Texas. He says, our prayers go out to the victims of this heinous crime in New Orleans. I've been briefed by the Texas Department of Public Security on this attack and commanded them to get to the bottom of it immediately, with a special focus to ensure no one in Texas faces any security threat. All right, let's see. Do we have any more reaction? Okay, well, we do have this just into our newsroom from LCMC Health, saying our thoughts and prayers are with the individuals and families impacted by the tragic event that unfolded in the French Quarter during the early morning hours of January 1st. They also list those resources available. Again, this is Stay Informed with NOLA Ready. So this is out of New Orleans, offering these places to get help for these people and other resources for the community. We also do want to head over to Governor Jeff Landry. He is the governor of Louisiana. He says this is a fluid situation, and we are in coordination with numerous local and federal law enforcement agencies to ensure a complete and thorough investigation to bring those who may have been part of this incident to justice. And they go on to say they recognize there are tourists there, but also, you know, we were saying that a lot of people were there for the Sugar Bowl that is set to happen tonight. But again, lots of residents too, residents and tourists who were just trying to be out last night celebrating this morning, New Year's Eve. I also did want to pull up this statement from the Sugar Bowl CEO as he also reacted a bit earlier to this attack, saying the Sugar Bowl committee is devastated by the terrible events from early this morning. Our thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their families. We are in ongoing discussions with authorities on the local, state, and federal levels, and will communicate further details as they become available. We actually do have this live image coming into our newsroom right now. This is from our content partners at Fox 8 New Orleans. You can see that fire truck going by there. Still a very active scene as we are getting a wider sense here as this camera pans out of just how busy, how active this scene really is. Again, we did hear a little bit earlier from a council member from our Fox 8 New Orleans team who said that she is getting a lot of this information in very quickly. And we are expected, you know, shortly here, just about 10 minutes, hopefully we are going to get some more information on all of this. But what I want to do right now is we actually did hear a bit earlier from President Biden. I do want to play out some of his comments right now. Again, very brief, but we do hear him speak on this. So let's listen in.
You've all got my statement. I'll have more to say in the next hour or so on what's going on in New Orleans. I'll be happy to do that.
Do you understand if the person crossed the border?
I'm not going to comment on any specific area at all. I've contacted every agency in the federal government as well as the state. We're all coordinating to get to the bare facts. We know what the facts are.
Can you say if he was a foreigner or if he was a domestic?
I'm not going to say anything until I get all the facts in front of me.
Has the suspect been identified?
Again, I'm not going to comment until I speak to the group later. I've spoken to every member of the agency, from the CIA to our national security team, to our FBI, NSC, and we're gathering all the, and I spent a lot of time with the government, with the mayor.
What was your reaction when you heard what happened?
Well, the reaction was one of anger and frustration. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, and that was President Joe Biden a little bit earlier today as he gave those very brief remarks. But again, we did hear from the White House.
It's a veteran,
he
for
has
real.
been briefed on all of this. He is working to help support in any way that he can. All right, we are going to go away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Much more coverage on the other side.
His family, you talking about Chucks? Yeah. I don't know. Hopefully. First day he hasn't come by at all like this. And it's odd first day, kinda, but. Didn't happen. We got hit by a drunk driver.
We're trying to get some sleep right now, and we're ready.
Susan Hudson.
Yes, and we have sound from her. Take a listen.
Is this the same one?
Fans, tourists,
earlier?
locals can feel safe as we get closer to kickoff for the Sugar Bowl. But moving forward, how can we reassure people feel safe?
Well, first of all, I just want to send my heartfelt condolences out to everybody affected by this. We had officers shot, we had people killed. It's just gut-wrenching for our city. Last night I was out just at a church in prayer about a great 2025, and then we have people coming into our community trying to make us feel unsafe and trying to hurt this.
That same ship from earlier.
Here regarding this attack in New Orleans, Louisiana. My name is Christy Matino. I've been here with you for this past several hours or so, and I am going to hand it off to my colleague, Mike Page. Much more coverage on all of this on the other side. Stay with us.
Dude, we just had this shit. Bum, 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 bum.
We are tracking multiple breaking news stories this morning. Here at home, a deadly explosion of fireworks went off in Salt Lake overnight. Casey Lund has been following this all morning, and he's going to give you the very latest information.
Was that it?
And at least 10 people have died and multiple others injured after a man drove through a crowd of people in New Orleans. This in the French Quarter. We're going to hear from witnesses who were right to Casey's latest.
Yeah. Good morning, Grace. We know that at least 20 people were seriously injured. We assume that number is much
Hawaii.
more. Two people dead after this fireworks-related explosion. I want to give you an update. I did just get off the phone. We are trying to get as much information as we can and as quickly as we can, making sure that it's accurate, of course. I was able to speak with Dr. Jim Ireland. He's the director of Honolulu EMS, and you're going to hear from him in just a moment. One of the first people on scene with his team of paramedics, as well as other first responders, working to provide aid, life-saving measures to the folks that were injured in all of this. He was able to give me a little bit of an update because, of course, when all this happened, they had to get people to different hospitals across Oahu, hospitals that many of them were taxed already. On New Year's Eve, they're quite busy, as are first responders. He said he was able to stop by a couple of places like Queens, check in with them, make sure that they were doing okay, make sure they had everything they needed. He said Queens did have to bring a few extra people on, but they were able to sort of weather those extra patients. I want to also share with you just some of the sentiments of neighbors I've been able to speak to since we came back to the scene. Of course, we went back to the station after we initially got here and tried to get a lay of the land of what had happened. When we came back this morning, you still see people out on their sidewalks, on their porches, trying to talk to one another, comfort one another, or at least figure out what's going on. There's still a police presence here. And you can see from some of these images just what a serious situation this was and how dangerous things were last night. This all unfolded just after midnight. We were able to talk to one of the neighbors that was just across the street from that home on Keaka Drive that witnessed that massive explosion just into the early hours of the first day of 2025.
What?
Like a scene from a war movie. First responders racing to save the injured.
Whoa.
While those who were lucky enough to escape unharmed sprinted to safety.
And I heard what seemed to be a low blast, and I turned my phone to see what's happening, and it was a low blast actually, and we see the smoke coming up, and about 10 minutes later, a lot of commotion, ambulance, fire, police, and it's pretty tragic. Like I said, my son's friend, he was running around frantic, and obviously something happened to either his friend or a loved one, and I just wanted to be there to see if I could help.
We spoke to a neighbor of the home where firefighters say a fireworks-related explosion took place just after midnight. He asked us not to use his name, but says he did what he could to comfort the many people who were critically injured around him.
The lady I was helping, she was in shock. She was about to collapse, so I just tried to stay by her side, and she was looking for her son. Her son, she said, was actually injured, and they're taking by order of how serious the injury was, and he had to come down further to another ambulance rather than a closer ambulance.
After the explosion, a triage. Ambulances staging as quickly as they could to prioritize those with the worst injuries and get them to multiple Oahu trauma centers. Police officers and firefighters assisting paramedics.
Very, very sad. Nothing I've ever seen like this in EMS. Some of the folks who were here, who've been to war, who've been in combat, said it reminded them of things they've seen in combat.
Injuries were caused by not only fire but also blast type injuries, so similar to what you would see with an explosion or a bomb, right? So you're seeing, possibly limbs missing, people are being hit with shrapnel.
A night meant to celebrate new beginnings turned deadly, ending lives and changing families, this neighborhood and our community forever.
I'm not sure what happened. It's just sooner or later something bad is bound to happen when you're dealing with this kind of stuff. So hope it's a learning experience for everyone. Be safe. So.
Yeah, that is good advice, of course. I want to get right to this information here. We are going to stream on all of our
Are they not illegal there?
Press conference with Honolulu EMS, other
They would be in big trouble here for that
usually
shit.
give us the updates from all the calls that they made. That's something that they do every year. But unfortunately, this year, that update is going to be much more somber, much more tragic, as we know at least 2 lives have been lost. And Grace, you heard that gentleman in that last soundbite who said, we hope people learn from this, and
might
you
have
think
probably
about
arrested for
how important fireworks are to folks here in Hawaii, and celebrating is such a rich part of how folks celebrate, ring in the new year. But I think we're going to see some interesting discussions moving forward in the next year as we think about this tragedy and how serious of an event it was. That's the other thing that I wanted to share. I've been talking to neighbors that most folks are all close with the people that they live next to on their streets, but when something like this happens, and you worry about possible criminal charges or a civil lawsuit, when somebody loses their life, people want to know who's responsible. And so we're going to have those conversations and see how that all unfolds. Of course, it's too early for all that this morning. We just want to say that our thoughts are with those folks who lost family members last night, but certainly some difficult discussions ahead when it comes to how we celebrate in the new year.
Yeah, a horrific day for that family. Casey, I don't know if you can see from where you are, but in looking at the video and seeing the scale of all of those fireworks exploding, do we know if the damage was contained to just one home or if other homes were affected as well?
From what I was able to
ascertain
from a picture of the garage where all this happened, that explosion happened, and talking with some of the first responders off the record about kind of what they were able to see, it seems like for the most part it was relatively contained to that one garage unit. It didn't have any issues with neighboring homes. There may have been some shrapnel, as you heard those first responders say, that people had been hit with shrapnel, and so there may have been some incidental damages like that to other neighboring homes. We'll have to wait to see that. But as far as what I can see and what I've heard from other first responders, it doesn't seem like even that structure where the explosion happened sustained a lot of damage other than that garage, or what appears to be the garage. Firefighters even told us in the press conference that they had right at the bottom of the hill here at Salt Lake that when they arrived there was no fire. It was just that huge explosion. Luckily the home didn't catch fire, no surrounding homes did. So this certainly could have been much worse.
All right, Casey, thank you for the update there.
Casey.
I'm playing bigger and bigger venues now. I thought being a mom would mean that less people would want to come see me. I'm now playing, you know, like 3,000 seat theaters,
awesome.
which is about the viewership of CNN these days.
Well,
Not
nice.
this show, though.
Nice.
All I
Whoa.
on this show.
This was the year that we learned that roasts probably shouldn't happen at important live events. Whitney Cummings, it is time for you to roast the year.
I do believe we need to hold 2024 accountable for its behavior. That is what white women do now. We point out other things that are toxic because we don't get irony. Things got so bleak, we started watching the WNBA. Was that what happened? The Dallas Cowboys cheerleader doc showed the girls being treated horribly, underpaid, crying. I thought I'd open a video on Hunter Biden's laptop. 2024 election fried our brains. The Democrats couldn't hold a primary because they were too busy holding a body upright. Are we still rolling? Am I off?
Go for it.
It was amazing that the pro-choice party didn't give their voters one when it came to the presidential candidate. Kamala was forced on us so hard you'd think she was patented by Pfizer or Moderna, whichever one's. Oh God, Andy just gave me a very scary look.
No.
Let me be clear though. 2024 was not only negative. The media wants us to believe this country is so divided, but we actually came together a lot this year. We all agree the government totally knows what drones are and are telling us. The drones are still up there, and we have no idea what's behind them. No idea. I mean, they're still up in the sky, so I guess we can rule out that they were made by Boeing. The point is, I think we all agree on a lot of things. And since I only have a minute left live on establishment media, why don't we just say a bunch of things that we know that they'll never cover? Okay, ready, go. Trump Jr. didn't have any silverware in his house. No one thought that was weird? Are we still rolling? Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia put money into Disney, so just know there won't be any girl characters in the next Cars movie. Are we still rolling? This is wild. Why have so many presidents' chefs died? Weird. The Boy Scout of America, they renamed itself Scouting America. You know who else changed their name? Sean Combs. Just saying.
Dude, thank you for bringing up the Scouts, man. Heck, who is this national treasure?
Let's learn something in 2025. I can't believe you guys are still letting me go. This is amazing. I love CNN. Please stop me, Andy, because I will just keep going.
Happy New Year, Whitney Cummings.
Am I still streaming?
Yes.
This is amazing.
We are live on CNN. You look cool as a cucumber.
No censorship on CNN.
Love
you guys.
very much.
Thanks for having me.
Love you. We have a lot more ahead as we say goodbye to 2024 and welcome the new year in a moment.
Nobody brings up the Boy Scouts. Now they changed to the Scouts. That was awesome. But she was going all in on CNN. Man, I can't believe they didn't. I guess they couldn't cut her off because it was a roast session. If they would have cut off a roast session, then they would have looked like they were super censored. Oh wait,
I'm playing bigger and bigger venues now.
Well, it would seem as if CNN got a little bit more than they bargained for when they booked famous comedian Whitney Cummings to help host their New Year's Eve party coverage. You see, Mrs. Cummings on live, unedited TV absolutely cooked both CNN and the entire Democratic Party establishment. Take a look at this.
2024 election fried our brains. The Democrats couldn't hold a primary because they were too busy holding a body upright. Are we still rolling? Am I off?
Go for it.
It was amazing that the pro-choice gave me a very
Interrupt, or what do? They were just left completely speechless in the most hilarious way possible, because we all know that CNN is effectively a propaganda wing of the Democratic Party establishment. But check this out. Look at what else she had to say, this time about CNN.
I love going around the country because you see that Americans really are more reasonable than they would be portrayed. They're pretty great, and I'm playing bigger and bigger venues now. I thought being a mom would mean that less people would want to come see me. I'm now playing, you know, like 3,000 seat theaters, which is about the viewership of CNN these days. Not this show, though. Nice. All eyes are on this show.
And you can tell that that one really hit home with Anderson Cooper, who just took a massive pay cut as CNN is laying off hundreds of people because their ratings are in the toilet. Now here's the thing, it would seem as if Mrs. Cummings was on a warpath, dead set on torching the progressive media establishment, because right after she left the CNN live broadcast, she took to Twitter to post this. This is what I said at the end of my roast set on CNN tonight that I zoomed through because I was running out of time and scared. Since I only have a minute left and I'm live on establishment media, I figured I'd list some of the things mainstream media will never cover. The first Trump shooter didn't have any silverware in his house. The Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia put money into Disney. Why is fluoride still in our water? Monsanto paid Google to skew search results. Why are so many presidents' chefs dead? So she's just going all in, using this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to bring attention to all of these very weird curiosities that nobody seems to be talking about, at least nobody in the mainstream media, that is. And so Whitney Cummings is effectively going viral right now for all of the reasons above. In fact, this is probably the most attention that CNN has gotten in months. And it's actually kind of funny because this entire situation is just further proof that all people really want is the truth mixed up with a little bit of bipartisan humor. The reason why all of these progressive news stations and progressive talk shows are catastrophically failing right now is because they're just so unbelievably biased and unfunny. People get sick of hearing the same joke each night about how evil Trump is. It's like, even if the Trump joke was funny one time, and it wasn't, you need new material. You can't just talk about how the sky is falling for 8 or 9 years straight, because after a while, people are going to go outside their house, look up at the sky, and realize that everything is actually just fine. It's actually just like Whitney Cummings said. You see, generally speaking, Americans are much nicer and smarter than maybe CNN would like. We're not all evil idiots that need to be put back in line and told what to think. People just want to be treated like adults and not fed a bunch of progressive crap. But you know what? 2025 is a new year, and maybe CNN is going to try to reinvent itself. Maybe they're going to try to make a concerted effort to become less partisan, less progressive, and more representative of the American people. That said, I wouldn't exactly be holding my breath on that. But hey, I want to know what you guys think about all of this, so please go down below and drop a comment. Please like the video if
An amazing, even inspirational story out of Washington County. The Salvation Army there received a donation the organization says might be something of divine intervention. Barry Pintar shows us what it is.
They are as much of our Christmas landscape as the Christmas tree itself. Salvation Army red kettles manned by volunteers ringing a bell, asking for selfless giving during the holidays. This kettle in the city of Washington and Washington County was found to hold more than just loose change this year.
There was a dollar bill that was completely taped up and wrapped up.
It was Christmas Eve, the end of donation season, when someone simply walked by and slipped in a rare gold coin wrapped in a dollar bill. Inside the coin, a brief note saying the giver wanted to remain anonymous.
Do you know who the person is? Because that's what everyone's asking.
I had no idea whatsoever. They want to remain anonymous. From what I can see, the last 4 years, we've received a gold coin in our kettle buckets.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
And again, we have absolutely no idea who is giving the coin.
The donation happened at a giant eagle in Washington. The coin, a Queen Elizabeth II, valued at more than $2,700. Who? Why? So many questions remain unanswered. However, what is answered is the hope so many look for this time of year.
We see movies like It's a Wonderful Life and the whole divine intervention that happens this time of year. Of course, you being a faith-based organization, what does that say to you about someone doing something like this?
What it says to me is that there is still hope for people out here in this world. A lot of people tend to lose hope. A lot of people think that this world is just full of evil and that there's no more love and joy and compassion in this world. This shows me that there is compassion left in this world.
Yeah, but the Salvation Army is some bullshit. They overcharge for everything, you fucking asshole.
Barry Pintar, KDKA.
Thrift stores used to be like a good deal. Now they're all trying to fucking make money off people because they have vintage clothing. You know what I mean? So, I don't know, dude. Whatever. Fuck them. They don't need donations, dude. They're making so much off of their the items that they're selling. I don't think they need those people out there with the bill anymore. They needed those people when they were actually giving good deals at the fucking thrift store where you could, you know what I mean? Where you could get some stuff and resell it even. They try to make it so you can't buy shit from them and resell it. They do their best. I mean, you can still find some stuff because there's still some pages like they dedicate all their time to making videos of reselling thrift store finds, but those people are why thrift stores got ruined. Resellers. The internet ruined the thrift store. The internet ruined pawn shops. Because back in the day, it was all local. So if you lived in, say, a podunk-ass town where everything's cheap because people are broke, some podunk town in Tennessee, right? Well, that pawn store, if they got some items, they had to sell it to the town. Otherwise, they'd have to spend money to put it in a car and drive somewhere else to showcase it at a flea market somewhere else. And they were going to pay for that property, rent it out maybe for the day to try to sell their junk over there. Nowadays, they can just get online and take a picture and list it and sell it to someone in China. They ruined thrift stores. Yeah. Oh, the early days of eBay, well, like the early 2000s. Like mid 2000s. They screwed everything up, man. Way more than Craigslist. And StubHub fucked up ticket sales for everybody. StubHub made it so anybody could be a ticket scalper. They're doing this thing.
Any defense.
And anybody can be a ticket scalper, and you can sell it to anybody, anywhere in the world. So StubHub definitely helped to increase ticket prices across the globe. And now you can relist your tickets directly through the AXS and Ticketmaster. They got in on the ticket scalping game.
Bourbon Street in New Orleans, killing at least 10 individuals and injuring dozens more. After hitting the crowd, he exited the vehicle and fired upon local law enforcement. Law enforcement returned fire and the subject was pronounced deceased at the scene. 2 law enforcement officers were injured and transported to local hospitals. The subject has been identified as 42-year-old Samsud Dim Jabbar, a U.S.-born citizen from Texas. He was driving a Ford pickup truck, which appears to be rented, and we are working to confirm how the subject came in possession of this vehicle. An ISIS flag was located on the trailer hitch of the vehicle, and the FBI is working to determine the subject's potential associations and affiliations with terrorist organizations. Weapons and potential improvised explosive devices, IEDs, were located in the subject's vehicle. Other potential IEDs were also located in the French Quarter. As of now, 2 IEDs have been found and rendered safe.
Now the IEDs exploded is weird.
Our local law enforcement partners have been
Amateur.
working to determine if any of these devices are viable, and they will work to render those devices safe. The FBI, we are working with our partners to investigate this as an act of terrorism. the bar was solely responsible. We are aggressively running down every lead, including those of his known associates. That's why we need the public's help. We are asking if anybody has interactions with
That was 5 eggs, 3/4 of a cup of oatmeal.
Asking the public's help. We're asking anyone who has information, video, or pictures
Ready now.
to provide it to the FBI.
What are we doing?
We have set up a digital tip line as well as our 1-800 number, 1-800-CALL-FBI. Please provide us with any information that can assist us in this investigation. Once again, thank you for your patience and assistance. For an updated statement or information, please check the FBI's website and our social media accounts. I will now turn over to Mayor Pinto. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Agent Duncan, for your leadership and the full support of the FBI. First and foremost, I want to express my deepest condolences to the families and loved ones that were impacted by this tragedy on Bourbon Street and in the heart of the city of New Orleans. And I know that the entire New Orleans City Council grieves along right with me, no doubt about that, and our people and our families. My priority will continue to be to ensure that victims that remain on Bourbon Street now will be serviced and removed as soon as possible. But as stated, the FBI is in charge of this investigation and are doing everything necessary to make this happen. I also want to acknowledge hearing from President Biden, all of our federal partners, but most importantly, calling Governor Landry this morning, responded with haste, and we do say thank you. And of course, a demonstration of a unified support is right here in this room. That's how we collectively responded to this tragedy in the city of New Orleans. The mission now is to facilitate, support, and coordinate safety procedures to keep our residents and our visitors safe. I've gone to the hospital along with Chief Kirkpatrick to visit our police officers, and considering their injuries, they're doing well. As I mentioned, this investigation is ongoing, and the FBI remains the lead in the investigation. It is an active crime scene as well. We are committed, no doubt, to uncovering all details surrounding this tragedy. And we're taking every necessary step to put even more safety procedures in place, especially given the nature of the investigation. I'm going to ask people to do not go around our secured area if there is no essential need to do so. It matters, and again, it is an active crime scene. I also want you all to know that the Greater New Orleans Foundation has set up a fund to assist victims, and that information will be provided to you. Thank you, Ganoff. Again, I want this unified team. We're leaning in. We will be relentless, and we will do everything that it takes to render real justice. This team will. I want to also just thank our citizens for your heartfelt prayers. New Orleans is a world-class city, and I can say that I've heard from world leaders all this morning and up until now, in addition to my brother and sister mayors across this country. They're calling, they're responding, and they're standing with the city of New Orleans. And what they always say and want me to reiterate, they understand the resilience of this community. And we're strong in that regard, and I will say second to none. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our governor, and as I mentioned, who has not wavered any in leaning in, providing the necessary support, and standing with me, and I say thank you, Governor. And I know the First Lady is standing with us as well.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Again, I want to thank the mayor. Since about 3:45 this morning, when she called me, we have all been working just around the clock to both secure the city and to solve this act. You know, again, I want to reiterate that our prayers go out with all of those who have been affected by this tragedy. I want to thank our law enforcement officers. I want to thank our medical personnel. I want to thank our first responders. And most importantly, I want to thank the two New Orleans police officers who not only laid their life on the line, but were able to eliminate the threat this morning. Let me say, we have made public safety a state priority from day one. And I think that if you look around me today, right now, and you look at the people who are standing around, that is their commitment as well. We intend to be transparent in assessing any defects that may have existed in the system so that we can address them. It's the only way to ensure that any mistakes that were made are corrected. Specifically, we have been trying and working very diligently to address security concerns in preparation for the Super Bowl since October. And it's interesting because, ironically, in preparation for the Super Bowl, I had intended to issue an emergency declaration tomorrow so that we could bring all of our federal, state, and local agencies to bear in preparation for the Super Bowl and Mardi Gras. But because of the events today, I have amended that emergency declaration and issued it today. So again, that declaration will allow our federal, state, and local partners to bring all of the resources necessary to get this city safe. In light of that executive order, I have also ordered the mobilization of a military police company. I've asked General Freelou to mobilize a military police company to assist both New Orleans Police and LSP and the FBI. It is important for our citizens and guests of this state to know that we are doing everything we can to secure their safety in this city. We want to make it clear, the Superdome and the surrounding area is safe. But I've always said that the safety of this entire city is something that is always paramount to me. With that, I would like to turn it over to Jeff with the Super Bowl. Jeff Duncan.
Good afternoon. Obviously, we wish we weren't here for this reason today. The Sugar Bowl Committee has a 90-year history of being a good corporate citizen for the city of New Orleans, and that's why this tragedy hurts us as much as anybody right now. So our condolences, thoughts, and prayers go out to the victims and their families as we all work through this. Of course, anytime we have a major event in the city of New Orleans, public safety is paramount, and we have full faith and confidence in the governor and the mayor and all the assets, the federal, state, and local resources that they've applied to this event so that we can ultimately bring those responsible to justice and carry on with the major events that we have in front of us. Speaking of which, we were scheduled this evening to have a CFP quarterfinal played in the Superdome at 7:45. We have been in consultation with ESPN, with the College Football Playoff, with the Southeastern Conference, with the University of Georgia, with Notre Dame. All parties and all agree that it's in the best interest of everybody and public safety that we postpone the game for 24 hours. Work is fast about to set up a safe and efficient and fun environment for tomorrow night. There'll be more details on that in the coming hours, but for now, that's the plan, that we're going to move forward and play the game. And again, we reiterate our thanks to everyone up here for the important work they're doing. We live in the fun and games world with what we do, but we certainly recognize the importance of this, and we're going to support it 100%. So thank you.
I'd like to bring up Senator Kennedy.
I wish I understood better why bad things happen to good people. If I make it to heaven, I'm going to ask. For those people who don't believe in objective evil, all you have to do is look at what happened in our city early this morning. I am, if this doesn't trigger the gag reflex of every American, every fair-minded American, I'll be very surprised. I'm here because these are my people. I'm here because these are my people's friends. I'm here because there are a lot of Louisianians that are scared tonight. I don't want them to be. There's a lot of information going around. Some of it is actually true. Some of it isn't. The federal government is now in charge of this investigation. By that I mean the White House, the FBI, the Department of Homeland Security, and the Department of Justice. I have not talked to the FBI. Maybe they've talked to my staff. I don't know. I did talk to the Secretary of Homeland Security a little while ago. And I told him that with all the respect I could muster, that we expect to put the full force and resources of the federal government behind this investigation. Our state troopers, our local police departments, our sheriffs, we've got many sheriffs here today, have been terrific so far. The federal government is cooperating with them. I hope that will continue. Here's what I want to ask from the federal government. Catch these people. Catch these people. And then tell the American people the truth. Now, I don't want you to tell us yet anything's going to interfere with your investigation. And there are things that I've been told that I think are true that I'm not sharing with you today because it could interfere with their investigation. But after we get to the bottom of this, they need to tell the American people the truth, and the people of New Orleans the truth, and the people of America the truth. I think the mayor and the governor are very wise to postpone this ball game for 24 hours. There's just too much stuff we don't know, and it's just not worth it. But I guess my final point is, I will promise you this: I will, when it is appropriate and this investigation is complete, you will find out what happened and who was responsible. Or I will raise fresh hell. And I will chase those in the federal government who are responsible for telling us what happened, like they stole Christmas.
Thank you, Senator Kennedy. Congressman Carter, I think.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Senator Kennedy. Thank you to all of our law enforcement agents for doing a yeoman's job, for stepping up at a time when we needed you most, for employing the resources of all of our partners. This is all hands on deck, from the White House all the way down. I've been in communication with the White House since early this morning, Secretary Mayorkas, leaders in all of our federal, local, and state agencies. The President has made it very clear that he intends to bring every resource to bear to not only tell the truth, but to provide the resources to bring these cowards to justice. I want to personally thank the men and women in uniform who put their lives on the line to protect our citizens and our visitors. to our mayor and our governor for acting expeditiously and bringing us all together, to our sheriffs from the surrounding areas who have been Johnny on the spot, recognizing that if it happens in New Orleans, it can happen anywhere. We don't have the luxury of being myopic. In this community, we work
for you
together.
guys, huh? What do you think
We
of
don't
that?
point
What do
fingers.
you fucking think of
We
that?
don't blame.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
We go after the bad guys.
Oh yeah.
Let it be clear that the full faith and credit of the United States and every agency therein is on the ground, working. And for those who may have played a role in this horrific
That's
act
for you, Mark.
of cowardice,
Saw you just got here.
we will find you. We
Now
will
you
bring
liked
you
it.
to justice. New Orleans is a place that heralds its ability to protect its citizens, that heralds its ability to manage major events. Super Bowl, Sugar Bowls, Mardi Gras, Jazz Fest, Essence Festival. You name it, no one does it better than law enforcement in New Orleans and in the surrounding area. Kudos to those 2 officers who've been wounded. Our hearts go out to those who lost loved ones. Our hearts go out to those who are wounded and on the mend in the hospital. Citizens, now is the time to stay calm, to be vigilant. This is not a time to come out to sightsee. Listen to your federal, local, state officials. Be vigilant. If you saw something, say something. If you know something, tell someone. There are tip lines, there's information available. Please, all hands on deck. Rest assured that the decision that was made to postpone the game was not done lightly. It was done with one single thing in mind: public safety. Making sure that the citizens and visitors of this great city, not only for this event, but for every event you come to in Louisiana, that you will be safe. And we will use every resource possible, as the governor has said, as the mayor has said, and every law enforcement agent here has said. Our energy, our commitment will be to make sure that you are safe now and for every event in the future. God bless you, and let's stay strong.
Attorney General.
I first want to extend my sincerest condolences to the families of the victims. Parents got a phone call last night, early this morning, that no parent ever wants to receive. And as a parent of children who come to New Orleans and spend time here, I know that that is just something that, we hold our breath sometimes till they're home safe, and some people did not come home safe. And we also have some people who are fighting for their lives right now in the hospital. So I'd ask everyone to pray for them. They need our support and they need our prayers. This was a heinous act, a heinous, cowardly act, and we will find them and we will bring them to justice. My office will be providing both investigative and prosecutorial support to the City of New Orleans, to the District Attorney, Jason Williams in New Orleans, as I have done for months. We will continue to do that. We will provide the governor with whatever support that he needs, and the Governor's Office of Homeland Security, whatever support that they need. I'll be here to help. I will be here to stand with the City of New Orleans. We will bring them to justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you, Governor and Mayor. For those who do not know me, my name is Ann Kirkpatrick. I'm the Chief of Police of New Orleans.
What
my
the
title,
fuck?
official title is
Hold up.
Superintendent.
Hold up.
But my
Hold up.
role-
You're telling me the chief of police and the sheriff are both females in New Orleans? What is going on, man? I'm checking that out.
This as Chief of Police. You know, you've heard some of the details today, and over the last 24 hours, we had approximately 400 officers in the French Quarter. And as we know, this is not just an act of terrorism. This is evil.
Dude, the sheriff was elected in 2021. Her name is Susan Hudson, sworn in on May 2nd, 2022. And let's see what this police chief. When was this one? DEI has gotten out of fucking control, dude. When did Ann Kirkpatrick become police chief? Assumed office November 1st, 2023, bro. What in New Orleans? Y'all are something. Y'all are something right now. Y'all are something. Like the mayor that put her in the office, the mayor appoints her, right? But the people voted for her. I think this is the sheriff. I'm not sure. Probably got the star. Hey, oh, wait a second. It's a black woman? Oh no, I'm pretty sure it is. Wow, New Orleans. Wow, okay.
And when we face evil,
Crazy.
We have a choice. We can run in fear.
Progressive.
Or we can indeed stand in strength. In a time of crisis, people are looking for leadership.
Progressive.
You are looking at the leadership. And I promise you, as the chief of police of this city,
I think I see a reason they hit New Orleans.
Been tried by fire before. But fire
ISIS said like women in charge.
Fire makes things stronger. We have a plan. We know what to do. We are going to get these people. There is a path forward. Very pleased that we will be back to having a wonderful game tomorrow night. New Orleans police have proven their ability to make the city safer.
Wait, who? Is the mayor a female too?
Just 2 years ago, we were the murder capital of America. Today, from that time 2 years ago, we have driven
He's a female in New Orleans in power.
More than 50%.
This lady's bragging about how the murder rate was so high a few years ago, and now it's down. It's probably only down because COVID. Like, less people are wearing masks. Less people are okay with other people wearing masks. I don't know. I feel like there's a reason why she just went in office in 2023 in November. So has she really done that much to reduce crime? This fucking cabinet of females, New Orleans? Oh, I can't wait to see how this shit plays out. It just started, dude. She just got into her position a little over a year ago. And she just got in her position about 2 years ago, right? As the sheriff. She got appointed in May 2022, so less than 2 years. No, over 2 years. 3, 4, almost 3 years. Almost 3 years she's been sheriff. So she was probably sheriff when the crime rate was bad. Still, right? I don't know. Whatever. I guess
So
females are going to save New Orleans.
But this is different because it's terrorism. Now, I want to thank all of our law enforcement partners. You're fabulous, and we appreciate the partnership. But last night...
Dude, think about this. They might actually be the most female-ran city in the country. A female mayor, a female chief of police, and a female sheriff. Is that anywhere else? Does that happen anywhere else in our country? That might actually be why they hit them. Or partially, like, why? That's crazy, actually.
Officers engaged this terrorist who shot at them. 3 of the officers returned fire. Those officers did not run in fear. I liked what the mayor said this morning. New Orleans police and all law enforcement is built. We are built for dealing with evil, with things that would cause others to be in fear, but instead our officers, and last night NOPD in particular, stood strong. They not run. They did kill the terrorist. We have 2 officers indeed who received gunfire. They will be okay. We have personally gone to see them. But this is leadership for you. And I promise, as the chief of police of this fantastic city, that I will be strong and firm.
Yeah, she looks strong.
Thank you.
Fucking buff, bro. She looks like somebody.
In wrapping it up, I want to just close with a couple of things.
Kennedy, look at Kennedy, bro.
Kennedy,
I love him.
Carter.
The national treasure.
I want to thank again all of our law enforcement officers out there. I want the families of the victims to know that I will be issuing an executive order that tomorrow, when Notre Dame plays Georgia, every flag of every state building in this state is going to be at half-mast. In remembrance of them, but remember
That's the governor.
else. That fear in this state is a lie.
So that just goes to show.
And these folks right here,
Most of New Orleans ain't
make
woke.
sure that justice is served. And for the citizens out there that were thinking, well, man, do I really want to go to the Sugar Bowl tomorrow? I tell you one thing, your governor's going to be there. That is proof.
Because that dude sounds like a good old boy.
That facility in this city is safer today than it was
Definitely
yesterday.
a Republican. I can
And,
tell.
and as we come to additional events in this city, I know in speaking with Senator Kennedy and Congressman Carter, and the FBI acting director, and the incoming administration, that they are going to ensure that this city has the resources necessary to protect our citizens and our guests. And so with that,
It doesn't say
we'll
right
take
here.
some questions.
All right, if you could, we'll start over here with CBS. Katie, we'll work our way across the room. If I miss you, just give me a holler. I may not see you. Go ahead, Katie.
Thank you, sir. Katie Weiss with CBS News. I mean, I think this has been a really tough day for a lot of people, but at this point, we're hearing that the death toll, according to some FBI sources, has gone up to 15. Is this true?
Who wants to answer?
I can speak for it, because unless you have a final number. We do not have a final number. We know that we have confirmed 10, but we did have people who had been transported who were in critical condition. And so I do not know that, but I can confirm 10.
And one quick follow-up question, if I may. We know that there have been some local records in Texas about a misdemeanor background on this suspect. Any signs or warnings ahead of time about this person or their plans for what happened this morning?
Because that is the investigation part, I will give the FBI.
At this time, we cannot go into details about the subject's
Republican.
history. What I can tell you, the person was...
He's a Republican, and the last governor, up until this year, January of 2024, was a Democrat. So they just recently, this year, got this guy, wherever he went, this guy, Jeff Landry, Republican, born 1970, December 23rd. University of Louisiana, Loyola University, Loyola College of Law, United States Army, and Louisiana National Guard. He was a lawyer. All right. What do we know, lady? She's really the... Hold up. Is this the representative for the FBI? Is a dainty black chick? There's not many, man. Why? Oh, because we got it. We put her out there. We need it. We got to put her. We give her something to do. Wait, is that really who that is?
I will give the FBI.
It is. Fuck you. Can we fucking make America great again?
History. What I can tell you, the person was an Army veteran. We believe he was honorary discharge, but we're working through this process, figuring out all this information. The goal with the FBI is providing you with the most accurate and complete information. So once that information is confirmed, we'll make sure we push that out. Thank you.
Ariel.
At this time,
Damn
we
it.
don't know exactly, as far as the victims, how many are from here in Louisiana versus out of state, and their ages.
At this time, I can't go into details about all the victims. We want to make sure that first that the family is notified appropriately before we put any information.
That's bad,
out there.
dude,
So
for
once the families are all notified,
for the
then we'll
country
go ahead and release a
that
statement.
it's an army vet.
And I would ask the press, in relation to the victims and those that are in hospitals, you could just refrain from worrying about them. So they're
Needed to be a terrorist, man, not
that are trying to get them out of the hospital can do so. And as information becomes available, we want to respect the
complicates
privacy
shit, man.
Of those who are still either fighting for their lives. Or,
It's really not good.
Or,
this could have been used.
Thank you.
A follow-up, if I may.
This could have been used, dude, to support Israel more, actually. And now it's going to be used by people to not join the military because you turn into a fucking psychopath and end up doing some crazy shit later because of what you've seen when you were at war. Or whatever, you know what I mean? It's not a good commercial for our military, is it? And we have so many other things happening, like the near miss just recently. We had one shoot down of one of our planes, but there was also a near miss that happened after that, which means they almost did it again. And then we had the female pilots that crashed. We got these helicopters that have been crashing and come up missing in the mountains and shit. Like, dude, when I was thinking about joining the military, they were badass. They weren't crashing left and right and killing each other and shit. Dude. And then there were multiple stories of veterans doing crazy shit. I mean, what was there? I mean, sure, there was what John Oswald supposedly with Kennedy he was a veteran. Sure, there's stories of veterans. There's always stories of crazy fucking veterans, but they're usually Marines, aren't they? They even say that after Marine boot camp, you're kind of like you're certified a little crazy. I remember they used to say that. Ow! Okay.
Go ahead. You guys mentioned accomplices. You don't think that the suspect acted alone. About how many more suspects are you guys looking into at this point?
It's a range of suspects. Right now with the FBI, we do not run a rule anything out. So that's why we're asking if anyone has had any interaction with the deceased subject Jabbar in the last 72 hours. Provide us with this information. You can provide us that information through 1-800-CALL-FBI or our digital tips line, which is available on our social media website, as well as the big FBI website.
Can I say something like that? Tell me who you're with.
WDSU.
WDSU. Okay, and CBS.
The NBC's over here on the
Oh, that's an unusual position.
I don't get it.
You wouldn't. Look, the FBI is not going to be able to answer those questions, okay? They will eventually, I promise you, okay? Once the FBI has a chance to investigate all this, along working with state police, working with Homeland Security, working with the city of New Orleans, they're going to tell you what happened. I can promise you that. Or I'm going to raise fresh hell.
Bro.
But right now, they're in the process of trying to catch the other bad guys. And I want to give them the benefit of the doubt for a while.
26.
A man had to, dude, why couldn't they have just had a man as the FBI person that had a vibrato to him and people respected his words and weren't gonna fucking try to badger him into answering shit just like Kennedy did? Why couldn't they just had a white dude up there or maybe even a black dude? Why did they pick a fucking dainty black woman? Why did that happen? Who decided that was a good idea? Is it because she's the only one that works out there or something? Like, I don't know, man. This is international news.
Question about the victims. I know that there was obviously gunfire exchange, so I guess how many victims were shot and then how many were injured?
Look, again, let me reiterate both Special Agent Duncan and Senator Kennedy. There's a lot of, I get that y'all want to know minute details. What we don't want to do is impede this investigation or spend any time talking about things that don't get us closer to hunting these folks down and securing this city. And so at a particular point in time, we will release as much information as we can. But at this time, in relation to the investigation, I would ask y'all to refrain from those.
So, ladies and gentlemen, if we don't, if we...
He's surrounded by women that are in power. The sheriff, chief of police. Where's the mayor? Is that this one? Is it a black woman too? It's a woman. FBI agent in charge. Whoever the hell this important lady is. What is going on in Louisiana, man? They're having some sort of progressive movement.
We're going to just have more of the same, as the governor just said. We're going to provide that information, but we're going to wrap the press conference now.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
Let me finish. You weren't listening. If all of the questions are more of the same, what the governor just said in position, we won't be doing that to provide information. And if you have a quick different question, then let's do that quickly and move on. Okay?
My question. Hold on. It's in an orderly fashion.
You say there are multiple.
Ma'am, hold on, sir. Hold on. Then who was next? We had over here.
Hi, Rachel Wolf from the Wall Street Journal. You said you are confident there are multiple suspects involved. What makes you confident in that?
Well, like, why would we tell you that? Again, that's, I mean, look, again, we want to answer pertinent questions. But anything that would lead to impeding or endangering this investigation is not going to be said, okay? And we will, as information unfolds, this is a very fluid process. And remember something, too. We're doing two things. We're hunting some bad people down, and we're securing the city, too. We're getting ready for a Sugar Bowl tomorrow.
His accent,
So
dude.
if y'all would, again,
Sugar Bowl tomorrow.
If you have questions regarding Sugar Bowl, the safety of the city, or something to that effect, we're happy to answer.
Over here.
Tell he's a
Okay,
local.
go ahead,
Alyssa.
Usually in parts of the French Quarter, specifically in parts of Bourbon Street, there are bollards. We're hearing that some of those may have been down because of repairs. Can you speak to that? And maybe was there any backup option of putting a truck there or an NOPD car there?
Well, let me tell you, yeah, one, I'm going to let the mayor answer. I want you to know that's one of the first things I thought of this morning when the mayor called me, okay? And I will tell you that whatever the problem was is going to be solved.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Governor, and thank you for the question. I do understand that it's been on your radar since this morning. As it relates to the bollards on Bourbon Street, over 10 years ago, over 10 years ago, the city of New Orleans implemented an infrastructure project placing bollards on Bourbon. Shortly thereafter, the malfunctions of those bollards ensued from Mardi Gras beads on down.
When did she say it happened?
An infrastructure years ago, the city of relates to the bollards on Bourbon Street. Over 10 years ago.
10 years ago, okay.
Okay.
So long before she was in
City of
office.
New Orleans.
She went in office in May of 2022. So she's had almost 3 years to take care of these bollards. Okay, let's go.
Implemented an infrastructure project placing bollards on Bourbon. Shortly thereafter, the malfunctions of those bollards ensued from Mardi Gras beads on down. But the New Orleans Police Department, of course, deemed them inefficient because they did not operate the way that they were intended to do.
See, they always do that.
The city of
She's passing the buck on this to the city. The city passed the buck on to the county for when they shot at my car.
New Orleans is hosting Super Bowl this year. It gave the city of New Orleans an opportunity to go further and deeper with infrastructure improvements, as we've been talking about. So as a result of that, we were able to build in bollard replacement into our Super Bowl infrastructure package. And because of that, the city of New Orleans has moved forward with that infrastructure that is nearing completion. Bollards were not up because they are near completion, with the expectation of being completed, of course, by Super Bowl, way before Super Bowl. But that is the reason. Now, the New Orleans Police Department and Chief, you can speak to the deployment as to respond to our needs and existing conditions.
All right, so we have been aware of the bollard situation for a long time.
Exactly.
And we did indeed harden those target areas where the bollards are. We have patrol cars out there to hard target, as well as with barriers. Now, I want to share with y'all, if you did not know, that this particular terrorist drove around onto the sidewalk and got around the hard
put bollards on the fucking sidewalk
then. We had barriers there, we had officers there, and they still got around. Now, the wedges that you see out there as well, we knew that that had malfunction problems. And I want you to understand.
What
and
lady?
It got stuck. There is no way that ambulance could get in or out. People couldn't get in and out. So we knew that these were malfunction. So we did indeed have a plan, but the terrorist defeated it.
Bitch, you dropped the ball.
We recognize we got a problem right here, right?
You're fired.
We're going to fix it.
Hopefully New Orleans
It is going
goes
to be a
red
top
next
priority
time.
as we go into the Super Bowl in Mardi Gras. And the solution that we're going to come up with is going to be a permanent one. It's going to be placed into the standard operating procedure of having major events and securing that quarter.
A follow-up, if I may. Obviously, Sugar Bowl postponed till tomorrow, but I'm sure after that game, a lot of people are going to want to celebrate. Are there plans to keep Bourbon Street closed? What does that look like?
So right now, Bourbon Street is an active crime scene, and the FBI is in charge of it. When they clear it, and it does not
This is the mayor,
anymore,
dude.
we're going to open it up.
Potentially.
This is the mayor.
Fox 8.
I thought it was the sheriff.
Can we ask about this military police presence that you want to call it? Is this a private security like Blackwater? Also, would that be a first that a private security firm is mobilized to supplement local and state law enforcement?
No. We're not. This is our National Guard. These are our citizens that we
She is
bring
the
in.
Democratic
It's a
force.
military police company that we recognize. We need some more resources. We need some more boots on the ground because, again, what we're doing now is twofold. We've got an active investigation, and we've got enhanced security. Before this event, we were just enhancing and working on security. So we brought some additional resources.
Jesse Kirsch with NBC News. Thank you for holding the press briefing. I just want to clarify something first. We're talking about bollards that are being repaired. We're talking about a lift gate that are replaced and then a lift gate that's not been working. Was there a vehicle in place of that lift gate last night? Were there things in place of those bollards which are being repaired?
Sure, the chief spoke to the plan in place, and that is yes.
That was indeed.
So anything that is currently in the midst of being repaired had a backup replacement?
It had vehicles and officers were there where all of those ballasts have been. We had that. We knew. So we did have it. And like I said, in this particular case, terrorists just went all the way around up onto the sidewalk.
And for the lift gate, what about for the lift gate? Was there a vehicle like backing in and out to block that lift gate area, or was that just down and open? That's what we've heard from witnesses.
Captain. The reason I'm calling the captain, he's the captain over that district, and that is a question I'm going to let him address for you.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Captain LeJean Roberts of the 8th
She doesn't
District.
know.
Yes, we did have strategically placed right in front of the wedge, preventing access onto the roadway.
And in terms of the framework of security that was already in place on Bourbon Street, I know this is an ongoing project of improvement, but with how that was all aligned, was someone getting up on a sidewalk considered impossible or nearly impossible, or was this not something you expected you would have to account for?
Yes, of course, it wasn't something we expected to account for. The bollards they're actually wedges. They're strategically placed 5 locations throughout the French Quarter on the roadway. This particular terrorist drove onto the sidewalk behind the police car to gain access to the 100 block of Bourbon Street.
So if you're worried about someone ever driving down Bourbon Street, why weren't you worried about someone driving up the sidewalk in the same way, or at least bracing for it in the same way for all
Okay.
years.
All right, look. We could go on what ifs forever. This is evil. And
Because they were dropping balls
guy could have easily
everywhere. That's fine.
going down the
New
sidewalk
Orleans
of
is
Canal
fucking
Street,
stupid.
where there were a ton of pedestrians on there as well.
And there are
And they are. That's right. You're right.
Oh, by the way, their sheriff is a black woman also, though. That's why I was a little confused. So they have a black woman mayor, a white elderly chief of police, and a black woman sheriff. Of course they dropped the ball, man. What you talking about? They don't know what the fuck they're doing. What are they in there for? What are y'all doing out there in New Orleans? Y'all are hilarious, dude. Katrina happened and all the men moved out. They all moved out to Memphis and shit. Seriously, that happened. A lot of people. It was like the great hiatus of New Orleans. They went everywhere but New Orleans. New Orleans was filled with feces.
So that's, I'm
Right.
just asking.
Hold on a second. We gotta move on. Chelsea, go ahead.
I remember.
Just want you to know,
I was living in Memphis at the time.
However, we recognize, I said earlier, that where there are defects in this system, we are going to be transparent, and we are going to address them with the city and make sure that we fill those gaps as best we can.
The only people that stayed in New Orleans were the people that couldn't afford to leave, man. That's why they have this leadership now. Wow, that's interesting, dude. Because I'm serious, a lot of people left, man. They decided to fucking live in another state now.
Yeah, Chelsea Grace with Axios. I have a question just about sort of ongoing public safety today. Special Agent mentioned 2 possible IEDs. Were those in the same location? Should residents in the French Quarter or elsewhere be concerned about potential other situations?
The 2 IEDs, they were in different locations, and what we've done in conjunction with our local and state partners, we've gone through and done a sweep to identify anything that we thought was suspicious, and we have not. However, as I said before, if the public sees something, please reach out to us. That way we can go through and verify that we did not miss anything. But we conducted initial sweeps, I think, starting shortly after our initial
Yes, I'm going to thank you, Agent. I do want to share that we have a plan, and we have been implementing that plan. One of those plans is that we have swept all of these areas. The word swept means we have put officers out there as a grid, walking down the streets, every street in the French Quarter, looking for suspicious packages, bags, ice chests, you name it. And they have been walking it as a grid. We've been doing the same thing on Poydras and all the accesses into the Superdome. Part of the safety plan is we have bomb dogs out there sweeping
I can't take this seriously.
the Superdome and all the exterior area, and we're locking that down. That will be locked down through the game
Chief of
tomorrow.
Police,
so
bro.
that's a part of that safety plan, and
Tripping
we've
out
already
right
been
now.
implementing.
We would have never known about this
Okay,
had this
thank
not
you all
happened.
for coming out.
Question back here for the governor on the MPs. How
Oh.
many MPs will be deployed to New Orleans?
Right now, there's I think it's a Free 100. 100 and, yeah.
Oh, she's not retired yet.
All right. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
What gives you the confidence tomorrow night it'll be safe, right?
I'm going to be there.
Yes, but you're also saying you're making improvements, sir.
She's so short too. Like she's like short, elderly. Appointed by a black mayor, by a black female mayor. That's very interesting. Very interesting. I wish she couldn't appoint a white man. She definitely couldn't appoint a black man. She knows how they are. Well, it's interesting though, right? Oh, and she's shorter than her. She picked a white woman that's shorter than her to be her chief of police. It's something to do with her being that. Yep. She wanted to feel in charge, probably, in the city. She didn't want a masculine anything. Like, she didn't even pick a masculine female to be her chief of police. She looks more masculine than the chief of police. What the fuck? Doesn't make any sense, dude. Like, these people voted her in office. And it's because everyone left New Orleans. That's why. That'd be it, dude. All the Republicans moved out of New Orleans. Went and did blue collar jobs elsewhere because they could. Every single resource has been deployed. Where's Tux at, man? Fuck. Like yelling random shit outside. She said Jorge. Ooh. Oh. Dude.
A plea deal that could let the alleged mastermind of the 9/11 terrorist attacks avoid the death penalty was upheld by a U.S. military appeals court. Earlier this year, 3 men held for decades without trial at the Guantanamo Bay Detention Center reached an agreement with Pentagon prosecutors to plead guilty and possibly avoid the death penalty. The prisoners include Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. He is accused of leading the plot to fly hijacked commercial passenger aircraft into the World Trade Center in New York City and into the Pentagon on September 11, 2001. The 9/11 attacks, as they are known, killed nearly 3,000 people and propelled the U.S. into a 2-decade war in Afghanistan. U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin in August rescinded the plea deals. The Pentagon previously said Austin was surprised by the plea deals and that the Secretary was not consulted because that process is independent. But in November, a U.S. military judge ruled that Austin acted too late on revoking the plea deals and that they were still valid. The order late on Monday by the U.S. Military Appeals Court upheld that ruling. The Pentagon did not respond to a request for comment. Mohammed, also known as KSM, is the most widely known inmate at Guantanamo Bay. The prison was set up in 2002 by then U.S. President George W. Bush to detain foreign militant suspects following the September 11th attacks. Human rights experts, including at the United Nations, have condemned torture at Guantanamo Bay and elsewhere during the so-called War on Terror and demanded an apology from Washington. Former President Barack Obama acknowledged in 2014 that the U.S. had engaged in torture and said it was, quote, contrary to our values.
Oh, yeah.
How many guns do you think, Gold 5? Say about 20 guns. Some on the surface, some on the towers. Switch to...
Star Wars actor Angus MacInnes has died at the age of 77. The Canadian actor, he appeared in 2 of the Star Wars films, playing the role of John Dutch Vander, the leader of the Rebel Alliance's Gold Squadron. His family announced his death on Facebook, writing that Angus loved meeting the Star Wars fans and sharing their passion for the
I would have
saga.
never recognized
He made his
him.
big screen debut back in 1975's Rollerball, and then went on to appear in Superman 2, Witness, and Captain Phillips.
I couldn't pop that one out. Too short. I'm in. Okay, you don't want to come this way. I hold you. I hold you. He's actually sitting on my arm. Oh, you better watch it. Don't get it.
Hi, I'm Julia Child. I'm doing a very special meal and cooking it just the way Phil has requested. And we've got a very colorful meal here, I think, with these beautiful fresh green beans and this bright orange squash and scallop potatoes, a beautiful tenderloin steak, and a little mushroom sauce on top of it. I think I'll just finish that off with a little more green for color. And then here's a special Phil touch. I'm going to do it just the way he likes it. And that is a teaspoon of coarse salt right in the middle of the plate. And finally, this is the final Morrison touch, finishing it off in a special way in the oven. Now we're going to have what I think is one of the great desserts of all time.
Why do you put a teaspoon in the middle of the plate?
That's an orange
Or salt?
Flavored with Grand Marnier orange liqueur. So I'm just going to put a little drops in there. And this is a good old white sauce base with egg yolks, perfectly beaten egg whites, and in they go. Some people pour the base into the egg whites, but I like to pour the egg whites over the base. And the folding
used
is
to
the
have a
most
whisk.
important part of the souffle, because you want to be sure that the egg whites get incorporated into the base.
Oh, it looks delicious.
Now,
That's
into the
alcoholic
souffle
whipped
dish, which has been
cream?
buttered
What?
and sugared.
Oh, she was ahead of her time.
I'm not going to fill it too full, just about the top. And in it goes to the oven. It's a 400
How
degree
you
oven,
gonna
and
cook
I'm
the
gonna start
alcohol
it
off?
and let it watch it for about 20 minutes.
Ooh. Apparently she's supposed to burn something on this episode.
Oh, it is done. It's
Oh, shit.
perfect. It's just perfect.
No, it's not.
Look at that.
What?
Souffle Grand Marnier Morrison. That's just exactly what he ordered. Very happy it turned out so well. Now let's see the main course.
Are they both burned? Hold on.
That turned out very well,
Please.
too. Nothing like being an experienced chef in these matters. Look at that. A meal fit for a king.
Why is it burnt? Wait, is this AI? What is happening right now?
Julia was able to produce a similar black layer over the surface of half a dozen distinct foodstuffs. Well, to be sure, it didn't take all her artistry to burn foods. We can all do that. But there is something remarkable in the consequence. Whatever we eat is an ore of carbon. Salt is an exception, and water too, of course. And I think you will agree that they play somewhat specialized roles in our nutrition. That result, that a single component can be extracted as part of a great many related source substances, is one of the foundations or understanding of the atom. The chemists became convinced that everything they could try could be separated out, dare I say sorted, into a small variety of specific substances, a list whose names we know: carbon, gold, silver, lead, oxygen. Those substances, there were fewer than 100 of them, could not in turn be broken down by any treatment the chemist could muster. They were the best sorted grains of the chemist. And a class of sorted grains is what we call a chemical element.
So, but did she really burn that food, though? Oh, an excerpt from a PBS science series in the 80s where Julia Childs intentionally burns her food. Why? To make carbon, of course. The Phil she refers to is Phil Morrison, who hosts the series titled Ring of Truth. It's been said of Julia that she enjoyed playing pranks as a girl. I'm sure she never really completely left that spirit of fun behind, regardless of her years. She enjoyed life. I give Julia so much credit for playing along with science. She was such a perfectionist. I bet it killed her to purposely burn all that food. Oh, I'm sorry. That sucks. You said it's a meal fit for a king. That was really neat. I didn't expect that. That's a. I could probably post this to the unexpected subreddit. Was their quote a meal fit for a king? Was it only sound on one side?
Hi, I'm
It
Julia
is only sound on one side. I wonder if there's another version of this where the sound is on both sides. Oh, you don't like it?
Apples and cream. This is really the temptation of Eve. We're doing tarte tatin, apple desserts. Today, on the French chef, la tarte tatin. And then you want 3/4 stick of chilled, hard, cold butter. And you can use just a plain, ordinary handheld blender. The butter, the gluten has become activated. Butter, or stick of butter, have a lot of butter. Auberge tatin. Now I'm going to put a little more butter on that, and a little more sugar. This is cold and hard as it should be, and you want to beat it. This is not an actual rolling pin, it's one that my husband made for me out of an old garage broom handle. Up and begin to get rather thick. I'm not sure that that has completely caramelized, but I'm going to unmold it anyway. So this goes out onto the platter. That unmolded very badly. That was a little loose. It's not going to make too much difference because it's all going to fix up. That's too bad because it does look very nice. Look it, this looks perfectly all right. The bottom can't brown in the cake pan because it isn't thick enough, but you're going to see that it works perfectly well. Juice Exude juice.
Ew.
There. Ta-ta! And a little bit of this lovely creme fraiche. And
It looks delicious still,
tartar.
though.
Ta-ta! Bon appetit. And that's all for today on The French Chef. This is Julia Child.
I don't know what happened. She was supposed to go live, man. That chick, Jacob, and the guy in the making food with his shirt off. Trump hotel briefing. What is this?
Later this afternoon to give you much more information on what we are finding out in this investigation. But obviously, a Cybertruck, the Trump Hotel, there's lots of questions that we have to answer as we move forward. With that, I will tell you that our entire law enforcement, first responder community is here and present and working on all of the issues that we have here, one of which is the FBI.
Oh my god! Holy shit. The first comment on this shit has 6 likes, and it's nice to see a bunch of men in charge as opposed to that charade in NOLA. That's actually the top comment, dude. What the fuck? America's waking up, dude.
ASAC Jeremy Schwartz to give a couple of comments, and then immediately after that, Deputy Chief Tommy Touchstone from the Clark County Fire Department to give you a couple updates as well.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Jeremy Schwartz, currently the acting special agent in charge for the FBI here in Las Vegas.
Yeah, they put a
first
man.
and foremost, I just want to say, our hearts and prayers go out to the community. Even though there's only one deceased victim at this time, something like this happens in the city, and it has an effect on our people here in the community. So we recognize that, and we're here to do everything that we can to support this investigation, to jump on board with our Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department partners, which we've already done. I know you're looking for a lot of answers, and ideally right now we just don't have a lot of answers. We're going to continue to work as hard as we can over the next 24 to 48 hours to hopefully get more to you. But this time we've got a lot of questions and deploying resources, and we will continue to do that until we get to the end of this and figure out exactly what happened and why.
They're hungry. They're hungry.
Good morning. Thomas Touchstone, Deputy Fire Chief with the Clark County Fire Department. The Clark County Fire Department responded this morning along with Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and Las Vegas Fire and Rescue. We had a response time of approximately 4 minutes. Engine 12 arrived first pulling attack lines to extinguish the vehicle fire, and also realized at the same time that there were multiple persons with injuries located around the vehicle. In total, as the sheriff said, there were 7 minor injuries, 2 of which were transported to UMC, again for minor injuries, and there is 1 fatality within the Cybertruck. CCFD's remaining on scene in coordination with Las Vegas Fire and Rescue and Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department to continue to render the scene safe, to make sure that the Cybertruck is fully extinguished as it is now, and then also to recover the victim from the vehicle. And we'll remain on scene assisting Metro as long as possible. That's all I have. Thank you.
I would also just like to add, I'd like the community to please stay away from the area for right now, because we don't know what we don't. Resort partners, as you can imagine, we have had to evacuate the hotel. The vast majority of the people that were staying in the hotel have moved over to the resorts world. I'd like to thank them for their graciousness in hosting these individuals that are also victims in this as well. We'll have another, we'll let you know when the next press conference is going to be with a whole lot more information for you. But until then, I just remind the community we believe everything is safe now. Thank you very much.
Hey, Tug still isn't back there. I need to be back there now. Hasn't walked by one time. Nice, don't tell him what's going on. Very odd. Maybe somebody hurt him with a firework. Because he's so friendly. I did see a tux across the street earlier this morning, but I don't think it was him because it would have come over. It would have come if it was him. I think it's their cat. Maybe they have one. I was a little late this morning though.
For being here today and
Also, the Cybertruck actually exploded outside of the...
I do want to go out to Las Vegas right now because there is a breaking news situation there concerning the Trump Tower Hotel where there was a Tesla fire on fire right outside of the building. So let's listen right here to officials give the latest update as well. I want to take this because it's live.
Ideally right now we just don't...
I thought they were going to give us some extra... Oh, they get pictures though at the same time. Is that a live shot?
So again, we're here, we're deploying resources, and we will continue to do that until we get to the end of this and figure out exactly what happened and why.
Smoky.
County Fire to the vehicle fire, and also realized there were 7 minor injuries. Render the scene safe to make.
But until then. The Tesla Cybertruck that was on fire right outside of the building. We are learning new information just from that
with the battery
a
though?
bit later this afternoon. And
or is this some sort of collaborated like man and ISIS flag?
Harass, degrade, accuse, or threaten any individuals partaking in the interview process. Defines personally identifiable information as their home address, email addresses, signing credentials, phone numbers, passport number, medical records, or bank account information. We thoroughly look at and edit our videos to ensure that none of this information about any individual is shown in our videos. To ensure extra privacy for each person that is the subject of an interview in any of our videos, as of September 1st, 2022, to thoroughly comply with YouTube's harassment and bullying policy, there will be no mention or information about the last name or first name of any person interviewed in our videos. Due to potentially illegal activities discussed in our videos, law enforcement in the respective jurisdiction we conduct these interviews in is notified of each interview and video filmed by us. We are not accusing any individual interviewed of being guilty or committing a crime. That is the job of law enforcement. We are not vigilantes, and we do not condone vigilantism or vigilante behavior, such as taking the law into your own hand or not notifying law enforcement when a suspected crime takes place. We are investigative journalists. Trigger warning. Some of what can be discussed in these videos can be sensitive to some, emotional, or stressful. The only goal of these videos is to educate the public. At the end of each video, as of September 1st, 2022, there will be an educational portion at the end to discuss what we're talking about in the video and discuss what people take from that video and learn from and tell others about. Our goal here is to bring awareness and educate the public.
Job in Tyler, Texas. So, a nurse, dude. Man.
Don't resist, we'll make it.
While he went to his work, the guy gave his work information out to some kid apparently.
Hello? Yeah, I am. Yeah. And it was like, yeah. Oh, I'm gonna go in. All right, bye.
Gotcha. Oh.
How's it going, man?
How are you?
Good. I got a package here for a Jordan who works here.
Do you need it? You want to give it to him?
Yeah.
Can we leave it?
He just signed for it.
He does that. Tries to get away before I can hit her. Sounds like a fast food place.
How's it going? Got a package here for you. Yeah, it's about some messages to probably go over. Do you just want to go talk outside about it?
I guess we can.
All right. No problem. Have a heart. Sure she's not getting where it works. It's just some personal stuff, ma'am.
That's a good question.
I'm going to the audio, man.
After you. Yeah.
Should have got that.
Do you just want to go across the street to the hotel so nobody really overhears anything?
I have to stay on the premises.
Okay, no problem. We can just kind of go right here. Well, my name is Gordon. I'm sorry to meet you like this.
Okay.
What do you do? So what do you do for work here?
I'm a nurse.
Well, I appreciate what you do, man. Have a passion for the medical field?
Yeah.
That's awesome. How long you been in it? How long you been working here for?
A little while.
Got it. Well, thanks for what you do, man.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, you got this
So I
stand.
just want to have a conversation with you. That's it. I know you're only 27, right?
Yeah. He's got the stance.
You're still, and I think we can get this taken care of. And like I said, I appreciate what you do for the community, working here, taking care of people. So, do you kind of know what I'm here to talk to you
Dude,
about?
check this out.
Not specifically.
If you stand like that, you're not going to get laid ever. If a fucking woman sees you standing like that, and that's your like normal way of standing, look, check it out. I'll do it for you guys. Hey, how I'm doing today? What's going on?
Fair enough.
What's been going on?
Well, I guess we can start with, like, who is?
If I recall,
Bro.
it's been a little while.
I fucking
believe
saw into
she
the
added
future
me
right
on
there.
Facebook a long time ago.
Sure.
I remember her. I think I remember that. I don't think I've talked to her in a very long time. I think I might have messaged her when she first had it, but I can't really recall afterwards.
Okay. Did she ever talk to you, like, on the phone yesterday, or?
Someone called and I talked to him a little bit. I think I recall something along the lines of talking about math home.
Right.
I think I do remember something on that vein, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's the same girl.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So that's okay. Okay, yeah.
Fair enough. You were helping her with the math homework?
Yeah, that's what she asked about. She was having some issue with some addition stuff.
All right,
So
well.
I was like, oh, okay, yeah, sure.
Addition.
Fair enough. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
A lot of kids don't have that tutoring and all that. And, the
How
public
old are we
school system just
talking
throws them in the
about
meat
here?
grinder, hope for the best. So, so there was some addition stuff she needed help with.
Yeah. That's all we really talked about.
Got it.
I mentioned, ask about hobbies, I guess. I mentioned I play games. That's all I really
Of course, he
recall.
plays Roblox.
Nothing
So
real specific.
No, that's cool. So, how old is?
I didn't inquire. From my understanding, she was on the end of things, but I never really. I mean, with it being addition that she was asking about, I assume on the side.
Got it. What did she tell you?
I never asked. She mentioned she was in grade school. That did come up.
Okay.
I remember that.
So with her being like 11 makes sense?
Yeah, I suppose that would track it.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it. So when did she first add you on Facebook?
A while back now. I want to say...
11.
We're in 2020. I want to say back in maybe 2021, somewhere in there.
Okay.
I mean, that sounds right.
Yeah, I have a 2023 here, like middle of that.
Okay. Yeah, all the years run together lately.
Oh my God! Since COVID, I mean, it's been going so fast.
Yeah, no kidding.
Fair enough. So you're talking about math homework? That's pretty cordial. How else did the conversation go with her?
That's really all we talked about. I was relaxing in my bedroom. I got a call from a new number. I answered. She mentioned that she was a person who added me on Facebook. I was like, oh, okay, yeah. just chatted for a little while, and then she mentioned she was doing math homework, was having trouble with it. I talked about that for a little bit. Then we talked about just what, she asked me about what I do school-wise. For a little while I was in school.
Awesome.
And I'm, a little break from that right now.
Got it.
That's kind of the gist of it, really.
Okay. Well, I guess just in general, like starting in 2023, like how'd the conversation kind of go with her?
I texted her a couple of times. She asked me, just what I look like. I recall that coming up.
Yeah, I see some selfies here.
Yeah, we talked back and forth a little bit, chatted about life. I think she mentioned talking to a few different people over the years.
Fair enough.
Or, just in passing conversation.
Okay.
I can't recall anything too specific more than that.
Sure.
Really.
Well, so it was just kind of willy-nilly just messaging you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's just messaging me sometimes. I'd reply. It's really kind of the gist of it, really.
Yeah. So, I mean, how common is it for these ladies under 18 to just message people like this?
I have no idea, honestly. I know it's just her, but as far as I'm aware, she's the only person I know of that does that.
Okay.
I don't really know.
Have any others tried to add you before?
Not that I can recall. I don't think so.
Okay.
I believe it's just her.
Okay.
At least that I can recall off recent memory.
Got it. So what apps did y'all talk on? You said Facebook, but any other apps that she messaged you on, or?
Pretty sure it's that one. She may. I thought I recall her saying something that she was on Instagram at one point.
Okay.
I don't know if she really did much on there, but I thought she said that she was on there at one point or another.
Got it.
On a post or something like that.
Yeah. Did y'all have a message on a session at all?
No. Not on there.
Okay.
Not on there.
Did y'all have a message on the Potato app?
No. I actually haven't heard of that.
That's a new one.
No.
Okay.
Nothing on there.
Got it. Yeah, so I just want to bring up some of the messages because, you talking about math homework, just kind of sending selfies. I mean, yeah, it's fine. There's no issue with that. But
You heard a session,
would any of the
though.
conversation get a little bit flirtatious or a little bit risque at all?
I know she was trying to be a model. I remember her saying that. I mean, I might have made a comment that, like, she sent a selfie or she posted stuff. I'd be like, oh, you look really great today, or, you look attractive today. Something, very baseline there. Perhaps that could be a little weird, I suppose, but just purely meant as encouragement.
Well, that's good.
Especially with future goals and all.
Yeah.
At least as far as my conversationing, no. I have had issues in the recent history where my account has been hacked.
Okay.
And then I've taken it back over and changed passwords, everything. But that has happened a couple of times. And I think back in 23 was when it got real bad. I think I got hacked 2 or 3 times.
Okay.
And obviously I got my account back.
Sure.
It was taken over for, I think at grand total, it was like maybe probably about a day or 2 total.
Do you know what month in 2023 it would have happened?
I have no idea. Obviously I was panicked when it happened. I was like, oh, I lost my account. And then, I got back into it, restructured and all that, but I have no idea.
What did you see when you got your account back?
I didn't really see anything out of the ordinary. I mean, they tried to change the password, the phone number, the email, and then they got into some messages, messaged some people I saw, but I couldn't say who got messaged, who didn't.
Did you see any messages that kind of shocked you, or you're like, oh, God?
No, I didn't see anything out of the ordinary, but I mean, I imagine they were probably sending stuff and deleting it, or I think, not 100% on this, but I've heard that there's a feature somewhere in Messenger where you can delete messages from one end. Like, you send a message and it deletes it off of the computer.
Sure.
Or the account that it sent it from, or something like that. I feel like I've heard someone mention that's a thing.
Okay.
But no, that's really about it.
Got it. Well, there's a few here, and I guess these were the ones that wouldn't have been hacked because, they're pretty just standard questions, I'd say. But here, she was asked from you, I see, do you go on any dates ever, or do you hang out with boys at all? And what would you like to do with a boy? Like, that was kind of asked to her. Like, what was kind of the, I guess, the point of asking that to her? I'm not judging, I'm just asking.
Oh, I can't remember specifically what was going on that day, but I think I had just recently started talking to someone a little more seriously, and that might have come up in conversation.
With?
Possibly. I think she might have asked me about it, or might have mentioned that I was, out talking with someone or gone to see someone or something along that line.
Okay.
Possibly.
Well, did they ever try to get flirty with you at all?
Not that I can recall.
Okay.
Not off the top of my head, but I mean, it's possible. I mean, with text especially, it is very easy for intentions and thought processes to
get misconstrued. Yep.
Taken out of
That's what I'm at. Yeah, of course. That's why I'm asking you, because I don't want to just write a 27-year-old off and just be like, oh well, this is what was said. That's why I'm coming to talk to you, man.
I get you.
Yeah, I mean, here you mentioned like you look cute for what that counts, and you said like, how do you look in a bikini? Blah blah blah. I mean, that's
an 11-year-old. How do you look in a bikini? What the?
So I do want to ask, because obviously, I know there's some offhand, well, maybe people would consider offhand comments here and there to which, again, like.
Yeah, I'm all right.
Which, again, like, I don't mind being encouraging and all that stuff. I mean, somebody needs to do it. But what's that APA session about?
Sessions, I've heard of it before. From my understanding, it's mostly used kind of as a kind of backdoor kind of thing where people talk and they don't really publicly record what's being said on there.
Sure.
That's what I've heard.
Okay.
I mean, I use Reddit, and that seems to be the gist of what people talk about as far as why that is used.
Like they talk about recession on Reddit?
Yeah.
Okay.
It is mentioned in passing. A lot of people seem to be using it for.
I've never seen anyone say anything
more
about
sordid types
on
of
Reddit.
things, from what I have gathered.
Where do they talk about
is sessions
on
supposed to be
Reddit?
like groups or individuals or kind of both? Or?
From my understanding, it's individuals.
Okay.
I mean, it's possible it could be a group thing as well.
Okay.
Never really looked into it. I mean, I'll have a few people I'll message. They're people I met off Reddit mostly, and we'll talk about random things. It's usually
why not just message on Reddit?
On session?
Yeah.
Okay.
But or I say groups. People I've met role play, and we just kind of chat back and forth.
Just kind of hop over to session and just kind of.
Yeah.
That's cool.
That's pretty much the gist of it there.
So when did they first get you to download it?
I downloaded that. It's been a while. I was chatting with someone on what is it? It was Reddit. I was chatting back and forth on Reddit, and they mentioned that they talked on there so that way they could keep up with people, because Reddit is inconsistent on the best of days.
Really? How so?
They do roaming bans every so often. They'll just go through and delete accounts. They didn't post a lot, or maybe they posted something in the wrong group account.
Something not safe for work in like a Dora group or something like that, or
what?
Something like not safe for work in some Dora. Yeah.
They'll put it in the wrong group, get reported, get taken off the site.
Fair enough.
That doesn't happen too terribly often, but the people have had that happen.
Got it.
I believe that's kind of the gist of it.
So is Session only a place where? Because I know that there's this new one, like Blue Sky. It's only like chat only, and I think Reddit you can send pictures on there. Can you also send pictures on Session too? Or?
I think so. Okay. I think so. I think I've heard people do that.
Okay, got it. What kind of pictures have you heard them sending on Session?
I've heard it's been a bit. To the nature of it is usually more revealing type of stuff.
Kind of what you can't post like on a public forum?
Yeah,
okay.
That's been the gist that I've gathered.
Okay. Do you think Session is mainly them like posting girls or boys or kind of both? Or
at least from what I've seen, granted limited exposure,
right,
it's just been people who are, they add each other from somewhere else,
right,
and then they chat back and forth. Maybe they share a picture with each other, but that's really all I've seen.
Got it. Yeah, are you able to send videos on session too, or?
Possibly. I don't know if anyone has, but I mean, I wouldn't see why you wouldn't be able to.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, how many people do you think have talked to you on session?
I think I only have like 1 or 2 people anymore.
Okay.
It's just people I've chatted with over the years and kind of fell off over time.
Okay, got it. Has there been anything on session that's like that has kind of given you a reaction to like, oh, this is kind of crazy, or oh, I better, be careful with this?
Nothing that comes to mind. I mean, I mentioned there was like 1 or 2 people that I role-played with on there, but they don't really use it much anymore.
Okay.
I really don't even check it anymore at this point.
Okay.
I mean, at one point I did, but not anymore.
Okay. Is there a reason that you kind of got off of it?
The only people that were really using it were kind of more on the not safe for work side of things, and I was just like,
okay.
Not really worth the time.
So you wanted to kind of remove yourself from that?
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate it. So I wanted to ask you kind of about some of the stuff on session, because, it's hidden for a reason. I know you're not the creator of session, and it's not your idea to kind of do that stuff on there. But before anything, I want to ask, like, is anything, and I think I know the answer, but is anything kind of that was ever exchanging those messages with other people and you? Did anything belong to you, as in like you took it yourself, or?
No.
Okay. Because kind of what we've seen, and some of those people on there have tried to do some crazy stuff with you on session, and what we're kind of trying to narrow down is kind of where those videos would have came from, where those pictures would have came from, and obviously a big part of that is, if we can cross you off the list of being kind of in any of those, that's a huge step, because we want to get you separated from that, because you're 27, you're trying to do the right thing for people and all of that type of stuff. So, and look, being that it's not yours, I'm going to ask you about it, because to me it's like, if I see like that hotel burning down, I'm going to ask you, if you're just watching, I'm going to ask you like, hey man, who's burning down the hotel? You know what I mean? Yeah. So when they send like those pictures on session, because obviously it's been quite a few, and it's been quite a few videos, and again, like, it's not you creating it, and that's the thing that matters, right? Like, as long as we take you out of that, then I really care about more of who's in that video and try to identify them, right? And of course, like, I know you're not going to know the names of the people, I get that, but maybe just trying to like narrow down an appearance, and maybe from there we can just go, and I'll leave you out of it, you know what I'm saying? Like, so on session, has it been mostly like boys or girls that they've posted up or sent in there?
The few people I've talked to, I think they said they were girls. Well, said they were older. I don't know if I've received any pictures or not. Now that you mention it, if there's the log that says I have, then that's a little concerning, because I don't think I've really been getting photos on there, as far as I'm aware.
Well, that's what I'm just going to lightly counter you on that. I mean, the message got a little bit risque. There was some talk about kind of doing some, boy and girl stuff together, right? And, again, I'm trying to think of where that could have came from, where that idea could have came from, because I know you just didn't wake up and say, I want to tell, like, one of the messages here said that, I want to get you pregnant and breed you. And, here it said, oh, do we use our tongues to kiss?
Talking to an 11-year-old.
And, talked about, when would you get pregnant or have your belly grow? I think it would be fun seeing your belly grow.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
You'd get so big with a baby in it. So the idea to kind of say those things had to come from somewhere. I don't think your mind is just like that. I don't think it just goes to that place without stuff being shown to you. So I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt by kind of like saying, where could this have came from? Because pretty much, I'll just put it this way, there's absolutely been people online, and look, there's been people online who have tried to loop you into kind of either groups or just individuals of people kind of trying to show pictures like that, show videos like that. And What I'm kind of curious about is, I don't think you're out looking for it, but it's kind of found you, is what I think's happened. I mean, unless I'm wrong about that, unless you have looked for it, but.
No.
Okay. So we can kind of walk it back from session then. When do you think's the first time that somebody tried to suggest, like, hey, would you be interested in these pics, stuff like that?
I can't recall ever really receiving anything to that merit.
Well, I'm not talking about receiving. I'm just talking about when's the first time someone offered that?
I mean, as far as I can remember, occasionally you'll come across Reddit posts with people talking about sharing those kind of things, but never anything I interacted with.
What have you seen them talk about sharing?
There'll be people that just talk about, I've heard mention of, I think they call it drop boxes.
Okay.
Yeah, from my understanding, it's collections of photos, videos, or whatever that they just give out or sell to people.
Sure.
More specific than that, I don't really know, but I've heard, at least in passing about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you seen these things that they talk about called a Mega 2?
No, I haven't heard of that one.
So just Dropbox?
Yeah, that's the only one I've really heard about.
Fair enough. What apps have you heard of them kind of sharing that stuff on?
A lot of what I've heard is either connected to sessions. I've heard mention of Telegram for that kind of thing.
When did we first get that?
Really, as far as Telegram, I don't remember when I got that one. It's been a while. The same people I talked with, I role play mostly, but as time goes by, that all fell off, so I don't use it anymore either.
What other apps besides Telegram have you heard of for this type of stuff?
That's all I've heard of, really, is that some people use sessions, maybe Telegram for that kind of thing. Other than that, I haven't heard nothing.
Fair enough. So what do you think the timetable is for when you first heard people talking about this stuff? Like, obviously not yesterday, but like, when do you think it could be?
If I had a ballpark guess, I'd say maybe within the last 2 or 3 years. I mean, I'll just search around on Reddit.
Sure.
I'll be looking for groups. I'll sometimes join meet new people groups, or just find new people to talk with.
Yeah.
And occasionally, not safe for work stuff pops up. And
I'm a guy too. I've been there. Yeah.
I mean, stuff pops up and people will be chatting, but I don't really interact with any of that stuff.
Okay. So is Telegram also, like, is that individuals, groups, or kind of both, or?
From my understanding, I've only ever seen it used as the individuals.
Okay.
There might have been an option to create a group, but I've not really seen it.
Have you seen any group invites on Telegram?
No, I don't recall seeing any.
Okay.
I'm trying to think, but I don't recall seeing any. Not off the top of my head.
Okay, fair enough. So you think would maybe 2021 be a year that this could have all started happening, or?
Possibly.
Okay. What about 2020 or 2019?
No, I didn't really use Reddit or anything else at that point. I was just school and everything with COVID.
Right. Just kind of taking the mind away from that stuff.
Pretty much. I was just kind of stayed at my house, play a game.
Fair enough. What games do you play?
It's like Call of Duty. I play a racing game on the PlayStation, but that's really about it.
You got a PS4 or 5?
I got a PS5.
Nice. Do you play Madden at all?
No, not really.
That's the game that I used to be into. I played some of the Call of Duties, but it's my dexterity with that for whatever reason just sucks. So, I just stick to just drinking a Bud Light and just playing Madden, raging at the TV. Stick to that shit. But
I get you.
So you're taking a break from school right now?
Yeah. I got my medic license not too long ago, and I've just been working since then.
Right.
Eventually I'll go back, but it's not too pressing for the moment, at least.
Got it. So between Session and Telegram, what app have you heard is like more severe for that kind of pictures or videos?
Just off the top of my mind, I would imagine it would probably be Telegram.
Really?
It's easier to add people on there, but I also remember, random chat rooms that I used to do back in the day.
On Telegram?
Well, not on Telegram. It was just a website on the internet. You could meet people randomly.
Yeah.
And occasionally people would, talk about stuff. And I feel like Telegram was the main one that floated around on that.
So when you say talk about stuff, like?
They'd talk about, they'd use it for role play type stuff. Sometimes they'd add people or tell people to add them to, try and sell content.
Sure.
That kind of thing. But
how often have you seen offers to like, hey, do you want to trade and this and that?
I can't say I've seen a lot of that kind of stuff. I mean, I'm sure I've seen it pop up here and there at places, but no, not anything real specific.
Okay, fair enough. So, would it be crazy to say that people have just added you to Telegram groups without your permission or just throwing you in some?
I mean, it's very possible. Especially with me not checking it real regularly, it's possible even that someone got my login and has been.
Hold on. Have you noticed that you were in some and you had to leave some groups?
Oh yeah, well that's definitely happened with Facebook. I've been added to a bunch of groups. I look in the spam filter and I see a bunch of stuff. I leave them.
Well, I'm talking about like, have you noticed that on like Telegram or Session that people have added you to groups and you've realized and had to leave those groups?
No, not that I've noticed. Not that I've noticed at least.
Okay. So, look, I know you're a role-playing type of guy. Like you just want to play video games, role play, just do your job, and contribute your contribution to society. But when we're doing Telegram in Session for kind of 2 to 3 years, and there's been a pattern of kind of ladies under 18 trying to talk to you on Facebook and this and that. It can all just kind of suck good people like you into rabbit holes that sometimes we just don't want to be a part of, or that we don't even notice we're in until we're like, oh shit, it's like a wake-up call. So, Jordan, look, man, I mean, you do a tremendous work being a nurse. I mean, you do the right thing and all that. So I really want to get you separated from these people because, look, I'm just going to tell you straight up, man, there's been people that have kind of sent that stuff over your way, and we've had fake accounts, real, okay, but as a result, we put on a fake account on you that kind of talked about some underage themes, either on Session or Telegram. I'm not going to tell you exactly which one until we're a little bit more honest here, but I hate to say it, and I don't know why, but I think it's fixable at 27. Like, if you were 50, I wouldn't be here talking to you right now. If I thought that you weren't contributing to society, I wouldn't be here talking to you right now. But obviously, when we threw that account on you that was posing as an adult, just talking about some underage themes with you, there was no, like, hesitancy. There was no, like, I don't want to talk about this. It was just straight up talking about it. And then content was brought up, kind of stuff that was seen, and you know what I mean. And look, the big thing that we accomplished today is that you're not a part of any of that content. Like, there's no video of you with like some person on stage, like, but you don't want to be categorized with those people just from the fact that people kind of sent that stuff your way. I'm not saying that you asked for any of that, but some way, somehow people have sent that your way or displayed it to you in groups that you were in or whatever, you know what I'm saying? So what I'm kind of curious about is, how does a good person like you kind of fall into that rabbit hole or kind of get shown that stuff? Because again, I don't think you went on the internet and just go, I don't think you just searched up little girl or anything like that, you know what I'm saying? But I do want to know, like, how would that have started, and where's it coming from, you think?
I haven't really, like I said, I haven't really heard or even seen anything along these lines.
Well, Jordan, I'm going to stop you right there. That's just objectively untrue. Like, that's something I'm just going to throw out. Like, so let's just focus on the truth. Let's not deviate from it. Because I'm giving you the chance to kind of say, hey, it's not me, but this is what people have kind of sent my way, and this is what's happening in some of this stuff. Because as long as you're not the one in the videos, I'm comfortable having this talk with you. So, look, I think most people have kind of been sent shit like that. The only reason I'm talking to you about it is because it just happened more than once. You know what I mean? That's all I'm talking. That's all. It's kind of a pattern, and like I said, I don't think you're browsing for it. I just think it's a wrong place, wrong time. Okay? When you're on an app, it's like, if you're walking in Southside Chicago with $500 just waving up like this, and you get robbed. You're not asking to get robbed, but it happens, right? If you walk around Southside Chicago long enough, you're eventually going to get robbed if you're waving $500 around. So it's kind of like if you're on Telegram in Session for long enough, it's bound to happen, okay? So I don't want to go off just of the record of the logs because, you know, I want to add some subjectivity to something that's objective, because the last thing I want to think is that, oh, well, Jordan obviously knew it was coming, he wanted it, blah, 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 because I don't think you're that type of person at all. But some way or another, people sent it your way, and what I'm wondering is it mostly boys or girls, or so, like, kind of like that, like, where is it happening?
Like I said, I genuinely don't recall being sent anything. Maybe people sent stuff over Telegram.
Okay.
That's possible. I always delete everything off there pretty much. I'm still out here, but I'm all right.
Right. So that's what I'm wondering. Like, is it stuff that you're liking? Is it stuff that you get rid of because you don't want a piece of it? Like that's a big thing.
I mean, I always just delete anytime.
Okay.
Anytime someone sends me anything like that, I'm just move on.
Fair enough, because obviously what I can't see is that, you know, I can't see whether you have some, you know, 500 gigabyte hard drive in your room, or if you're just getting rid of it. All I can see is that it got sent your way, you know what I mean? So there's been times where people have sent you some inappropriate stuff, but you've deleted it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, that I appreciate.
I mean, that happens sometimes, yeah.
Okay.
That being said, you have to...
Hey, what's up, man? We went to school together, right? Yeah. All right.
But yeah, I gotta go back in there. They're calling for me to come back.
Well, Jordan, you can do whatever you want. Obviously, I'm not holding you here, but I think this is a little bit more important than, you know, I do want to finish this talk with you, and I think telling them it's a personal thing would probably be good, because, you know, I don't want this to go past this parking lot here.
I mean, yeah, ideally, but...
So I genuinely do like you as a person. I know you do good. So, I mean, if I were you, I would just tell them, like, it is some personal stuff. Like, maybe, I mean, I can't tell you what to do, but maybe like clocking out or something and just saying, like, I got to get this taken care of. And
well, we only have 2 nurses here today, so they can't really have me gone for just too terribly long.
Okay, but Jordan, it's ma'am, it is some very personal stuff.
He's at work then.
Right. May I talk to you for a second, ma'am? Okay, well...
I gotta go back in.
Well, Jordan, I don't want to, like, I'd rather just tell her it's something personal. Like, I don't want to just tell her, like, what it is.
I get you. Sadly, I gotta go back. Like they said, they need me in there, and there's only 2 of us right now.
Okay, well... Man, may I please talk to you for a minute? It is important. Yeah, dude, I'm sorry, but I tried to, like, tell him as little as possible for your sake. You cool just going over to, you just kind of go in that parking lot over there?
I'd like to stay on the premises, but...
Okay, well, let's at least go to that side of the parking lot just so people aren't walking in, yeah. Just don't want, you know, I don't want customers to act like, again, I know it's obviously not the most comfortable talk, but I obviously want to make it as comfortable for you as possible, so we're not, you know, we just get it taken care of while just keeping everything intact. Move the car, bro. All right. Anyway, so you get 30 minutes for lunch?
Yeah.
Not bad. I used to work at Amazon. We were at 15. I'd like basically eat and pack boxes. But yeah, so people have kind of sent you some inappropriate stuff, but you've gotten rid of it.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, anytime. But everything I've been sent, I was at least told that they were adults or they looked like adults. But I mean, I just deleted it.
Okay.
I don't really want to have that kind of stuff on my phone.
No, I understand. Do you watch at all, or?
I mean, you know, what's publicly available on sites that, you know, have age verification. I'll put that on it, of course.
Okay. So you've deleted off Telegram, but you also watch on public sites?
Yeah, I just don't want to have that kind of thing on my phone. I mean, it's one thing, you know, winding down, relaxing, search something up, and be done with it.
Right.
And it's another thing having stuff saved to your phone.
Right. Okay. So some stuff from Telegram is saved to your phone?
No.
Okay, so what do you mean, like, versus having it saved to your phone?
I don't have anything saved to my phone like that.
Okay.
I delete everything.
Okay.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm probably just going to go through and delete both the apps because, like I said, I haven't used them in, it's been well over probably 4 or 5 months now that I haven't really used them at all.
Okay.
So I'm probably just going to go through and delete them.
Okay, I see.
I consciously didn't even think about having them on my phone anymore at this point.
Okay.
But I'll probably just delete them off there.
Okay. Right. So, Jordan, so Jordan, look, man, there's a pattern of people messaging you online and the conversation's getting with them. Okay, there's just a pattern of that. It's been happening for a couple of years at this point. It's not just has been talking to you this way, all right? And again, it's not like, you know, you're going crazy, just adding everybody you can possibly see. I get it. Like, it's not a lot, but it's enough to kind of bring it up, you know what I mean?
As far as I know, the only one I've added that's on the end.
Okay. Well, there's been others. There's been there's been quite a few, and I'm not saying they've talked to you recently. I'm just saying that's what I know of, okay? But look, Jordan, if we're on Reddit, Session, and Telegram, all right, have you seen the eggplant emoji on those apps?
No.
Okay. Have you seen, like, the orange emoji?
No.
Have you seen the pizza emoji?
No. I haven't really seen any of that. It's just like the emoji keyboard, or...
Okay.
Because I really haven't seen anything along that line.
So you said it was Dropbox that they were talking about for that type of stuff?
Yeah, I feel like I've heard it, or seen it mentioned somewhere at one point or another. But that's all I can really think of.
Okay. So, and this is past 2021, right?
Okay.
Would that be accurate?
I would think so. That sounds right.
Okay.
Usually when I see that kind of stuff, I just, scroll on. Don't really pay it much mind.
Okay. So would there be, for school, what do y'all use for files?
For files, everything we had was all on Canvas is the program
Canvas?
we used.
Okay.
Yeah. Everything we needed file-wise was just on there.
Okay. So why would there be some Dropbox link clicked on then if it's not for school?
I haven't clicked on any Dropbox links.
Okay. So people haven't offered to send you Dropbox links or just posted them publicly on Reddit?
There's been some people post them publicly, I think.
Okay. Jordan,
I don't recall clicking on it.
Jordan,
like
just
that.
hold on. So if you'd be the first person to just navigate a freaking complete minefield that's like 2 miles long. If we're on Session, Reddit, Telegram, Dropbox links being posted. I mean, Jordan, there's obviously no way that nobody's sent you kind of videos or pictures and that it hasn't been shown to you. Have you been on the Tor and Onion browser?
No.
Okay. So those 4 things, though, there's absolutely no way. 1, I mean, the records obviously indicate different. 2, just logically, there's a ton of people, good guys that are just on Reddit for forum posts or just for regular that fall into this type of stuff. And I'm not saying necessarily fell into it. I'm just saying it's been slipped on a couple times. It's been seen a couple times. Okay. What I'm trying to figure out, here's why I'm asking you this. I want to find kind of the producers of this type of stuff. Okay. I want to find who's making the videos, where you think these videos are coming from, where these pictures are coming from. Look, you're a smart dude, all right. But I wouldn't ask you a question you don't know the answer to. That's not fair. I'm not going to ask you, what's my mom's maiden name, because that's just stupid. I wouldn't ask you something like that. And I wouldn't ask you if you told me you haven't, been in a video like that, which is good. I wouldn't keep asking you about it because I believe you on that, and you wouldn't know the answer to why we're in a video like that because you weren't. But if I'm asking you, hey, where have some of these videos came from? Where are some of these pictures coming from? That's a fair question because that's something you would know the answer to because the records indicate that. No, it wasn't a hacker on your Reddit account or your Telegram account because it has to be the, phone number verification. There's a two-step authentication thing, so it wasn't a hacker on there, okay? No hacker sent, messages to an 11-year-old you would look good pregnant, okay? That comes from somewhere. That comes from you seeing something somewhere. I refuse to believe your mind is so warped that, you just woke up one day and want to say that to me. I think some stuff, and this is a logical thing, unless I'm just going to write you off as somebody who just kind of has a mind like this organically, which I don't think is the case. I think it's a case of just internet addiction. But there's no way you haven't seen something like that to say that stuff to okay? So I'm trying to figure out a source of where that would be coming from because, again, if this is just all organically said to there's nobody that influenced you online, there's no pictures or videos that influenced you online, I mean, that's a problem, you know what I mean? It's kind of scary, you know what I'm saying? And I don't want to write you off as that because you do good things, you take care of your mom, you're an all-around good guy for the community, okay? And I appreciate what you do. So I want to give you another chance because, again, I'm taking your word that you had nothing to do with these videos, like you had nothing to do with being in them. Right, absolutely. And I don't think you ever would. But obviously, there's been some shit stepped in the past couple of years, okay? And that's just the objective truth. So, look, I'm not saying it's something you look at every day. That's not the case. That's not what we've seen. But at least a couple times, at least enough to come here and just ask you about where you think it would be coming from. So I do want to ask you this, I know we kind of went over it, but what app do you think has been the most severe for people sending that stuff or displaying that stuff?
Like I was saying earlier, I feel like a lot of that's probably happening on Telegram.
Okay.
Genuinely, I cannot recall receiving anything like that over either app.
Okay.
But that would be where I would.
Jordan, have people put you in groups? Maybe not sending it to you directly, but maybe just displaying it in groups.
It's possible. Like I said, I haven't used it in a few months. It's possible I was added to a group. I saw that maybe it wasn't the group I wanted to be a part of because it was, maybe more on the side and I just immediately left it.
Okay.
But as far as
directly. Okay.
I haven't received anything like that.
Because what we don't see is all we see is that it was kind of displayed and watched, you know what I'm saying? And the most logical thing would be to say it was sent directly to you. But, there could be times where it isn't a group because technically if it's in a group, someone's sending it and you're on the receiving end, even though you're not specifically asking for it, even though they're not specifically sending it to you, you know what I mean? It just, this account sends it, your account's on the other end, you know what I mean? It doesn't really show how many other accounts have seen it, you know what I'm saying? So let me ask you this, maybe this is a more accurate direction we're going. Have there been groups where you've seen bad apples post this type of stuff and you've had to get out of those groups?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, for certain on Facebook, that's happened for sure.
Facebook, they post shit like that?
Well, it's, as far as I'm aware, it's all adults, but I'll see it's kind of a more not safe for work group, and I'll just leave them. It's kind of like spam groups. They just add every name they can type in, and it'll let them add, and then they just start posting that kind of. Everything I saw was what I would assume would be an adult.
Okay, Jordan, just stop, because what we kind of flag is what would be stuff that's not adults. Basically, with a yellow light, we get a yellow light when it's 12 to 15 age range. It's an orange light when it's 9 to 12. It's a red light when it's 4 to 9, and it's a dark red light when it's 0 to 5. You understand why it gets darker, right? It makes sense. Right. Okay. So if we had no lights at all, I wouldn't be asking you about this stuff. But we have had yellow and orange lights and that have come your way, and it makes sense if you've had Session and Telegram. Okay. So look, I'm just asking you because we know some videos were watched too. We can see basically if a video is viewed for more than 10 seconds, it's registered as watched, okay? Now again, we've seen the video of 9/11 happening, right? Like the planes hitting the towers, okay? It's not a pleasant video, is it? Right. So I'm not even accusing you of liking it if a video is watched. I'm just saying it was watched. So I don't know if it's just rubbernecking, you know what that is, obviously? Rubbernecking, or just being curious, or what the is this? So I don't know. But let me ask this: what languages have you seen the groups on Telegram be?
The languages, I feel like a lot of what I've seen, at least, is the spam ones that added me.
Hey, I'm not Telegram.
Oh, Telegram?
The ham processed ham.
I genuinely don't recall being in any group, but I mean, like I said, Telegram I did not use a whole lot. I maybe added a couple of people off Reddit and talked with them a little bit. I mean, I really don't use that app very much.
Okay. But you said that's probably most severe for people posting those pictures and videos.
That would be my guess.
Right, but it's not what you hear through the grapevine. It's experience, okay? So I'm not saying you're the one posting them or anything like that. I mean, we've looked at your profiles. It doesn't look like you're posting any of this stuff, at least visibly, okay? But it's coming your way. And obviously, with what we have on Facebook, some messages to people like it makes sense that would be coming your way, okay? I'm not saying you like it, but it's obviously a curiosity. It's obviously something that's a taboo maybe, or a morbid curiosity. I don't know, what do you think it is?
No, nothing like that. I'm not seeking that kind of stuff out. I'm not really interacting with people looking for that kind of stuff.
Well, do you think those people have found you sometimes?
I mean, it's possible. I add just about everyone who adds me on Facebook.
Okay.
Not many people have turned away.
Have you had to remove some people that were kind of talking to you about some themes like that?
Not on any of my accounts that I can think of. I mean, like I said, there's the spam stuff on Facebook. Other than that, there's not really anything. I'm not really being added to things that I can recall. I'm not really.
Okay, Jordan. I'm going to stop you right there. Jordan, just please be honest about it, okay? Because I do not want to write you off. You're 27 years old. I don't want you to get written off as somebody that's involved with these people, okay? Because you're not like these people. These people don't give a shit about you, all right? They don't care that they're sending this stuff to you, even without you asking for it, all right? They just don't care. They don't care. And they're pinning this shit on you because if they're coming from some place like, Swaziland or something, it's not them. It's you. That's like, they're trying to just loop into this type of shit, okay? So this has been going on for the past couple of years. I'm giving you a chance to get out of it. But whether you tell me like what videos they've sent you or what we've watched, it doesn't really matter because it already happened, okay? But, it doesn't matter. I guess for me it doesn't matter because
so much rocking, you're right.
The info's the info. It's either you get some clarification about it and we figure out kind of where it's coming from. Of course, any info you'd give me, I'd leave you out because I want to go for the people actually in these videos. I don't really care that you've watched some. I don't really care that you've been on the end where people are sending it your way or putting it in groups. I don't really give a shit about that, okay? But the reason I'm asking you is because I want to use you to get the real bad guys, okay? You're like my eyes on the inside. But if you don't want to be my eyes on the inside, that's fine, but I also don't want to write you off as being involved with those people, you know what I'm saying? So Jordan, I'm giving you a chance, man. Look, I know you've never typed in, pictures or anything like that, okay? I wouldn't be talking to you if I thought you did that, but obviously we've been on the other end of that type of stuff, okay? So that, I can't stress it enough, dude. I think you do a good thing. You obviously are a good person, and I'm not letting this weigh you down of what you got going on, okay? That's why I'm giving you the chance to get out of it. So Jordan, look, maybe I'm saying it's been hundreds of times, and you're saying it's been 0 times. Maybe the answer's somewhere in the middle, okay? It's been at least once, okay? Would that be fair to say? One time that somebody sent you something inappropriate with somebody under 18, being on Session, Telegram, and Reddit. We can start with that one, maybe the first time it happened, and we can kind of work our way to how this rabbit hole started, because it's at least been one, Jordan.
I'm trying to think.
where would you think it would have started and then gone from there?
In all honesty, I can't recall being sent anything like that.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember.
Jordan, you do remember. I don't know, what do you think I'm going to do when you tell me that it's happened? I mean, I don't know what you're anticipating, but I can tell you, as soon as you tell me, I'm going to ask you, where do you think it came from? What do you think was happening in it? And where would be my best direction to go, maybe get the people in that video? That's what I'm asking.
I really don't know anything. I'm not seeking this stuff out. I'm not
Jordan,
with this.
Jordan, I'm not saying you're seeking it out. I'm saying it's found you. So, where do you think it's been? I've never met anybody with Session and Telegram and Reddit that has not seen stuff like that, especially talking about Dropbox links. Obviously, some shit from Dropbox was sent your way too, or at least clicked on.
I'm trying to think. I mean,
dude, it's not something most people have to think about.
And while I was going through Reddit, I accidentally clicked a link.
Okay.
That happens sometimes.
Fair enough.
Anytime I click any kind of link in anything, though, I just immediately swipe back out of it, whatever it was.
Because I don't see on the links, you know, it doesn't tell me when a link is clicked on that. It doesn't make an asterisk to say accident, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, obviously clarity on that would be good. So let me ask you this, have there been maybe links that were clicked on where you saw what it was and you're like, oh, that shit, I'm out of here?
No, anytime I accidentally click a link on any site I'm on, I immediately swipe out of it, back space. The swipe that lets you go back one page on your browser or screen, whatever you're doing.
Okay.
And then just immediately back out.
Okay, so Jordan, nobody on Session has asked you to trade before? And nobody on Session, Jordan, oh my gosh. This is just, it's a travesty. I mean, I don't know that you'd be like this, but I hate to see it, man. I hate to see kind of you looping yourself in with these people. But, you know, if that's going to be the case, that's totally fine. I would hope that there'd be some clarity and honesty. Obviously, it's not happening, and if that's the route you want to go. You know, we have these messages here talking just what a lot of people would consider pretty egregious things, like, would you make it sense? Yeah, I think it'd feel good. I mean, Jordan, of course, when you're saying this shit, some stuff has been shown to you to make your mind this way. I would assume, I would hope, because if not, I mean, is this just how we are here? Like, do we just say this stuff to 11-year-old girls without any type of influence, without any type of ideas being put in your head? Is it just that simple that you just thought to say this to an 11-year-old girl?
I don't really talk to people that, but you just have normal conversations.
Okay.
Jordan. Never talk that way.
It says it right here. Would you while we kiss? Is that a normal conversation?
I don't recall sending that.
Okay, but you recall talking about having a boyfriend, talking about her and all that type of stuff.
I didn't talk about
Okay, do you want me to read the message where it says that?
There's a message that says that.
Absolutely. Talking about, I'd like to see you pregnant, blah, 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 blah. Why would that be said to her?
I wouldn't have said something like that.
Yeah, you would have.
I wouldn't have.
Said, think about school. I got a test over pregnancy in the brain today. But maybe you've said that because it was just a test at school you've taken about pregnancy? Said learning about pregnancy was pretty interesting this week.
We wouldn't have had a module where we did pregnancy in the brain at the same time.
Okay, so maybe that was just said to her to bring that up or something. I don't know, Jordan. Jordan, there was nobody that hacked your account.
I've definitely been hacked before. I can say that without a shadow of a doubt.
Okay.
I had to contact Facebook support to get my account back 2 or 3 times.
Okay, do you have any enemies or?
I that I know of.
Okay.
I mean, back in high school, I wasn't exactly the most friendliest of people. I mean, there's people I've pissed off over the years.
Right.
I mean, obviously.
Right.
But,
so, Jordan, right after you say, yeah, do you think you'd get big, talking about her pregnant, you say that you're 6 foot tall and 220 pounds. No hacker would just know that about you. No hacker would just say that.
I'm 260 pounds.
Okay, well, saying that a year ago might be a little bit different, and
I was 250 back then.
It doesn't matter, Jordan. People, you wouldn't just say your height and weight. That's kind of in the ballpark. Like if I'm 320, I might tell people I'm 300. So it doesn't matter. And then you wouldn't be saying that you live in Tyler and all this type of stuff. You wouldn't be telling her that, especially because your Facebook. So you wouldn't. No hacker would specifically know it's Tyler then. So, like, is there any explanation for these messages, or were you just around, or did you mean this? Like, genuinely?
Like I said, I wouldn't have sent something like that.
Well, everybody does stuff that's out of character. So I'm genuinely asking you: is this something you were around with? Is this something you meant? Like, did you actually have any intentions of meeting with her, or did you just?
The only conversations that we have, just casual conversation, no real intention to meet up with her.
Okay, so just flirty talk.
Just regular conversation.
That's not regular conversation. Jordan, if you're calling that regular conversation, I think your mind's a little bit off the deep end. That's not regular conversation. Do you think anybody would agree with you that saying you'd look big pregnant to an 11-year-old's regular conversation, Jordan?
I didn't say that.
Yeah, you did. Jordan, we pulled up the Facebook records. It all came from your phone. Nobody did. Do you give your phone out to anybody to use?
Not regularly.
Okay, and I'll tell you this too. Right after you said you lived in Tyler, y'all started talking again, and not once did you say, "Oh, sorry about those messages. This was a hacker." In fact, none of the messages to children, you never corrected them and said, "Oh, I'm sorry. This was a hacker. This was a hacker." You never told any of them that once, and it wasn't deleted on your end, because that would have said message deleted. It would have just said message deleted. There wasn't a single message of that. So Jordan, there's obviously an issue here. There's obviously an issue here. So I want to give you a chance. You're 27. Don't throw your life away just on a lie. Don't lie to protect yourself now and then end up throwing your life away because of it. You're 27, dude. You don't think you need any trouble. I think maybe some help. Maybe just something in the right direction to get you steered in the right way to get off this stuff, okay? But it doesn't matter. The Facebook's preserved. Every single message is saved. It doesn't matter. It all came from your phone. Okay, so lying about it, I mean, it just shows me there's a lot more than these messages that happened, okay? Lying about this means that I know for sure now that people have sent that type of shit to you. Because you're lying about something as easy as the messages that are right in my face. Now I know for a fact. Obviously, we have the records and all that. But now I know for a fact that people have sent you shit on Telegram in session. Because you're lying about the easy stuff. Of course you lie about the stuff that I don't have printed out. I'm not going to print out a picture of a girl being. Would there be any reason why a video of a girl having sex would be appealing to you?
I'm attracted to adult grown women.
No, well, right, but you know, it's like if you love Mexican food, doesn't mean you won't have Thai food. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't mean you won't deviate. Like, you know, I like women, but I've seen some before. Doesn't mean that I'm attracted to chick specifically. It just means that I've seen it. You know what I mean? So, so I'm asking you, would there be any reason why a video of a little girl having sex would be appealing to you?
No.
Okay, would there be any reason that a little boy having sex would be appealing to you?
No.
Okay. Would there be any reason why you would have watched any real reason why you've watched a video of a little girl having sex with a man?
No. I wouldn't watch something like that.
Okay, what about a boy having sex with a man?
I've absolutely not.
Okay, so you see how it's a little bit different. When I talk about boy on man, you're like absolutely not. Like it's a little bit of a harder no than like a girl having sex with a man, because I don't think you've watched any little boy stuff, or if people sent you that shit, as far as I know, I haven't seen any of that stuff viewed. So maybe it was in some Dropbox, or maybe it was in some link they put, but it's not stuff it's not appealing to you, and you know, them kind of sending you an array of shit. It's like the pizza at the Chinese buffet. We kind of just ignore that, right? Just go for the shit that we like. So I get that. But you see how your reaction to a boy and a man is a little bit different than a girl than a man, Jordan? Because I know that there's been videos viewed of girls having sex with men that you've watched. And when I say girls, I mean underage girls. There's been quite a few of those. There's been girls that have been sent to you. Shit, there's been boys that have been sent to you. Probably.
I haven't been sent anything like that.
What?
I feel like I'd remember that.
Of boys?
Either.
No, it's not either, Jordan. So I'm going to ask you, what came first? These messages to, or people talking about that crazy, not safe for work underage shit on these forums? Like, what do you think would have come first?
I didn't engage with any of it, but the first of the two would probably have been on the general message boards, random forums.
Okay.
I talked to a lot of random people on there. Maybe there was some link sent while I was talking to people on there. And I might have clicked on the link. You know, they said, "Hey, have a look at this."
Okay.
And then I just back out when I realize it's something messed up, and then disconnect the conversation.
Okay.
I mean, it's possible there's maybe some of that there, but
okay. So
we even took that website down.
What website was it?
It was Omegle.
Okay.
We used to use that in high school and early college.
Right.
We were at
Sure.
when we get on there, chat with
Yeah, I know Omegle.
meet new people.
We're not far from the same age.
Dude.
Okay. So you think Omegle, so people put inappropriate links?
Damn.
Okay.
Yeah, no, there was definitely some inappropriate stuff going on there.
Okay, so let's start with that, because obviously you can't just search on Omegle little girl. Like, it's impossible. You can't do that. So those links people sent on Omegle, like, were they links to videos or pictures? And don't just say you clicked out of them, because obviously you had to see what it was. So just, what do you think it was?
Typically, anytime I click the link, I pull up. Usually it was two pictures of some form. Usually it's fully clothed people.
Okay, well, let me ask.
Broad strokes here. I mean, this is years.
Let me ask you this: what percentage would you say were fully closed versus?
Fully clothed versus.
He hasn't stopped moving this
I'd say
entire
probably
time.
75-25.
Okay. How did those you feel?
All the that I recall at the time were adult.
Omegle, Jordan, come on, man. Omegle, come on. It's like it would be like looking at kids at recess in elementary school and think it's the NFL. Or telling me that kids playing football at recess at elementary, that's like saying that's NFL players. That's just so blatantly untrue. Jordan, you didn't start messaging little kids stuff from nothing. Omegle could have been a great start. Well, I'm not saying it's a good start, but I'm saying that could have been the start of all this stuff. Curiosity online, seeing other people are doing it, especially when your mind's not fully developed yet. You get caught up in this shit. I'm giving you the chance, Jordan, because I've seen this shit displayed on Omegle. Right. No, that's why they shut the site down. They shut it down because of. So let me ask you this: it wasn't adults, because you wouldn't have just clicked off of that quick. Okay. Well, some adults maybe, I'm sure. I mean, there's the chance that it's 100% kids is impossible, but the chance that it's 0% kids is also impossible. It's somewhere between that. So let me ask you this, Jordan: how old did those girls look on Omegle that they've sent links to? I'm not trying to hear it was 18, because you know it's not. Like, I'm more curious: was it like prepubescent or was it babies?
No. I would say I can recall as teens, somewhere in the teens.
So 13, 14.
Possibly. I mean, at that point, I was a teen as well, because I started back in high school.
Okay.
I would chat people on there a lot.
Okay.
But I would say probably teens.
Okay, so were these pictures of teens? Was it like them with an adult, or them just posing by themselves, or?
Usually just them by themselves.
Okay. Were they doing like any? Would you say they were like what? Would you say like they were like selfies, or someone taking the picture of them?
Probably more often pictures someone else took.
Okay.
That sounds right.
Okay.
And it was usually like bikini pictures or like typical outfits.
How often would those teen pics turn into, like, all the time, or once in a blue moon, or?
How long ago that was? hard to say.
Well,
I'm sure there were some. There had to.
Okay.
But I mean, we're talking probably 8-9 years.
So,
as far as the Omegle goes.
Right. So when you were 18, 19.
Well, no. High school. I guess that would have been. Oof. It's hard to believe myself. So no, it'd probably be closer to 10 or 12 in that. Because I was still in high school when I mainly used Omegle.
So the first time coming across underage photos was on Omegle.
Most likely, yeah.
Okay, so
when I was a minor as well, I would say.
that's fair, but it didn't stop after you turned into an adult. And again, that's something you can get help for, because as long as you're not participating in it and don't seek out underage kids to go meet up with, that's when it gets a little bit too far. You know what I'm saying? Right now we're at a fixable stage of that. Right? So I can't stress that enough. So after Omegle, where did it kind of turn to? Like, did it go to Reddit? Did it go to Telegram? Did it go to Kick even? Did you have Kick?
I had Kick for a little while, but I mean, that was all role play, and I did that. Probably got that towards my senior year of high school.
Okay.
I would keep up with like my friends in high school, and then I'd also people that I added off Omegle that we would role play or stuff like that. We would just chat back and forth.
Okay, so you obviously seem to be a guy that's into role play, which is fine. There's no issue with that. But did some of these people doing role play? Did they take it a little bit too far with some of this other stuff? Could that have happened?
Hard time thinking of any specific instance. I mean, you know, this was quite a few years ago.
Right.
I can't recall anything just completely out of pocket.
Okay. Well, let's start with this then. So, Omegle was the first time that teen was shown to you or whatever. Well, when did you hop off Omegle?
As far as when I finally hopped off of it, that would probably be. Probably about maybe 7-ish years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you were kind of
but I've
early college.
They added the feature to where you could search specific topics, and then I changed it more to, I think I used role play as my topic limiter, so that way it showed more specific things and not just like whatever the internet has for me.
Sure. Okay, but you know these role play they're not like ironclad. It's not a dome. It's you can still get into it. So let me ask this: when's the next time that you think there's been underage shown to you? After Omegle, what other platforms do you think it's been shown to you? Because it didn't stop at Omegle. Obviously, if we're messaging, 8 years after you're graduating high school, there's obviously been some shit in between to kind of slowly bring you down this path. So when do you think that next part was? I'm giving you this chance, Jordan. I wouldn't be this persistent if I didn't like you, dude. So when do you think it was, or what app do you think it was, or platform, or you know what I mean?
I'm trying to think of all the people that I've talked to about it over the years. I mean, people send me I'm trying to think of anything like that.
Basically, I'll give you a little cheat sheet here. What I'm trying to get to is how do you think that path ended up going to underage videos? Because it hit that point eventually. Like, was it right off the bat, or was that a gradual build up to just shit you've seen, or rabbit holes that were pulling you in, or people like trying to get out here?
I'm trying to think. I really can't think of when I might have been sent something like that.
Okay. Well, let's try to walk it back then. When's the last time do you think someone sent something like that to you? It's been displayed.
I mean, it's possible. I scrolled through a bunch of different groups on Reddit.
Okay.
It's possible someone posted something, that was of a teen, and it came through on my feed.
Okay.
I mean, specifically clicking on it or anything. I wouldn't think. I mean, it's possible something not to the bar popped up on the.
Not to the bar.
Yeah.
What's the bar?
Like not safe for work stuff, inappropriate comments. I mean,
I'm talking about videos of 18.
Videos I haven't really seen. I mean, there's a lot of photos posted on Reddit.
Okay.
Just photos in general. It's possible that some of them were underage. Not, I mean, obviously, now it's just a picture on a screen. I scroll past it.
Oh shit.
Typical outfits.
How often?
I fucked up.
So when do you think that next part was? I'm giving you the chance to. I'm talking about videos of 18.
Videos I haven't really seen. I mean, there's a lot of photos posted on Reddit.
Okay.
Just photos in general. It's possible that some of them were underage. Not, I mean, obviously, now it's just a picture on a screen. I scroll past it.
How many looks, what you would say is egregiously, like, easily under 14?
Under 14, I can't really say that I've seen anything like that. I would say, I mean, mid-teens up.
What's mid-teens?
I'd say above 15 easily. I mean, usually it's just forums will post people in outfits I think look nice. I mean, those are usually selfies. I mean, that's
okay. So when do we start seeing Dropbox links being posted?
That was kind of towards the ender point of me using Omegle. I started seeing people just joining chats, dropping links, and then just disconnecting.
There's a Dropbox link?
I recall that being said.
Okay.
Or the link for the link was like Dropbox.
So how do you know that Dropbox link was to you?
I never clicked on them or looked in them.
Okay, because when I was asking about underage photos earlier, you said Dropbox links were a thing they would use. So how would you know that?
So as far as the whole Dropbox goes, as far as those links go, I think I might have clicked on a couple of them. Okay. When I first started seeing it pop up, it wasn't really a thing. And then almost every random chat you got into, it's in some kind of link, and almost always it was.
So those links, what percentage would you say was over versus underage?
So after I clicked on a couple of them, I kind of realized that, so I stopped clicking on them. Of the ones that I've looked at, linked, I'm sure there was a photo or two that was underage, but I mean,
was it ever girl or boy?
Usually, from what I can recall, all the things that
it's on double time speed.
The Dropboxes that I did click on, everything in them was females.
Okay, so there'd be Dropboxes clicked on with some underage sprinkled in there. Is that fair to say?
It's very well possible.
Okay.
Very well
Were
possible.
they videos or pictures of girls in there?
I can only ever recall pictures.
Okay. So Jordan, earlier I was told that there's no Dropbox links clicked on. Now I'm saying there was a few clicked on. So you see how kind of like the story is kind of changing, and I understand why, because you actually have a conscience about this. Yeah, I know you don't condone. If I just gave you confidence and I'm like, hey man, sign off making this shit legal, you wouldn't do it because you're not for that stuff. So that's why I'm not hearing the full truth about it. Okay. But man, I've seen videos, all right? I consider it not too much different from some of the shit that you've seen. It's just crazy shit that's on the internet. And some people want to test the limits of like what's out there of like, do people actually do this stuff? And I get it, man. You're a curious guy. I mean, my God, you're in the medical field. You have to be a little bit curious to be in the medical field. You can't just be a dull, like, robot. You know what I'm saying? So, look, okay. When's the last time you saw a Dropbox link posted?
Last time I can recall, probably be towards the latter part of when I was on Omegle. As far as like for sure, it's very well possible that scrolling through Reddit that there was a link listed here or there.
Did you see them discuss Dropbox on Reddit? I thought I heard earlier.
I feel like I've seen it somewhere on there. I feel like it. I feel like that's definitely. I'm fairly certain that's something that I've seen on there at one point. Just general discussions about Dropboxes.
Okay, nothing good, I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
So look, what we're kind of trying to do here is get to the point of how when we're messaging this type of shit, and I can see how it starts. I mean, it's innocent shit. You're on Omegle, you get links clicked on, and put something in your head. I mean, do you think that this kind of might have avalanche or snowballed into something you weren't anticipating, didn't want it to be?
Like I said, we chatted about school.
Let me ask this, have you seen on some of these forums people discuss stuff they've done with underage, or people talking about it in a positive way, like, oh, they're so cute? Have you seen that before, maybe? Just people discussing it?
Discussions. I mean, it's very well possible at one point or another.
Okay.
I mean, obviously I can't remember specific instances, but I mean, I'm sure there are, I'm sure I've come across it a time or two.
Do you think they were talking about stuff, or?
But possibly, I mean, that does kind of come up in the role-play community.
Yeah, it's like a downstream a little bit.
Yeah. I haven't really encountered any of that.
Okay.
I mean, it's the internet, I'm sure it's out there.
Yeah, sure.
But I haven't really heard anything.
What about stuff of like, Bill fighting with grandma and stuff like that?
I can't recall hearing anything on that line either.
Okay, so I'm trying to get a gauge. So for sure, no grandma stuff, but maybe some talks about some underage kind of been here and there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like I've seen that somewhere at some point or another.
Okay.
In various chat boards and such.
Okay. So I'm still trying to get to the. So maybe discussions about it cause somebody to work to be on paper, because it makes sense if you saw this shit years and years ago into this last year. It makes sense how I can see the steps being taken. I'm not saying you're taking them, but I can see the conveyor belt moving. You see what I'm saying? I get it. I understand that. It's a little bit more. That sounds a lot better than I just woke up one day and just messaged this 11-year-old, because that sounds pretty up, right? So look, what I'm still trying to get to and figure out is how to get to a point where now it's just very stuff like talking prepubescent videos, pictures, like how to get to that point, because it got there somehow. But what do you think was that step that it took? Because I mean, who are we fooling here? You're smart. I'm not smart enough to be working here. I'm smart enough to see patterns and know shit. So how do you think it got to that point, Jordan? Because like, is this something that did you want to chase the next high? Is this something that the more shit you just kind of clicked on, this just started happening? Like, what do you think it was? Because obviously we both wanted to stop. I mean, it's not like you tell your mom about this stuff, so I mean, clearly you're not proud of it, and that's okay. That means that it's redeemable. It's like if you were just flaunting this, if you just told me straight up when I first started talking to you, hey, watch some of these videos or watch all this and that, it'd be a little bit like you're bragging about it. That's not a good thing, right? Your reaction to right now is the appropriate one, and it's the one that we can actually get fixed. It's the one that you're actually showing that this is something that can't stop because you actually feel shame about it, which I actually appreciate. So genuinely thank you for that. So, but in order to figure solve the problem, we got to diagnose where it came from, right? I mean, that's a medical thing. So how do you think it got to that point? What was the step? Or what app do you think was the step to where it's now underage videos? Because we all know what happened. Just what do you think it was? I mean, there's no point in just hiding it anymore.
I mean, in all honesty, I don't recall having anything like that. I mean, obviously I've been from various sources sent things linked to Facebook groups.
Oh yeah. I'm not saying possessing or saving it. I'm saying being sent it or being shown it.
Oh yeah, no, it's possible. I don't even look at all of what gets sent in those Facebook groups. I know it's one nature, right. Get out of it, but I mean, it's very possible they're sent in. I mean, they're not it's not English speaking groups typically. It's
really?
like I think it's like.
Okay, Jordan. So you know what they're sending in there. I mean, as soon as you mentioned it, these people have no limits. Okay.
Yeah,
have you seen that term before? No limits before. Have you seen that term before?
Not in the context of this, probably is. Okay. I mean, I've heard of it like as a slogan for MMA, but I don't think that's the context.
No,
I just vaguely know a little bit about it.
You see more from MMA guy. Okay, got it. Okay, so Jordan, talking in groups. What platforms have you seen in groups on?
I've only seen them on Facebook.
Okay, when's the timetable for when you've seen them on Facebook?
They just crop up all the time. They'll add me to a group, Facebook automatically filters it into the spam category. But I'll look in there, and I'll have like 2 or 3 of these groups I've been added to. When I notice it, I remove myself from them.
When do you think is the last time that happened?
Last time? For sure over the last year it's been going on. But the last one I recall, I think I noticed it and got rid of it probably maybe a month or 2 ago.
Okay. So
not very long ago.
So in the groups, and I'm not saying that you're, looking at every single thing they're posting, all right? One, I don't even think you have the time for that, but do you think it's videos in there, pictures, or both?
It's probably both.
Okay.
I feel like I've seen photos for sure, but
yeah.
I want to say a time or 2. I mean, I click in to see what the group is, I see what it is, I leave, but I'm sure I've seen videos posted.
Okay. So Jordan, like when I told you that we've seen records of them being watched, it doesn't come from like Jordan on Telegram watched this for 10 seconds. Jordan on session watched this for 10 seconds. It's your phone watching it, okay? If it was as specific, as it doesn't come from like Jordan on Telegram watched this for 10 seconds. Jordan on session watched this for 10 seconds. It's your phone watching it, okay? If it was as specific, as possible, I would just have the printouts ready for you and say, on Telegram you saw this for 10 seconds and that. What was that about? But I obviously don't have that, right? All I know is like it's a general thing. I wish we were that advanced, but I'm not. So obviously Jordan, there were some videos watched of underage videos, okay? Saying you've been added to groups on Facebook is a very probable thing of where they were watched. I mean, because I'll tell you this, man, we're talking Latinos, and again, nothing against Hispanics. I mean, I love my taco trucks, but we're talking they don't give a what they said, Jordan. This isn't your role playing with some furry on Reddit saying, oh, look at this 17-year-old in this costume. This is a little bit out of bounds. You know what I'm saying? It's not like, edging the limits. They don't give a as you know. So let's kind of go after some of these groups. And you did not create any of these groups, did you?
No.
Okay. So it was randomly added, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah,
so
randomly added every time.
So if that's the case, let's go after what's in them. So you tell me, because there were some videos watched. I want to know before I ask you anything else. How do those videos make you feel?
Anything I've seen. I'm trying to think. Especially now, I don't really look at the groups even anymore.
Sure, but back
when I did,
how did those videos make you feel? Like, what reaction did it invoke out of you?
I mean, anytime I get added to a group like that on my Facebook, obviously I'm annoyed at first, that I'm having to deal with it.
Of course.
And then, I'll see what's going on.
Yeah.
Back then.
It's curiosity, I don't care.
Just see what's posted in the group.
Right.
I'll see, a couple of pictures, and then I'll be like, oh, this is what it is, and then, kind of try to move on from.
What do you mean by this is what it is?
Just. Yep. Yeah, I'm alright. But yeah, no, I've one of those not safe for work groups.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be back.
Jordan, in these groups, do you think?
I shouldn't know that.
Jordan, in these groups, if I was to go looking for underage content on Facebook to go either report or turn in or whatever, do the right thing with, do you think joining those groups they add you to would be a good place to start or a good place to look?
That's possible.
Okay.
I imagine if you go through all of those groups that you would find it in there.
Okay, because
surely.
Because I'm
be in there.
Right. So because I'm trying to find out, because there's records of you watching underage videos, and again, I'm not saying it's been hundreds. It hasn't been a shit ton. I mean, we've seen more, like other people reviewing it every day in, day out, and that's not you. But it's viewed enough to just come to you and ask about it. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. So
makes sense, I suppose.
Right. So I'm asking, in those groups. Let me ask you this: what do you think the age ranges were they were posting? I know you're not a father, are you? So it's not like you're staring at little kids or dealing with them all day. But if you had to guess the age ranges, because I'm gonna go out on a limb and say they're posting infants and toddlers because that's how they are. You refute that for me.
I can't recall seeing anything that young.
What do you think the would be?
Maybe 16.
Come on, man. No.
That's all I can.
No, it wouldn't have came up on our thing if it was 16 and 15. Jordan?
I didn't really engage with them. I mean, I'd click in the group, I'd scroll down a little bit, a bunch of pictures would pop up all at once.
Okay.
It's very well possible that, I mean, I'm not really digging through it. It's possible that then that popped up.
What do you think the could possibly be, like on the lowest end?
Lowest end? I don't know. Maybe 13.
Okay. And are these girls or boys?
All I ever really recall seeing in any group is just pictures of girls.
Okay.
Maybe some videos thrown in there.
Okay. So what would be happening in these groups? Like, say a video of an underage kid, what's happening in it? Like, is it a solo one, or is she with an adult, or? God, I could use some pickles right now. I'm starving. Jesus.
The only video I can even really recall from those groups, I think it was a girl with a partner.
Okay.
I mean, this one, I wouldn't have said she was underage, but that's the only video that is.
Jordan, I wouldn't be asking you about underage videos if we didn't know about them. But again, I'm giving you a chance. Is it curiosity? Is it just what the f is wrong with these people? Is it something you like? I don't know. That's why I'm giving you the chance to actually say, hey, what is it? Because the record's the records. Like, if I just cared about dropping a dookie on you, I would just have the records and say, oh, this happened. But I'm actually giving you a chance to steer me in the right direction of where it came from, tell me what's happening in it, and say, like, what was kind of your point in watching it? And that's okay. But I'm just asking because I know some have been seen. So let's try again. What do you think the looking video they posted in one of these groups was? Like, genuinely.
I know for a fact I've not seen anyone who's under the age of. The lowest I would possibly shoot is maybe 11. The lowest I could possibly think, but I can't recall seeing anything.
Under 11?
No.
Okay. So 11's the hard limit, you think?
That might have been the.
Okay. And this was a girl?
I believe so.
Okay.
My memory on back then is very, very hazy.
And this was
that would be my guess.
And this was a Facebook group?
Yeah.
Okay. What was the girl doing in the video? Who was she with? And I know you don't know every single second of it. I get it. But, like, just a general synopsis. What can you remember?
Usually in the videos that are posted on there, they have a partner.
Okay.
I would probably assume that they had some kind of male partner.
Okay, so here's an important part, because this is where it's hard to distinguish what an looks like in that country, but it is what it is. Is that partner, would that partner was an adult, or was that partner also an 11-year-old, do you think?
I mean, I would presume an adult.
What makes you say that?
Usually in any videos they post on there, the men in anything they had, had pubic hairs, which were usually not on the side.
Right.
As a general.
Right. Unless you're like one of those, like 12-year-old football players you hear about having like a birth certificate to their like little league game, 6 foot running over everybody, but so probably adult males.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would reckon.
And what about, I guess when you say 11, what about that makes you think it's 11 versus say like, 16 or even 6? Like, why in between 16 and 6? Like, what do you think?
On that, I guess I was just going off height and just visual appearances.
Okay.
Would be my best guess.
So it looked like a 5th or 6th grader.
Possibly, yeah.
Okay. What was the adult doing to her in that video?
On that one, I think it might have been a one.
What kind of was it?
Regular.
Okay. And how long was that video?
I have no idea.
Like, was it, well, I guess what I'm asking is, like, is this like a whole hour-long production we're talking, or was it just like a couple minutes, or what do you think it was?
I don't recall ever seeing anything that was longer than a few minutes.
Okay.
Nothing looked professional or anything. It looks like just people recording stuff that they do over time.
Did it look like the male was recording, or was somebody recording both of them?
Well, probably the male from just the angle of the videos in general.
So the one that was a couple minutes long, what was happening in there?
Just what I described looked like an overview video.
Okay.
And then all that. That being said, though, I do have to go back in now. It's the end of my lunch.
Okay. So, what time do you get off work?
I'll be here pretty late.
Okay. God, man, I could use some fried pickles. Give me a sec. Okay. So, when do you think that group was on Facebook? That group?
Like I said, I left it probably about I think the last one was a month ago.
Okay.
I've only been on there for a while. I think there was one that had me back in maybe 2018. And then I noticed it probably about a month ago.
So the one...
There's 3 of them.
Okay, so the one with that 11-year-old video, you left that one about a month ago?
Probably.
Okay. So when do you think that video was seen then?
What?
When do you think that video was seen then?
Hard to say. If I saw one with one that age, I would have just left that group immediately.
Okay.
Wouldn't have stuck around in that.
Okay. All right. Well, so what time do you think you get off here, generally?
It'll be pretty late.
At past 7:30?
Yeah.
You'll stay after that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, I do want to give you these messages here. I do want to give you these messages with 11-year-old in like probably a couple minutes, like probably 20 minutes. I just want to make sure I have everything and give these to you. And I want you to kind of look over them and figure out, like, you know, what went wrong and learn a lesson from this. So
look over and see what all's there.
Okay. Yeah, I'll give you a. Yeah, I'll be back soon. Hi, my name is Alex Rosen, and we have a group. We catch online child across the country called, and we pose as minors online and from across the country message us thinking that we're underage kids. We're from Houston, Texas, and we actually do have a conviction in Smith County. We were here like 2 years ago. So Jordan, who I just talked to him, he was messaging who he thought was an 11-year-old girl, extremely saying that he wants to like get her pregnant and stuff like that. And I just talked to him for probably like an hour, 45 minutes in person, and he admitted to not only messaging this 11-year-old girl, but also viewing child. He said he's 11 years old, of girls having with adult men, and we have this all on camera to send you guys. And yeah, I mean, he's inside right now because he had to go back off his lunch break. But we can get an officer here, and so we can turn over everything, and hopefully y'all can talk to him, and we can show you all the clips of him admitting to child. So hopefully he gets seized.
Yeah, okay. Well, we do have a call put in, and we'll have someone go over there and talk to y'all as soon as they can. So you're in the parking lot of the Marriott, correct?
Yeah, the resident's in.
The resident's in?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll just be here. He'll be inside, and yeah, I think he's very.
Okay. All right, sir. We'll get someone on the way as soon as we can. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you, Jamie. How's it going, sir? Good. So, we have a group called Poachers. We catch online child across the country. We're from Houston, Texas, but we've been to Smith County before, out in the county, not in the city of Tyler. And we have a conviction here. And we were posing as an 11-year-old girl online, and Jordan, who works right in there, he was messaging who he thought what this 11-year-old girl was, saying like, you know, I want to you, I want to get you pregnant, you know, shit like that. And so he's been messaging us since like June of 2023. We just never approached him for whatever reason. But so I interviewed him here in person. He voluntarily talked to me. It was very peaceful. Talked to him for probably like an hour, 45 minutes, and he admits to messaging who he thought this was 11-year-old girl. And he also admitted to me that he's viewed child pictures and videos. He's 11 years old, and I think it goes a lot deeper than that. That's just what he would admit to, and I have a clip of him admitting to it right on my phone for y'all that I could play for y'all right now, and I have the messages right here.
Yeah, let's take a look at the messages. Yeah. Let's watch the video. Absolutely. And have all of you been involved with messaging him? Who's been the primary one doing the case?
The person doing messaging online is this lady who lives in West Virginia, but she works for me, and I can give you all her contact info, and we're all willing to come to court and all that shit. So these are not the full messages, but it's like the key points, and you'll get a great idea of it.
I've got a handful of messages with
I have the information for that lady?
Yeah, absolutely.
He says, so I saw this goes as far back as
2023. Yep.
And you guys, I'm assuming, just been busy with other cases, or is there a reason why?
Well, so usually we can just easily find their address online. We could never find an address for him, and we're kind of hoping he would arrange a meetup at some point, but he just kind of slipped through the cracks for years and years. And eventually we talked to him again on, I think, Instagram, which I'd have to actually go find those messages. Yeah, but he mentioned that he had an app called Session, which I know they trade child on. It's a super encrypted app they use. So, you know, I was comfortable at that point, was hoping to get him for something, and he ends up admitting to watching child.
Gotcha. How long ago did you guys contact him? Today, when you went in person?
So it's probably been 2 hours. 2 hours? Yeah.
Okay. And assuming for your channel, you talked to him, he admitted to everything, but you were saying you could show us a video of him?
Yeah, absolutely. He didn't admit to everything, I think, but he definitely incriminated himself a lot, like with the messages, and he described a child video he viewed in detail of an 11-year-old girl.
Okay, yeah, this looks like we have enough.
I think so.
Okay.
You want me to play this clip for you as well? It's like a minute long.
Sure.
All right. So.
And if there's a way you can send us that clip, we can give you.
Axon.
Yes.
Yeah. We'll have everything for you by tonight.
Right.
You can take it from me.
Unless you're like one of those like fucking 12-year-old football players you hear about having like a birth certificate. They're like little league game, fucking 6 foot running over everybody. But so probably adult males. Yeah. Okay. I would reckon. And what about? I guess when you say 11, what about that makes you think it's 11 versus say like 16 or even 6? Like why in between 16 and 6? Like what do you think?
On that, I guess we're just going off height and visual appearance.
Okay.
Be my best guess.
So it looks like a 5th or 6th grader.
Possibly, yeah.
Okay. What was the adult doing to her in that video?
That one.
Child pornography.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think it might have been.
Yeah, every video you have of him.
Yeah, we have like the whole hour and a half we're going to send you when we get home, but like.
Perfect. Yep.
That was that the picture he sent?
He's staying a little late since then, but...
They just looked like they were in December, March. There were some near the beginning.
I think it starts September.
He liked to be naughty.
Dude, go get a take him.
Well, so we're about to go over there and talk to him. Before we do, we'll give you both an Axon link so you can send the videos and you can send these.
Okay.
Just on the chats. They could find us on that phone, which I know he has if he's not deleting. Oh, he's such a dude. That dude's a grade A.
Dude, that's what I was sitting thinking in the car, like, because he's just so goddamn comfortable.
Yep,
And it's
exactly.
baffling.
Massive.
This show is wild. Good, are you going towards what for me? Strength got found really sick too. They got the cops standing right there.
Good.
So it was good shit.
Hey T Kitty, for the $1.50, please don't end the cash until we can hopefully watch cops put handcuffs on. Long-haired Domino's guy. Oh, no, he's not in jail right now. He bailed out, but I mean, yeah, he got arrested and shit. Thank you, LP, for the one. Great catch, Alex. When and where's the next trip going to be? It's going to be back to the Northeast after Christmas and before New Year's. It's going to be a mini trip. Because I was not. I mean, the happy. Last trip is not happy. Last trip. I mean, the cash. I was not happy with only doing 50. I guess if you count this as part of the trip, 16. I don't know. 15 catches on the trip, and this catch right after. It's not enough. So we went by there yesterday too, and we asked the neighbor, and he's like, "Yeah, man, Jordan hasn't been around for like a while, man." So. Yeah, no, this Smith County's base, guys. Tyler's like a pretty big city. It's like 100. Oh shit. In the lab coat. Here. From this. Here, what? Do an outro. Ready? Ready? You got him in the background. All right. What's up, guys? So we just caught Jordan here at his. He's a nurse here. We talked to him for about 2 hours. He admitted to messaging an 11-year-old girl and to viewing child. He's 11 years old. I think there's way more that he's been viewing, but when the ex-subscribers see this one, which you can sub to in the bio to go watch it, you'll see he's a massive bullshitter, but we picked tooth and nail to get enough out of him, and now he's going to jail for it. So, base Tyler, Texas.
I love Smith County.
They're so based. Man, if only Palestine was the same way.
Oh
shit. Useless Anderson County.
These aren't county police, they're city police. It has nothing to do with the county, does it?
Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it.
Is it always the county's fault?
Thank you, Jay, for the one. Thank you both for cash. Absolutely.
Fuck is Shebo?
Step over this side of the door.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Stop filming, do the legal team, bro. How's it going? Yeah, one of the nurses here is a...
Are you serious?
Yep, Jordan. He's the... it doesn't narrow it down. He's the one who has glasses. That doesn't narrow it down. He's the... Here's what he looks like.
Are y'all one of those people that catches them?
Yes, ma'am.
You're awesome.
It's him right here.
Yeah. Oh, I seen him in here the other day.
Yeah.
Holy cow, good for y'all, man.
Heck yeah. He was messaging an 11-year-old girl and watching videos of the same age, so.
No way.
Yeah. I know, so based. Yeah, sociopath.
So what channel are y'all going to be on? I mean, do y'all have like a YouTube?
Yes, ma'am. If you type in, you'll find our channel.
Okay.
Yeah. What's your name?
My name is...
Alright guys, be sure to join locals in the pinned comment. Over 100 videos early and uncensored. This was supposed to be the last catch of our previous trip, but he wasn't at work and I didn't really know where he lived, so yeah, based Smith County. But we came right back up here the next day because I was not about to let this guy go. But yeah, over 100 videos early and uncensored. Tons of mugshots, conviction updates. You'll see his mugshot, no doubt. And yeah, only $10 a month. See tons of shit on there and help us travel the most and catch the thickest.
I've already got on.
Tax on? Yeah. Nice.
If you want to support the predator poachers catching the sickest both near and far, go to the pinned comment. If you're on Rumble, press the red join button to see over 30 videos early and uncensored for only $10 a month. We can't do this without your help, so join our locals.
Yeah, please do. Sorry, yeah, but you saying acting like it's county rules. He's calling the police usually. Well, guys, that's it for me. That is it for kitty cams time. Tux didn't show up today. No Tux at all. Carry on. All right. But maybe we'll see him tomorrow. I don't feel very optimistic about it for some reason, though. Really weird he didn't show up at all today. I keep going to the backyard and looking, he's not there. Yeah. Yeah, me too. We'll see. Alright, everybody. Take it easy. Have a good day.
Another one.
Meow, 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 meow.